He'll need to be G to the line of sight and with a glance on the block to push them to not.
Scanning for proteans. Signatures identified. Neutralize the nests. Guard the exits. They're here. Engage! Targets incoming!
The finish line is creeping up just over the horizon. After 2 days this week, after 8 days total, the grueling first leg of this journey is coming to a close, but not quietly, fervently. Only 1 day left to decide which teams in the North American League are going to playoffs and who, if anybody, is going all the way into top 2. Welcome to the last day of the NAL Stage 1 Super Week. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He is longtime IGL Davide Fox Ibuchi, the North American connoisseur, Jesse J. Chick. Guys, the best news about today, when we're done with today, we're finally out of the best of ones. Best news as far as I'm concerned.
That is great news, but it's pretty bittersweet for me. I mean, I've been having a great time. I've been having a great time.
Oh, no, it's your last day. That's true.
It is. I'm not doing playoffs, but
we got the perfect way to send it off. Of course, we've got, I believe, officially the most Canadian desk of all time, with Fox and I both being Canadians and
That's
Jacob
true.
in a full-on Canadian tuxedo. So
I had to find a way to rock it, yeah.
It's good to see. It's good to see us ending out on a high note.
the two smartest analysts, too. I'd love to just add that part, too.
100%. I will agree with that, and I will face the wrath of Laxing later when he comes back on for next week. Today is a pretty important day because there are some teams who are locked in for playoffs, but nobody at this exact stage is locked in for top 2 quite yet. Standings are as follows. Oxygen and M80 might be sitting at 1 and 2 for the moment, but that absolutely could change based on not just their game later on, but what Beastcoast could do later in the day.
Yeah, and everything is still up in the air besides Soniqs and Los just unfortunately not being able to qualify into the playoff spot. But they still have some intense matchups. You know, Los could pass Soniqs and then be able to play in the open or close qualifier based off which one places in that last spot. So that's pretty important too.
Yeah, every team has something to play for, whether that's top 2 that they're going for the bye in the first round of playoffs, whether that means qualifying for playoffs directly, or whether that means avoiding the open qualifiers, because as you just mentioned, depending on where you finish outside of playoffs, you do get the extra bye into the LCQ. So it's an exciting day, even though we made it all the way to the end.
And there's a lot of implications, Math, we need to go over just because it will be more difficult to explain now than it will be right before the game starts, because points will be applied at different points throughout the day. But let's just go over some of the basics. First off, top 2 is being fought for. Either Oxygen or M80 will secure a spot in the top 2, but there is a possibility that Beastcoast can sneak in there, Wildcard, even LG have a legitimate shot of being top 2 and getting a bye.
Absolutely. I mean, currently M80 and Oxygen are the top 2 teams. They could stay the top 2 teams, but it's most likely that one of them will stay in the top 2, and then some other team, whether that's Beastcoast or whoever, will come in and upset and steal one of those top 2 spots away from them. So it's an exciting day. Again, lots to play for.
Yeah, every single game matters, and I'd love to see the idea that we're going to see a new look at a finalized top 4, as opposed to the normal, you know, Soniqs, M80, DZ.
One of them's already knocked out. So
I know, and so which is crazy to say, and now we're going to see a new look at a North American top 4 going into the next major, hopefully.
It's one of those things where you wonder how much of a landscape change only having less than 3 weeks between SI and the start of Stage 1 can do for a region. But we'll talk about top 2 when we get to Game 2. Game 1 is important because 3 teams are fighting for 2 playoff spots. Wildcard are in that first matchup. They only need 5 rounds in their game against DarkZero, and they will secure a spot in top 6 and go play best of 3s next week.
Yeah, of course, a win would be great because that vaults them ahead in points, but even if they just get a 7-5 loss, they will have a high enough round differential that they will be 100% guaranteed safe from falling out of the playoffs. All Wildcard need today is 5 rounds to make playoffs.
What do their opponents need, though? Because Wildcard is facing DZ in game number 1, so on the flip side, what do they require?
DZ needs to get at least 7 rounds or just win by 7 rounds. If they go to overtime, they do not make it to playoffs. If they let Wildcard, I guess, beat them, they also do not make it to playoffs. So they need to win anything from 7-5, 7-4, downwards, and so forth, which when you look at both these teams, it definitely is a very close matchup. So it could end up being just that limit to the 7-5.
There is a 3rd team that's fighting for that last playoff spot, but they don't play today. They've said their piece and they're done. That's Space Station. They got a big critical 3-point win just yesterday, but their path forward is all dependent on how that first game goes.
Yes, Space Station have exactly one possibility where they do not make playoffs. That is a DarkZero 7-5 victory. The reason that works out is because DarkZero don't get a regulation win, then DarkZero will be below Space Station on points or tied, but losing round differential. differential, and if DarkZero win more dominantly than 7-5, then Space Station will be tied with Wildcard for points, but the round differential will go the way of SSG. So 7-5 is the only way where Space Station tie Wildcard on points, tie them on round differential, and then lose the head-to-head secondary tiebreaker.
I can tell you firsthand, as a player being in this position when the fate is not in your hands, is the most nerve-wracking experience ever.
Yeah.
You just have to sit there and pray. And of course, if there's going to be two teams that'll go to a 7-5, it'll be the two more defensive side of teams, DarkZero and Wildcard. So you're just sitting there and you know it's going to go to the last round possible. You just gotta hope it goes in Wildcard's favor if you're SSG.
Space Station are really just rooting for the single most foolproof plan, which is Wildcard win, and we don't have to worry about any of this junk. So that is what Space Station themselves are fighting for. They don't play today. They're the only team that doesn't. Schedule is as follows. Wildcard and DarkZero open us up in a more or less win and you're in situation. Game 2 is also important because M80 and Oxygen are fighting for first place in the league, but game number 3 is just as vital because Beastcoast have an opportunity to vault over everybody else and get a bye going into playoffs. It could happen for Beastcoast.
Yeah, and of course, even the 4th game, like depending on how the first 3 go, LG could be fighting for top 2, Soniqs could be fighting to get back into the LCQ, so there's plenty to play for across the day.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the upside. Even if Los beat Beastcoast, they could still hop over Soniqs on the bottom, putting Soniqs in a position where they would have to win to not get out of that last spot. Nobody wants to go through open qualifiers because it's just that much more games, that much more competition, and when you're playing against the T2 scene right now, it's very up in the air, and a lot of these teams, I hate to say it, but they haven't looked that thrilling on the bottom side of the leaderboard to give me confidence that they're going to smoke show everybody in the T2 scene.
The thing you don't want to do is single elimination best of 3 bracket against tier 2 teams.
Oh,
in
yeah.
NA. That's the last thing you want to do right now.
That's scary.
You never know how it's going to go.
That's it. That's all we had to say.
That's it.
I mean, hey, the bracket speaks for itself. You don't want to go there. So for Wildcard and DZ, you better pray that you best win this game. First matchup of the day is the game that will decide which teams are actually in playoffs or not. Wildcard and DZ are both coming off wins in their last games, which puts them in this scenario now. Winner basically goes, but all DarkZero need is to win and not have it be an overtime result. That's all they need.
We'll finally get to see who steps up when the pressure is on the most. I mean, DarkZero, I think, have had a weaker stage so far. They are obviously right now lower in the standings, but they just had a ridiculous bounce-back game in their last matchup. Of course, that was 2 days ago. They didn't play yesterday. For Wildcard, it's been much more kind of back-and-forth season. They've had some wins, they've had some losses, but with the pressure on right now, with this being the most important game that either teams have played all season, now it's going to be their toughest match and where the nerves really start to get to them.
Well, we did have a brief interview, right, with the guys on DZ, but here's the problem. We did it at a point where DZ weren't really doing too hot, so at the point where we talked to them, we tried to get a catch-up on exactly what in DZ wasn't going right, and this is what the IGL, Troy Canadian, had to say about it.
To try to clinch playoffs and make our way there, we're kind of trying to take almost a bit more of a loose approach to things. I think we've been putting a bit too much pressure on ourselves. We're not in the best spot right now. Haven't had the start we've obviously wanted. I mean, we just got to kind of turn our game around. I think we've had hints of where we want to be, but just not quite. It's been a bit of a struggle. As far as what we're doing well, I'd say it's kind of a game-to-game basis. I guess in our good games, we've been having good defenses. But I think just in general, like in our good rounds, I feel like our team play is really good. Best of ones also, like there's very little room for error, and obviously we're making mistakes. So at the end of the day, we know it's not the end of the world. No matter what, we can make it through this and come back from it. Me and Bo have both won SIs from open qualifiers, so you know, I'm definitely confident if we're to make the playoffs, get the best of 3s, I think it becomes a lot of a different game. You have a lot more wiggle room in terms of mistakes, and also just like getting into the flow of the match comes down to, you know, who can tough it out and figure out their problems mid-match.
DarkZero are obviously the team that just came off beating Oxygen's undefeated streak. That was the big claim to fame for them, and OXG since then have had a bit of a slide, but for DZ, not only is it good to get a win, it's also good to get a dominant win over a team that was previously undefeated. So that's a good way for them to bounce back after what's been a bit of a shaky stage so far.
Absolutely, and I'm glad they brought up in the interview Troy saying that when the games are going well, their defenses are going well, because what's going wrong is their attacks, and it just doesn't look like the classic DZ that we're used to seeing, which is a step-by-step methodical push towards the map. They're just getting outgunned. There's a lot of situations where the trades just aren't necessarily there, but obviously it looks like they have had a good little bounce back, and I think the momentum and getting the energy back, the enjoyment back, it feels like the team up until this last week was just not playing with enough fun. They weren't really enjoying or bouncing off of each other.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that DarkZero are still sticking to their play style too. DZ have always been a very unique style of team where they like to play with Canadian, the hard support, the IGL, out on these more aggressive operators like the Solus and the Pulse, who can gather this intel for the rest of the team. You know, I thought we started to kind of see that failing for DarkZero. I was worried that maybe their playstyle just wasn't going to cut it in this new meta with the new season, but they played it against Oxygen and it worked really, really well. They found that success. So whether that was the map that just needed to hammer it home for them or whether they just needed to get back and figure out their playstyle, DarkZero seemed to be back. It's one game, so I don't want to jump the gun on that, but DarkZero looked really, really strong in that last matchup against Oxygen.
Because of how they looked strong, we had to pinpoint one thing in particular that we thought they were doing really good, and when you beat a team 7-1, there's usually one thing that happens over and over and over again that DZ were abusing. So what were they doing really good in that Oxygen game?
They were just shutting down that everything Oxygen was doing. Oxygen is known to be having the phenomenal attack side halves. They're very strong on the way that they go for their executes, but DZ had a game plan. They knew that OXG wanted to go for these gunfights, and every step of the way, DZ was slowing down and choking out the rest of OXG. In this clip, you can see that the rest of DZ, they're in a 2v4. Bolo is hiding. He's waiting for the last exact moment because he knows OXG has not have enough time to clear anything out, and they're constantly playing for this plant. We see Solus on Canadian here giving the perfect info, shutting down the defuse, and it's time and time after again that we know DarkZero is set up for these defenses because they're playing that classic style of Siege on the defensive side, focusing the executes, making attacking teams go for those opportunities and shutting them down and putting them in a terrible position.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody on DarkZero really stepped up through this game. You could tell they were working as a unit with that information flowing. One guy, obviously, above and beyond. You're seeing him a lot in these clips. I'll never skip out on an opportunity to mention him. Bolo, a perfect game, not a single death. 12-0, I believe, was his final stat line. Bouncing back after his worst career game through a 4 or 5 year long career from Bolo. Very nice to see him bouncing back and having that performance coming through to that last game. And I'm sure the fans will be hoping to see another one of those.
Everybody on Twitter was celebrating that too. Every teammate in his replies was like, hey, congratulations, you bounced back after not getting a single kill. It's good to see that their spirits can get lifted by this, because you're right. If the vibes are down on DZ, it just doesn't work for that team.
Absolutely. At Invite, that was one of the biggest things is I think Nafe brought a big element of enjoyment. He had the team, a lot of players that are usually in their shell, he had them talking, making fun of each other, a lot of back and forth if you follow them on Twitter, and we've never seen that at a DZ so far.
So if they need the vibes up, I think Wildcard also need them up, because moments where we'd see Vertical down on himself in a kill cam were not moments where Wildcard were finding success, but they did that yesterday against the Soniqs. 7-4 win on Bank, second time they've won Bank. I mean, we kind of forgot in the midst of just wondering whether they were going to go Oregon for a 4th or 5th time that those Bank attacks were actually pretty darn solid.
They really were, because we know Wildcard is a very consistent team in what they feel comfortable doing. They played Oregon 4 times, Bank 2 times, and Chalet 1 time, but that just goes to show that they like to stick to what they know. And when we saw the second Bank around yesterday, it was actually amazing what we saw out of them in the way that they were going out of their comfort zone and attacking roamers head on with a, always pinching the roamers of Soniqs. And that was something that we didn't necessarily see out of Wildcard in any other game. I never saw them going out and getting those kills, besides Kansan, because Kansan, he's been having a phenomenal season so far. But you can't just leave it up all to one person, and we saw a lot of different entry styles from Wildcard with that pinch method, and I thought that was beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I think particularly when you took a look at Wildcard, the one person who maybe was having the most was Spiker. Obviously, through the game so far, Wildcard have had a lot of matches on Oregon. We've had a lot of matches on Bank, and I think with the style of way that Oregon likes to go, it can be kind of difficult to catch those roamers. The roamers have often a very short path to get back to the bomb site. They can often play very close to their other teammates, and I think Wildcard were struggling with that aspect of it, even when they had good drones, even when they had good intel. It didn't feel like they were able to close that out and find the picks. picks on a bigger map like Bank, where the roamers can be a bit more spread out. I think they really enjoyed being able to isolate those players and find them, and so that was a big key thing for me.
It felt like Spiker was taking advantage of Bank probably the most of anybody on that team yesterday in that Soniqs win. So how does he compare here?
Yeah, so Spiker, I found a fun little stat for you guys. Defensive entries for Spiker have been ridiculously strong. 8 opening picks, 1 opening death on the defense. And you compare that to Pambazoo, a guy that you more traditionally think of as an entry player, 6-1 when it comes to the attack. These two players are likely to clash here today in those opening engagements. Both of them are very consistent. I will say they do, just to the playstyle, tend to find themselves in different parts of the map when they get into those opening picks. So Spiker has a lot of those opening picks inside the bomb site. He has 3 C4 opening picks when he's playing in sight. He has 3 opening picks from the freezer when he's going for swings on on Oregon basements. So he's got a lot of those kind of site-focused opening picks, whereas Pambazoo's opening frags do mostly come from the roam clear. So it'll be interesting to see if Wildcard A give up many opening deaths on the roam when they're out there on the defense, or if they can kind of keep their teammates back in closer towards the site where Spiker can find more of those entries. And if they do that, I'll be looking to see how Pamba can get those opening picks during the push, and seeing what he can do to try to get that stat line up, take down Spiker, and not let him get those free picks that he's been really enjoying to get.
Those statistics really scare me, though, if you are Wildcard, because obviously it shows that they have their comfort on defense. But what we know and what we've seen from DarkZero so far is they have a really good job at isolating themselves on attack and not letting themselves get picked by defensive players. They're able to stay away, and then on defense, they're able to focus on the execute. They're not letting the fast entries that we saw Wildcard do yesterday affect them in that play. So for Wildcard, if I'm looking at the stats that you just brought up, obviously it shows to me that Spiker won't necessarily find many opening kills on his defensive side, and on DZ's defensive side, they will be just completely isolating and shutting out Wildcard.
It'll also be super curious for me what sides people start out on too. Do we get that Spiker Pambazoo duel at the start, or do we get it in the second half? And this is different for Wildcard. They had 3 maps, like you mentioned, that they were playing so far all throughout the stage. They're adding a 4th one, and I can't remember, has this core ever played Nighthaven at a tier 1 level before?
Nope. No. Not even Old Mirage ever played Nighthaven. This will be the first time we see them.
Wow.
I want to say I've scrimmed Old Mirage on Nighthaven before when it came out, but obviously I think this is a game where DarkZero may have won or set the tides in their favor before the game even started, because if you know, DarkZero just needed to ban Oregon Bank, and obviously it puts their favor in a much higher chance.
Sure, but they're also now walking into the Dragon's Den. I mean, they don't know what Meepy's been cooking up.
Yeah.
We talked about Meepy being able to change a map and come up with new strategies in a matter of hours. He's had the whole season so far, including last season, to come up with strategies for Nighthaven Labs, which no one has seen before.
But we commend Meepy on being so good at countering the counters. But on the flip side, going into the Lions Den, how are you going to counter DarkZero when they haven't played Nighthaven this season?
True.
It makes it interesting because they're really good on defense and on attack. That's the side they're not really that good on. So this is where Wildcard need to shirk those expectations and perform above station. But everyone in this league is winning on the first half alone, it feels like. Wildcard is Lacking's pick. Jesse, following suit or nah?
I don't know, man. It's tough because DarkZero's starting the defense, right? I am going to lock in... Fox, can you go first?
I'm because of DarkZero starting on defense, I'm going to go with DarkZero.
Okay. That might just be enough. Like, Fox is really learning to trust his gut this stage is the lesson he's learning. Jesse, what does your gut tell you?
I really like Wildcard yesterday. I like their roam clearing on a big map. I'm gonna go up against you. I'm gonna take Wildcard. I'm going to get.
I'm not worried about you. I'm trying to pass Lax. You're way behind.
I'm like 2 games behind. I'm
is
1
it 2
game
games?
behind.
Yeah, it is 2 games
Yeah,
at
I'm
this
like
point.
2 games.
Oh, dude. This is getting close. The fight for this thing is getting super, super close. You're locking it in? Nothing else?
It's there.
All right. Congratulations, gentlemen. Today is about to be a fun one. So, game number 1 of the last day of the Super Week is about to kick off. Remember, all Space Station don't want in this game is a 7-5 win for DarkZero. Otherwise, it's almost win and you're in. Wildcard and DZ, game 1. Let's do this thing.
Well, obviously a massive game with a lot on the line. And who'd have thought that Space Station and DarkZero would be 2 of these teams, Nicholas, fighting for the final spot in the top 6, or well, final 2 technically, depending on how this match goes. You heard the desk break it down, and It's really going to come down to round count and which team prevails. But as much as we're going to talk about Space Station and DarkZero here, I want to take a moment to address Wildcard, because this is a team that when they were assembled, you didn't necessarily think that they'd be in a spot to contend against the beasts of NA. DarkZero and Space Station, both legacy teams. They've been here a while, and legacy players play for Wildcard. But if I ask you right now, did you think Wildcard would make it into the top 6 of the region? What would you have said?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I'm a bit of a copium kind of guy, you know? I see OGs and I think they got that experience, they got to figure it out. But top 6 is not easy because there are a bunch of good teams in the NAL. I think the biggest surprise is not whether Wildcard would be in, top 6, more how far down DC they currently are. So, yes, simple answer. I thought they'd be here.
Very good. Thank you very much. I did not expect Beastcoast and Luminosity to be where they are in the standings. I think the wildcard roster on paper looks good, certainly, right? You've got 4 incredibly experienced players. You've got Spiker, who shows that he's hungry and is eager, even if he doesn't have that same pedigree as, maybe 2 world champions like Bosco and Rampy do, or what was it? Was it DreamHack Valencia? That rogue one way back in the day when Vertical was on the team?
Oh boy. It was a DreamHack something, that's for sure.
I'm sure, yeah,
that's a while
exactly
back.
what it was. We don't exactly keep tabs on all of those minor events, but at the time, the DreamHack events did qualify you for the next major. Spiker, obviously, the one on the outs when it comes to the experience on this team. Experience doesn't always net you those results. Soniqs, in terms of individual players, is one of the most experienced teams in the league, and they are currently in 8th place of 9 teams. Not exactly the result that they wanted. You're hopeful that if your DarkZero, NJR physically shows up today, as he is presently absent.
And Bolo, just in terms of performance, right? He's had a really lowest rated game so far of his entire career, and maybe the highest ever as well, back-to-back games. So you can get Bolo who shows up and gets the job done and can single-handedly carry rounds, maybe even the entire game, or you can get Bolo who is missing in the server. So gotta work on that consistency.
Part of the reason for why we haven't started the match, I have to assume, is because NJR is there.
Yeah.
We're missing a player. Is not there. I mean, he's got the operator ban phase. He's got the operator pick phase.
I said just go, and then you just call the guy NJ, we're starting right now, buddy. You better get back here. Just start the game and hope he makes it,
I mean, it's very common for gamers to start a queue and then try to run to the bathroom and beat the queue timer, especially depending on what elo you're playing in. Depending on the game, depending on the elo, you could be waiting anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes for your queues to actually pop, whether they be, Rainbow Six or any other variety of games. So he's got time.
I know what game you're thinking of, by the way. I know, I'm so dialed in on this one. I know how you go.
All right, well, due to reasons previously mentioned, we've got a break ready. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. I believe we're back.
We're so back, I think.
I believe we're back. Well, we are now in action. And, well, we're actually in the Nighthaven Labs fly-through here. And yeah, obviously a lot on the line. Do you have a particular prediction for this matchup?
Oh, I mean, the desk kind of spoke about it, and I have to agree. Like, the map choice here, going to Nighthaven Labs, I mean, in my mind, heavily favors DarkZero, given their experience on it, and Nighthaven Labs still being relatively new to pro play. If you're like a mixed team that Wildcard is, you don't just have this in the bag like Oregon or Chalet, so you really gotta have been cooking up some crazy stuff during this season while actively playing Pro League and preparing for those matches to take DarkZero here in like your final match for the regular group stage. So I would say slide notes to DarkZero. Operator bans, I mean, we got a little bit of cooking going on. We got a bandit ban. Don't see that every single day. Obviously playing around the heart breach walls and making sure that those get opened up on the attack inside. And Monty has just become this like really stable operator across multiple regions now that will just get played or banned so often. And I think one of the reasons is that so many teams now have a multiplayer. And with the shield rework as well, I think a lot of players are now more like warm towards the operator. Before, you know, you couldn't run around as much and have as much fun with the multi. You felt kind of slow and sluggish. That's not no longer the case. You can make those aggressive, like, front-forward plays that you couldn't before. So Wildcard multi-banded, DarkZero, they keep it cool and calm, collected, and very usual with Doki Benasami. That's what they always do.
Yeah, Bandit ban is only the one ban that really does stick out to me. If numbers are correct, this is the first Bandit ban of the North America League.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Aid has been banned 8 times, and in a lot of ways they do fulfill that same role, Nick, but there are differences to the application of the operators. There's differences with their kits. I don't think anybody's going to argue in a serious manner that the MP7 is worse than the AUG.
No, no chance. It's way better.
The TCSG can be brought for different reasons, though, and I would never say that the TCSG is superior to the MP7, but if you're going to play long range and you want to be able to chunk down people's HPs, then a TCSG does a good job of that. It's harder to control the recoil in the MP7. Obviously, in most ELOs, people are going to pick the MP7 that's brought with the Bandit. But also, you can't really trick the wall the same way with a Kite Electroclaw that you can with a Bandit battery, and we have seen a rise of Bandit tricking across all regions. And fun stuff to see the evolution of that operator.
And so why this run has gone the way it has, right? Because there's no bandit, they know they can't get tricked, so Thatcher Thermite, they sprint downstairs to the bomb site wall, EMP goes out, exothermic charge, guaranteed open. Now they go to steps 2, the roam clear, where things get a little bit more difficult. Nave gets a win kill onto vertical, so the thing is, because they've done step 1 first, they can now send Bosco into a more kind of semi-entry role. Sure, there's a hatch that might want to pop open with him later, but they can use the manpower if they have to.
Swapping map. Flashbang away.
That's a huge pick. Goodbye, Rampy, as well. I'm a little surprised at how flat Wildcard's entry has been. Canadian's not usually one to get an opening pick, but at this point, we're not even halfway through round number 1. He finds Spiker. Wildcard have not done a single point of damage to DZ so far. This is a rough go of it for Wildcard in round 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the inexperience, you know, not playing the map all that often. It's just like a sloppy, slow first start. You know, some players and some teams, they have to kind of get into it. We had a small delay with some of the players missing the server. So if you warmed up, 20 minutes before the game and it goes 10 minutes past, you've been cold for 20, 30 minutes at this point. So that could be a factor for Wildcard. But Nighthaven Lab, again, it's not like Oregon or Chalet where you know all the default takes and you feel very comfortable with the angles, the positions. It is still a relatively new map in competitive play. And for some teams and some players, they've not started playing it actively, until a couple of weeks or months ago. So I want to see how Wildcard can kind of do with the rounds to come, but this one is looking rough.
Izzet and Bosco are both players who can easily win multiple engagements and get multi-kills, so you can never really count out the team, but they have no information, they have no wherewithal. Canadian a second kill. It looked like NJR got the final kill, and round 1 goes to DZ flawlessly.
Gotta be happy if you're a DC fan. I mean, They're a team where I think Fox spoke about on the desk before the matchup, where he said when they're doing well on defense and the vibes are feeling high and they're feeling good, that's when DarkZero they shine. If their defenses aren't working, you know something's wrong, because they are that team on defense, right? They know how to play the fundamentals, how to set up those traps for the opponents to approach. And in that first round for DC, they played a very stable round. They don't attempt to trick the walls. They know there's no bandit. That's not a win condition anymore. They play a very proactive roam. They play passive on the bomb side in case of a side rush, and just find those opening guns, or duels rather, shutting down the entries. But for Wildcard, they also made it relatively simple. They just kind of funneled through from one side of the map to the other and didn't have a lot of pressure elsewhere. It's very important on Nighthaven that you utilize all those windows from the exterior of the building, the hatches that are, for example, outside that goes into the building, and of course get up so many of those exterior walls as possible, because if you don't apply pressure onto the defenders, they know exactly where you're coming from, and you can get kind of blended in through a single doorway, and that simply does not work on the attack. So they gotta spread out, they gotta get that pressure applied, and try and catch DarkZero either by surprise, or just simply have a better game plan going into that early stage of the round.
Didn't really seem like Wildcard had much going on in a positive direction for them, especially when you lose vertical early. Rampy died very shortly after. The ability to dig yourself out of a 3v5 is...
That's tough.
Well, it's tough, but I mean, the best teams in the world can do it every now and then, but it does really rely on your opponents making some missteps. DarkZero, in the position that they're in right now, have made more missteps this stage than usual. But in that round, they were good. They did not commit anything that could have been punished by Wildcard. They didn't overextend, they didn't give up map control, they didn't go hunting for kills. And frankly, while they might make some mistakes, overextending is something that DZ doesn't do all that often. There's leadership from DarkZero that will keep them at bay from doing that. Nafe and Canadian are sane and sensible players. The Wildcard are not going to get that advantage that a worse team would, a team that might be less experienced. Canadian taking some damage, but he's been pretty good so far on offense. Down goes vertical. Rampy taking some damage. Kansan running up to the Mira on rafters inside a warehouse, smashing the Mira, which means that nobody wants to swing. And once that Electric Claw is taken care of, you can open up some more of that wall. Spiker's been put into a position where he could do some damage once the wall gets opened up, but he is too valuable at this point. There is a secondary hard breacher. Thermite is active with one exothermic charge. Wildcard don't like this advance and instead look like they're going to reposition and go for a push in the back of the bomb site.
Yeah, they only had one EP left from breaching the first wall, and they got caught by my disc. So now that garage wall towards the bomb site cannot be opened up by the summit charges of Spiker. They're forced to go elsewhere, and it's not ideal because, again, now they're lacking that pressure from multiple directions. Nave's going to hold the Aqua Staircase, but he's up against two players from Wildcard that are going to double up on him.
Need to ensure you're not getting flashed. Unfortunately for Nave, doesn't work out as successfully as he wanted. More flashbangs will go in. Wildcard have to be quick, but they might not even know that the Mira was in that position. Wildcard will get ever closer to this top floor bomb site. Double hard breaches side by side. Pambazoo joining Canadian with a kill so far through this round. NJR taking damage. Wildcard find their first kill of this series, and it comes with 20 seconds left in the second round. Down goes Bolo. Easy still have 4 players. Canadian, another double kill performance. Nate somehow in a position to clean up with his melee out, and it's Bosco last alive. Finished off by Pambazoo, who gets a multi-kill of his own. DarkZero very firmly in control through 2 rounds.
You could see the idea there from Wildcard, though. It just really comes down to one singular EMP gets caught by that Wamai disc, and they have to change their entire plan, because let's go back 2 minutes in time. They breach the exterior wall to garage, they go into garage, punch the mirror window, and they're gonna rotate the Thatcher over. If they EMP that wall with the mirror windows on in garage, they can open that up for a long line of sight and deny that safety net that is on the site itself. Then they go to Aqua/Fish, where we saw the round end. They open up that exterior wall as well, leading to the bump side. Now, no one from DC can play inside one of the 2 sites, and they have very limited player positions. But because this wall that Pem's has been forcing right now didn't get opened up, they have more comfortability in the site itself, and they don't have that catwalk presence. So Wildcard, they had an idea in mind. We saw what the concept was gonna be, but they couldn't quite get the execute. One thing that's a little bit awkward is when you're Ben the Bandit and you play Thatcher Thermite, you need to really have a good EMP economy. What I mean by that is every single EMP is so valuable because the enemy is playing Kaid or Mute and you only have 3 EMPs in total. If you run out, you're kind of screwed. If you place down a thermal charge on a wall and then start EMPing it, you only need a singular EMP against the Kaid. That's how the mathematics work with timing. But Wildcard spent 2 EMPs in the exterior wall and then only had 1 for Garage. That 1 EMP got caught by the Might Disc. Very small things. Had they only spent 1 on the exterior wall, which they arguably only needed, they would have had a second go for it. So, Wildcard not going to change things too much up in the operator pick phase. They got the IQ for intel. I love that. Again, that stable, consistent way of playing the game. Works great against Canadian on the post too. And then again, Thatcher Thermite probably every single round, or at the very least, Thatcher and some primary heart breacher. And they double down with a Twitch now to ensure that if there's something that is on the wall to deny it, this time they have a second way to deal with it. And that's good, adapting to that previous mistake.
UMP is not a particularly feared weapon, but now that you've got the ACOG for Castle at relatively consistent rate of fire, low recoil, well, it can kill very fast. And then we're seeing a lot of Castle and pulse kills coming from that gun. The only 2 operators with the UMP. This is a decidedly unsexy weapon. And it's, according to Detroit, one of the worst guns in the game.
Oh, I love that. It is such a good clip.
I think that clip might be one of the best.
Yeah.
From live competition. It's crazy that it happened against Geo and Bolo as well. Bolo was the most remarkable kill on that consulate match, if people recall. It was when DZ beat TSM. That feels like ages ago.
Those
are different teams, different players. Ambazoo will swing on to Bosco. Wildcard suffering the first loss yet again, 3 rounds in a row that they've had to fight from behind. The issue, though, is that Bosco is, well, he's the main hard breach on this team on Thermite, and he's been able to live to the dying moments of the rounds so far. Vertical gets 1 kill. It's traded back as Nath picks off Rampy. Now Vertical will drop inside a warehouse. Hansen's not too far away. Nath will see him in just a second, and it's a small angle. Nath will turn his back. A 5th kill on the Kansan, and now the Super Shorty at close range. He can do some damage to Spiker, but Canadian wants another. 3 rounds in a row that Canadian has found the score sheet, and 3 rounds in a row that DZ have won.
DC's a team where if they get the opening kill on defense, they're gonna suffocate you when you're in the attacking side. Because again, you said earlier, they do not give anything up for free. They have so much discipline. The one player they lost on the catwalk rafters by a surprise to Vertical, they just all sit in their corners and they wait again for Wildcard to make the first move. And every time Wildcard, they go for a play somewhere, they get punished. And in that round in particular, it looked like a massive lack of basic intel from the drones because they're walking into the building, they're walking right by the side, they have no idea what the players from DC they're playing at. And when it comes to DarkZero, they're playing the pulse. They got a bit of intel, but more importantly, they got crossfires. No one is playing super duper isolated with nobody nearby in those crucial positions. There's always a man somewhere to take up lost space if they do lose a player. For Wildcard, I was kind of hoping a little bit more of like a direct counterplay, given the fact that DarkZero have played this map a fair bit in the past. It's really hard, of course, to just say, oh, counterplay, right? Watch the VOD, do the counters, win the round, da-da-da. DC will change things up, of course. I'm not gonna play the exact same way every single round, but it does strike me as Wildcard are not looking like they have the biggest, most comfortable plan going into this, or at the very least, if they do have that plan, they're not really able to execute it in front of us right now. And I will say it again, it is difficult to attack Night Haven Lab. There are a lot of factors to keep into mind. But remember, Wildcard, they were happy to go here. They didn't ban Night Haven Lab. They knew it was going to be a possibility, and a very likely one if you know DarkZero. So, obviously, they were happy to go here, and they had a game plan going into it. Just have yet to see it. Maybe after this tactical timeout, things will change around. They can really figure out those minor details and go again. And I think all I need to see Wildcard to like get confidence in them is a 2-4 half. Then they go defense. If they can get that scoreline, I think they're gonna be okay.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to be stoked with these results if you're Wildcard, but they've been in positions where they have been far behind and yet battled back. I mean, the most recent example of that would be the Luminosity game. They didn't obviously battle back, but they started to put up some rounds on the board after it was a 6-0 first half for LG. Wildcard playing spitefully after that, destroying Soniqs in yesterday's match, 7-4. And while Soniqs have had some issues, they'll be in action later today against Luminosity in a match that won't have as many stakes as any SQ match up to this point. But honestly, I think one of the things with Wildcard that I have to give them praise for is that even if they're not hanging tough round by round, it doesn't seem like their mental shatters, which is a bit of an impressive thing because there have been problems spoken of in the past, rumors, if you will, from some of these Wildcard players having issues with mental in the matches. So if Wildcard can kind of turn that off and some of these players cool down a bit, well, it's going to bode well for them. First round that Wildcard is able to draw first blood comes in round number 4. Kansan walks in and it's an ugly engagement, but he takes out Bolo. Bolo's died first for this DZ team a couple times. What a play by Spiker. He almost had Canadian, who's yet to die so far. 6-0 for Canadian. You got Nath at 5-0 as well. NJR hasn't died either, but he's got 0 kills. He's 0-0.
That's crazy, that 000 stat line. Oh, that's a bad gun, isn't it? As they say. Wildcard, though, they're speeding things up here. It's a much better look from them, and they're rushing down the bomb site now.
Got obviously got a good feeling right now. Kansan's still searching for his first kill. The search will take a little bit longer as there's Nath to pop up and shut him down. The early advantage that Wildcard gained has now been squandered with Nath striking yet again onto Bosco. Wildcard at Vertical and Rampy is the last 2 players standing. 2 kills between the 2 of them. Rampy's got information, but he looks the wrong way. He gets 1 kill, but DZ can safely trade this out. Puts Vertical in an unenviable position. Canadian dies for the first time. 1 player from DZ will survive. Actually, 2 will. I was going to say 1 player from DZ will survive if Vertical is incapable of getting a 2K. He's swiftly shut down, and it's 4 rounds in a row for DZ, and 4 rounds in a row where Nath and NJR have survived.
I do think it was a better round from Wildcard, though. They were confident, they were in the building, they roam cleared, and I will kind of say a lot of that came down to individual gunfights, where if 2 fights go the other way, Wildcard, they win. And I know, like, it's an FPS game. That's always the case, right? Hit your shots, win the round. But, I mean, strategically, it was good. There was only 1 gap there from Wildcard. They didn't take full control of the roam. They wanted to go for a fast bomb site hit instead. And the issue then was Canadian went from top floor to that first primary floor and could see the bomb site from above. That kind of denied Wildcard the possibility to plant. And then that's when things kind of fell apart. Had they had a player upstairs or just like committed to that bomb site push and had like I guess more aggression in that position, maybe they could get the full bomb site control. Canadians last alive upstairs, that's a round victory more or less. But they tried to go for this simpler plan strategy with, you know, like in the roam clear. I do think though that this is the key for them. Don't be slow and sluggish around the map. Get in the building there, get into those gunfights, get those guns activated. Yeah, it can be a bit tough, it's a bit messy sometimes, but I think it's a lot better for them to try and get something going and to slowly suffocate, because again, DC will not give you anything for free. You need to fight for it. And now perhaps with this kind of speed increase, Canadian goes, guys, I have a read on this one. Capkin on the doors, they go fast, they don't check it, I get free kills. Who doesn't like that? The Capkin in play for Canadian. No pulls this time around. Nath also swinging at the door right now. So DC, a little bit more movement and a little bit more aggressive. Maybe thinking Wildcard gonna be sprinting to the building and not being precautious.
Well, it's been a rough start for Wildcard across the board, but additionally, for those players that you know can take over a game, Bosco and Kansan have yet to find a kill. Bosco plays support roles. He doesn't play high impact, high frag roles. He's mostly going to be getting exit kills. You're not anticipating him being the first person in the building. And I mean, he's playing Thermite. He should not be the first person in the building. And if Bosco is getting entry kills for Wildcard, then something is horribly wrong. The entries that you see right now have been Kansan and Vertical, and they have just a single kill between the 2 of them. If your offense is sputtering, and that's going to throw an awful lot of weight onto the rest of your supporting cast, those support players, those flex players. DZ has been eating Wildcard alive on the entry. Canadians actually been doing a sensational job in that regard. Come to blows with Rampy. Former teammates, a relatively easy kill for Rampy as he's one away from drawing into an even KD.
Canadian's been doing so well in this position, guys. You had to do it, Parker, to him. Poor man. This happens so often, I find, when we cast DC. Canadian, of course, he plays that verticality, tries to, like, you know, force Wildcard to deal with the problem, and they do that. They isolate Canadian, they know he's alone, they get the pick, but they have less time to work with right now. That's the cost. To get the lead, but now they gotta speed up here. And they still gotta deal with the bomb side, those mirror windows, but there's only one C4 in play now from Nave. So in terms of raw utility and explosiveness, DC don't have that many ways to like problem solve this round. If Wildcard could get into the actual bomb side, a plant is very possible here.
I mean, that's the big issue. This beachhead that's been established by DarkZero around the B bomb site is causing some issues for Wildcard, but they find an opening. There's a smoke tossed out. Vertical gets dropped. Utility being used. But hold on a second. Did Kansan just not see NJR in this position? Still there. An impact goes out. Damage being done. It's a bona fide 3v3. Kansan picked off as it's a huge nitro cell from Nafe to blow Wildcard's chances away. Bolo with the exit kill. And 5 rounds in a row belong to DZ.
Only one C4 available, but it gets you 2 kills and pretty much guarantees the round victory. And yeah, every single time there's a problem in front of DarkZero, they have the solution. They have that step ahead of Wildcard right now. DC are playing a proactive game of Rainbow Six Siege, always being ready for the step to come. Wildcard, they're being reactionary. They see, okay, Canadian downstairs, that's bad, go kill. They get the kill. No casualties suffered. It's good. They get to the bomb side. Okay, now there's a wall. I guess we breach it. Okay, now we run in. Okay, but no one's holding below again. Vert, the player, was downstairs on Buck, but he died really early in the round. So there's no one watching Nave dropping downstairs. There's no one watching that possible C4 from below. And even if the C4 doesn't land, you still had a 3v3 where Wildcard, they gotta put one man away for 7 seconds to plant down that diffuser. And you had DC being very comfortable on the bomb side, outside that pillar plant position. But if DC are going up like this 5-0, having all the answers, playing multiple levels of siege, you know, the verticality, playing all 3 floors, making it hard to attack, I worry for Wildcard. It's a very easy thing to say, but I do. DC right now, they are definitely the better team on this map. I really think that the map has a massive factor into why this is a 5-0 scoreline.
Well, as you can see on your screen, there's a tech pause. So more time for us to not just dissect what is and isn't happening in this match, but also talk about the overall storyline. For those that haven't been following that closely, there are 6 playoff spots at stake in all of the major quote-unquote regions where you then go into a playoff bracket, which, for the record, does have a lower bracket. Does it not? No?
I don't...
We do not have a lower bracket.
I don't believe so, no. I don't believe so.
We'll have to they have swapped up how major qualification has worked and SI qualification has worked and how many regions get certain points and stuff like that. So forgive us for not having all the information ahead of us, but the point still stands. The top 6 teams will enter into a playoff bracket where the top 3 teams qualify directly for the next major. Next major will be held in Manchester, England. Woo. Manchester Major, the Major for all of those that like to throw in like to throw in their own little folksy way of saying it. One of these teams, or possibly even 2 of these teams, will qualify, as there's 3 spots, there's 3 teams remaining and 2 spots remaining. DarkZero comes in as the team on the outside looking in. Wildcard and Space Station are currently 5th and 6th in the standings. The only team that is outside of that top 6 that can qualify is DZ. Soniqs are too far back. What was the scoreline? 7-5. If DZ wins 7-5, then based on the round differential, Space Station would be the team that gets knocked out, and it would be DarkZero and Wildcard who ultimately qualify.
Yeah.
Round differential is crucial here. Right now, that would be Wildcard needing to win 5 rounds That's a tough ask when DZ just needs to win 2 more rounds to secure their spot in the top 6. Crazy thing is that in North America, Nighthaven Labs is the lowest played map, tied with Border technically, for 1 play. And there were 10 rounds played, and 9 of those were won by the defenders. So in terms of North America, this is an incredibly defender-sided map through the 2 plays we've seen so far. So Wildcard will be going to the better side in the second half. With the way that they're playing right now, how crucial do you think the sides will be? And do you think Wildcard can harness the power of a Nighthaven Labs defense to start winning rounds to get close to that 7-5 differential in hopes of making the playoffs?
Yes and no. I think they'll harness the power of defense and win some rounds. However, I don't personally think that like a 5-7 loss is possible for them unless DC, they really mess up on the attacking side. Like I said it before, I really wanted Wildcard to go like 2-4.5. Then I had faith in that like 5-7 scoreline, maybe it going to overtime or something like that. But when you're down 0-5, and I frankly don't really think DC will drop a single defense round. I expect this to be a 0-6 when it's like a clutch happens because the fundamentals are just so much better from DC and they're so much better as a team at playing Nighthaven Lab. I just don't see it. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm happy to like really change around the Wildcard. They come storming out the gates. They pick up round after round after round. They shut down DarkZero. Sure. Is it realistic though? I gotta be the Mr. Negative and say, I don't think so. I'm gonna go with like 7-1 here for DC victory-wise. That's my guess.
This might be the most important match so far for Wildcard in their careers. Not the individual players, but the team as it is right now and the organization as it is right now. A lot of people might remember Wildcard more fondly when they were all the way back competing in APAC, ANZ to be specific. But they've been kicking around NA for a while now, and as you can see from the player cards, you too can equip the Wildcard player card. It looks very funny with Rampy's Thatcher. He's running the Rainbow is Magic, where it's Thatcher playing with the teddy bear. Looks very goofy, very funny. It wasn't that long ago, though, and I will play devil's advocate here. It wasn't that long ago that Wildcard went down 6-0 to LG, only to storm back, win 3 rounds in a row on the other side, and then, I mean, ultimately fall short. The issue with a 6-0 is that it happens so rarely that the likelihood of a team that got 6-0'd on one side, which means you didn't win the weak 3rd or 4th bomb sites, the likelihood of a team that was not strong enough to be able to overcome any of the bomb sites turning around and doing the same to their opponents, well, that's the bigger issue, is that it's, you know, DarkZero, or rather Nighthaven Labs, is not a 5-0 map, or at least it shouldn't be. Historically it's not, internationally it's not, maybe domestically it is. This just speaks to not only does DZ have the better side, but they're the better team across the board. It doesn't matter what side you're on, if DZ ends up being the better team, they will be able to overcome the fact that they're on the weak side of attack for at least a round or 2, which then poses a big problem to Wildcard, because if you go down 6-0, you have no room for error. You drop a single round, it's over. I mean, I agree with you that I think DZ right now are very well positioned to win this game. But 7-1, I don't necessarily know. If a 7-1 could happen, I think a 7-2 is probably the most likely scoreline. It wouldn't surprise me if Wildcard on defense can pick up more than 2 rounds.
I like that. I was going to say 7-1, 7-2, but I was like, you know, I'll be a DC man today. You know, I'm a big fan right now. And also
Are they
for
still
Wildcard,
paying you?
No, unfortunately not, no.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, we all move on. I would say though, Wildcard, they haven't really hit their shots either. That's like why I'm thinking 7-1, because right now it's DC showing up. Look at that. What do you do?
Oh
right?
my.
Hitting downstairs, 3 guns of vertical. They go in, they get shut down. DC again, early man advantage. Loose roam here from Canadian, looking for a flank, and Wildcard, they're struggling to progress throughout this primary floor.
It's a big bad Canadian match if I've ever seen one.
Yup.
He's at 6, 7, 8 kills, something like that. We obviously had a rehost, so we've lost the player scores, but I don't believe Nafe or NJR died in that 5th round either. Moot point, because Nafe just died at the hands of Rampy.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
tough.
Olo did just put up a flawless game. So It's possible to go all the way through and not die. Unlikely, though, that DarkZero will survive at this point without anybody dying again. Final attack for Wildcard, and we're about to hit the cut and thrust. 40 seconds left.
The most stable round so far for Wildcard. Like, they got vertical control of the bomb side, but again, all the defenders are on the exterior of it, and they find the kills again. DC are hitting their shots.
Oh my, Bolo for 2. Tanzan and Rampy removed. Bolo punished. On Aqua stairs. Spiker looks the wrong way. Canadian a second kill. This offsite play from Canadian has been under scrutiny for much of this stage, but it's working wonders in this game. Bosco gets the down on NJR. No confirmed kill. There he goes. Might as well get your pick. And will now attempt the defuse plant with Canadian rushing in. Pambazoo not far off. Bosco not giving them the honor of getting the kill. He falls off. The timer was at 0. DZ, a perfect first half. Not great for Wildcard to go down 0-6 twice in one stage.
Certainly isn't the best position to be in, but I mean, if you are a new team, experience is very important. I mean, you gotta play it out no matter what. I mean, no matter what team you are, you should always play out, or of course, never give up. But DC is a team that has so much experience, and you know, they had this rush between the 6 invitationals as well, and they had a remarkable run, given the fact they picked up 2 new players in Nave and Bolo. And then, you know, they had a really sloppy couple of weeks here domestically in NAL. And I was thinking, man, was it honeymoon phase at Invite? Was it just like the vibes were super high? You know, they were really enjoying playing together, and now, you know, that honeymoon phase is over? I don't know. But then you get this week's DarkZero, and it's okay. We're starting to believe again, right? They figured out those small issues. We saw an interview with Canadian right before this match started, and he was like, yeah, you know, I don't want to give away too much, but we got some small kinks we're working on, and there are glimpses of the team that we want to be, and the teams that we sometimes are, but we still got to figure out some of the details, and once we get those ironed out, I believe it will be a great team again. So, I know, you know as well, Parker, Canadian's very critical of himself and the team. You know, that's how he's been to that goal for as long as he has. Building talent with new players, and DarkZero pretty seamlessly picking up players and still doing quite well domestically. Internationally, it's always a bit wonky, of course. It's a bigger issue. And it has been a great DarkZero today. I gotta say that. On the defensive side, that is easier, of course. We gotta see what they can do in attack, because if this falls apart and we get like 12 rounds straight of defense victories, it doesn't matter how good DC are, because then it's just, you know, Nighthaven, defender ratio, it's all over. They gotta be able to attack and defend before we can crown them the best team in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point right now where this is going to be a very defender-sided Nighthaven, whether it's a quick one or a long one, because if the game goes on long, it'll be because Wildcard starts winning their defenses. They'll be in a hard spot at the start of this round. Pambazoo taking care of Kansan before Spiker trades it right back. Wildcard at least get themselves out of the predicament that they were in, but no Solus for the remaining 1 minute and 45 seconds in this round. Kansan as well has always just explosive potential as a player. Might be, dare I say it, the best player on Wildcard. Stats-wise, he has been. Without him, you might find yourself in more trouble than, well, Wildcard thought they were in at the start of this second half, staring down match point.
Nate might have either lost a kill or maybe stayed alive, depending on how the gunfight went. He went to throw a drone and he missed it and had to go off the angle on the window to pick it up again. While that happened, 3 players of Wildcard were swinging the window to escort each other back down towards the bomb side. If Nate had gotten that kill, wait a second. Oh, nice. That feels bad if you're NTR, but feels good if you're Bosco. That is a high-value C4 right there. Pop the mirror window, makes it more difficult to reach up on the wall with your thermite. I do think though Canadian got a pre-place, if not mistaken, so they could maybe just pop it, but there might be a jammer in their way. So they gotta destroy the subfloor, find the jammer, there it is. C4 to deny? Nope, no C4 to deny.
Toss the C4 out after the fact though, but Spiker doesn't find anything. That explosive will go off. Nary a scratch done to DZ in that engagement. Now Canadian will drop. Close to the site. What a play by Spiker! Sitting in a spot all too familiar for attackers. Olo sees the shadow, can't follow up though, as Spiker will play keep away for the time being. Olo's in a troubling spot. Valkyrie cameras got eyes on him. 4 players to be found. A perfect game will not be had by DarkZero as the first defense is won by Wildcard. The point that I was saying before action broke out, by the way, was that in the one time that we saw Nighthaven Labs played previously, there were 10 rounds. All the defenders won all of those rounds except for one. So now you look at it, DZ went 6-0 on defense. Now Wildcard have gone 1-0 on defense. Nighthaven Labs game actually was casted by us. I don't know if you remember it. It was Beastcoast versus Soniqs.
Yes, I do remember
one
that.
attacking round victory. That was it.
DarkZero, I'm not gonna lie, if Spiker doesn't hit that 2K on the side, they don't have a very good way to win that round defensively speaking. They had no C4s or plant deny, no toxic babes. So if DC walk in, they take down Spiker, it's a 3v3, they can more or less just plant for absolutely free. The guy outside the breach holds the bomb site, the guy who's behind the planter has to turn around 180 degrees and watch the flank. And if DC just win 1 or 2 gunfights, they will basically win the round. So Spiker recognized, hey, we need to make a huge play here. I'm gonna stay in this really aggressive position where I might die, but I need to try and get these kills, and he hits both of them. And then, you know, that's the entire run for Wildcard. They get it done of a small clutch play. But certainly a better start on defense so far. They had that active roam, they got a trade onto Pambasu, stalling down DarkZero, taking with the bug and the verticality. They got all they wanted. Now with the Bandit ban, it becomes a bit interesting because you can't just, you know, play Tuberau Bandit and easily trick the wall. You gotta play the Kaid Tuberau now. And it's this really intricate dance between the EMPs on attack and the Tuberaus on the defense. And it can get kind of messy. But a well-practiced team, you know, the coordination between the Tuberau and the Kaid, you can still trick the wall kind of like playing a Bandit. The thing is though, DC, they have 2 options. They can go on this exterior wall and jungle, or they can go to the primary breach of CC. And, you know, if they pick the right one, that's not where the Tuberau Kaid is going to be. We see from Wildcard, though, they don't even care about that other wall. They want this one. That's the one they care about. That's where their focus is going to be, and that's what they are going to try and deny.
It's the IT wall that gets so much action in a variety of regions. You have the Tuberau there to freeze out the attackers. Bandit tricking is something that you see quite often. Wildcard banning the Bandit means that they are prepared to deal with that part of the map. Not require the services of the German battery-powered operator. Instead, well, it's the waiting game. Just have to wait out these Zoto canisters.
Oh, they messed up. And the Geek is up there. So what they tried to do was Tuberau the bottom of the floor, Kaid the top, but Kansem was like just a teeny tiny bit off and didn't hit the wall with the first Tuberau canister. So therefore the wall gets opened up instead, and Canadian on top of that gets a grenade kill onto Spiker. We don't see that all that often these days.
No, not at all, especially since you can't prime those nades anymore. So they'll go in and then they blow up a couple seconds later. Teams have started banking them off of surfaces, as that will start the trigger a little bit early. Hansen lost upstairs on Catwalk. A 7-1 scoreline looks mighty likely right now, Nick. I took the position of a 7-2. Unless Wildcard can start getting kills on the board, this one is all but over. A 5v2 with 30 seconds left. Vertical and Bosco will be in for the fight of their lives in this round. Bert knows one's coming from Aqua. DZ stacks up. This could go very poorly for them, but Canadian leading the charge. And it's a flawless round from DarkZero to seal the deal on this match. 3 huge points for DZ. Up to 12 they go. And they have guaranteed themselves a shot at a major spot. They'll be in the playoffs.
And they look very good doing so. And I gotta say, Canadian, he was popping off today on the roam on defense and also on the entries on the attacking side. In that final round, he gets a grenade kill. He's the first guy leading that bomb side charge in that 5 versus 2. He's a player that many people are critical of because he dies in weird positions. Today, Canadian was here to get kills.
Yeah, he sure was. And sometimes you have to lead by example. There are times when the conversation about Canadian will change over and talk about how maybe he can't hang anymore, or maybe he's getting a little bit older, but today he showed some moments of brilliance, frankly. And because of his strong performance in the server, and undoubtedly his strong performance as an IGL to get the most out of the rest of his team, DZ have a fighting shot of making it to Manchester. It seemed almost unthinkable that DZ wouldn't be in that conversation. Well, they've ensured they've got a chance. First match in the books, but we got 3 more to go. We don't want to waste any time, so we'll be back with more of the NA League.
And just like that, playoffs are 100% confirmed. Not the bracket, but the teams participating. Wildcard had a shot to come back from a really abysmal start to the stage and almost get to playoffs, but DZ instead are the ones to save their season at the end, and they are one of the top 6 teams that will be going immediately into the best of 3 bracket for the Manchester Major. Good win from them, because it follows the same trend. If you win the first 4 rounds of the first half straight, you're probably just going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that win for DarkZero makes it that 50% of the games so far played in the NAL that start off 4-0 or more, that team that just went 4-0 obviously just wins out. I mean, that's a pretty obvious stat.
Yeah.
No, you go up 4-0, it'd be hard to throw it.
Yeah,
but
you expect to win more often than not in that situation.
It just feels like it happens all the time now. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, again, kind of a tale of the side. I don't think the side start changed who won. I think DarkZero would have won this game regardless if they started on defense or attack, but I do think the dominance of this matchup, the 7-1 scoreline, is a result of DZ starting on the defensive half. You know, this game, it was a sorry sight for Wildcard. Compared to how we saw them attacking yesterday, I don't think we got that same team that showed up that was able to roam clear so effectively on Bank. It was a huge problem for Wildcard coming through into this one. You see the stats here. DarkZero's side is all red. The only thing red on Wildcard's side is the logo. It completely crumbled in this matchup.
Yeah, the entry side is the biggest thing for DarkZero, and I think they knew exactly what Wildcard was going to bring, right? We saw a lot of fast entries from Wildcard, specifically from vertical, and Canadian was one of the main person that was shutting that down, and all of DarkZero was shutting down Wildcard's very aggressive entry. And we actually heard Pengu talk about it on the cast too, that once you lose that opening pick to DarkZero, they're just going to fall back into the site, suffocate you out, and then that's why it looks so sloppy from Wildcard. They just didn't really have a response back into these rounds.
I'm glad you mentioned Canadian, because for me, he was by far the most important player. Round after round after round, he was able to come through and get all of these picks out on the roam game. And he wasn't alone. You often had, maybe it was Nafe, maybe it was Bolo, he often had these players around him. But he was so consistent in getting these picks on the defense and not being shut down. You saw it, I believe it wasn't until, I think, round 4 when he finally got his first death. He was 6-0 at one point. Maybe slowed down towards a little bit at the end, but still having huge impact in the early round. People talk a lot about Canadian, and they talk a lot about him playing the wrong roles. I see this on Reddit all the time. People are saying Canadian needs to get off the roam, play as an anchor, you old man. But this is why he does it. This is why he plays the style that he does, and it works for DarkZero. And when they're playing as a team, when he can use that information to help the rest of his teammates, and when he's hitting his shots, this is exactly the result that they need.
Jesse admits he reads Reddit. That's cringe. I'm sorry.
And it wasn't just about Canadian and if he's old or not or able to hit the shots, but we saw a lot of unique vertical play from all of DarkZero, and that was a major thing that stood out to me. Was they knew exactly where Wildcard was going to try to enter strategically, and Wildcard never had a response to deal with the vertical roam play. There was only one round where they actually dealt with Canadian, and then Wildcard proceeded to entry onto the top floor site, and somebody else was down there. It was Nafe with a C4 for a big 2K, and then that was it. That was the end of it. And so it's not that Wildcard just kind of flipped over and let it happen. They really did try to change. We saw them pick up the speed towards the end half of the game, but unfortunately for them, DarkZero was just always one step ahead. And when it came to the map, I hate to be that guy to say, you know, we talked about it in the pre-show, and as an analyst, you never want to make absolute decisions, but I really did feel that the map ban process was so far in DarkZero's favor, because if you take Oregon out the board and you take Bank out the board, what do Wildcard have? And so far, we haven't seen much yet.
A couple players certainly struggling from Wildcard. You see Vertical and Kansan, 1 kill between the two of them. I think Vertical started with back-to-back opening deaths, often falling to Canadian or Nafe, those roamers that were playing so aggressively and playing so well on the defensive half. Kansan, it felt like he was just never really able to get into a groove, not finding a single kill through this game. I liked after the TAC timeout, you know, when they started to play a little bit more for the site, when they tried to group up a little bit more to go for those executes, it felt like he just wasn't able to find those impact, wasn't able to really work in and trade with the team. So yeah, it's tough. I'm sad that we didn't get to see Wildcard coming through and putting up a closer game, but at the end of the day, that's the NAL. You got to play well to make it to playoffs, and Wildcard unfortunately just falls short today.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a combination of not just DZ playing out of their minds, but Wildcard, whatever performance they had on Bank just yesterday, did not resurrect itself at all for this matchup. In this case, though, DZ are going to playoffs. Let's get the IGL and this bad boy to talk about how they did it. Troy, congratulations on the dub, my dude. Haven't gotten the chance to talk to you yet so far all stage, so it's finally good to see you. Talk to me about Nighthaven in particular. Wildcard had the option to do Bank again or go Nighthaven. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, uh-oh. What did you think when you saw it was Labs?
I was licking my lips. So, yeah. Well, I mean, that's no secret. We like that map. We like Bank too, but we could tell like they were a good Bank team. They seemed comfortable on it from watching. I think it was probably that they were maybe a little skeptical of going to it after showing 2 VODs of the map, and we haven't showed a VOD of it this stage. So I think it might have been that, and you know that's a fair assessment out of them. So I can't really blame them, but obviously we like Labs. So
sounds good.
We were happy with either.
Troy, in the pregame, you guys highlighted that your defenses, if they go good, that's what you guys are known for. You guys didn't get to play attack too much today. Is that something that you guys are still worried about going into playoffs, or do you think now things are flowing a lot more, you guys are having more fun, things should be looking more normal?
I think the state of the game is like, at the end of the day, like it's no secret it's hard to attack right now. It's not necessarily that solutions aren't there. Like the attack doesn't have the tools to make an attack work, but you know, there's just so many things that the defense can do to make the round annoying for you. So I think I'm not really concerned about it. I think we've just kind of taken a bit of a new approach to it. You know, kind of accepting the fact that, you know, attack is tough, and just being more confident in ourselves and being able to believe in our ability to make plays and take fights and whatever it may be to, you know, piece some rounds together.
Yeah, well, Troy, I mean, you talk about the tools that the attackers have to their disposal, and one of those tools is the Ying. Now, we didn't get to see it from you guys very much. You only played 2 attacking rounds, but it's an operator that's been banned against you guys time and time again all season long. Obviously, great out for you back at the 6th Invitational. Do you find that ban has been hurting you so far this stage? Do you find it's difficult to go for these attacks with your signature Ying taken off the board, or have you found you've been able to adapt a little bit and are starting to get a feel for how to attack without it?
I think we've obviously been trying to figure out new ways to I guess, yeah, like to get attack rounds with somewhat ease. But yeah, obviously, Ying makes things pretty easy, at least in our case, a lot of the time. So, but obviously we're aware of that. Like, you know, if you watch one of our VODs, like Pampa's getting like a 4K every round with Ying, and Ying's up. So it's like, okay, like they're probably gonna pay Ying.
Right.
So it's no secret, but obviously we've dabbled in some other things. Been trying to get some teams to ban out the Monty as well. We pulled the Monty ban today, so you know we got that going for us.
There you go.
So yeah, just mixing it up. Like I said, a lot of tools, but I think Ying's probably the easiest to use out of all of them.
Fair play.
You don't say.
Yeah, out of all of those tools, one thing that I'm going to ask is a little bit more specific to you as someone who has a career of roaming. There was this map, Wildcard didn't really seem to have a response to you roaming. So you in that position, all of these rounds, you know that you're gonna get really uncontested downstairs. You said you were licking your lips about the map, but tell me how you were feeling when you just feel so much free air, free mobility in just not being contested on the roam.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, kind of flow state, like the game just kind of comes to you. Especially, yeah, like a comfortable map, and they just kind of leave me alone, do whatever I want kind of thing. I think one round they hunted me, but even then it was like wasted a lot of time. I think a cat can trap even got someone, so yeah, I mean, can't complain, I guess.
So last question before we let you go. You're going to do a more formal post-mortem with the rest of your team about how the stage has probably gone leading into playoffs, but just as far as the best of ones are concerned, what was it like at the very beginning of the stage, and what did you say specifically to your team when you were down by a couple of games, or games aren't going your way, or it's a close game and you're not able to close it out? You managed to make playoffs. What did you specifically say to your team to make sure that their heads were still in it and managed to make playoffs at the end?
Honestly, it was just more so like a reset, a kind of blank slate of like sharing our confidence in one another, so to speak, and our belief in one another. I think I think I'm partially at fault for this, but I think I'm a very critical person. I think that's no secret to anyone that's played on my teams. But I think it affected the team to a level that we were almost like paralyzed by it, and obviously that's not something I ever wanted to happen. So I think just kind of resetting that, and I think I've even been leading by example with it, by kind of getting entry kills and all that. Saying like, hey, if I'm doing this dumb shit, I don't care if you do it, kind of thing. So like, yeah, just kind of the refreshing confidence in one another, and making sure that, you know, we know we can pull rounds back, we can make plays to get ahead in rounds, all that, and yeah, just playing like we got nothing to lose, playing to win.
Well, we certainly hope that newfound confidence carries you all the way through playoffs. Troy, again, congratulations on the dub, and we will see you for best of 3 starting next week. Take care, dude.
Sounds good. Thank you. Take care.
Managed to make it work, and they are now also SSG's best friend, because what does it look like? Who's made playoffs now?
DarkZero and Space Station. Both of them have grabbed the last 2 spots inside of playoffs. That means that Wildcard are the unlucky team. We knew that one of the 3 would not be making it. I say unlucky, nothing luck about it. They didn't show up today. But they're the team who don't make it to the top 6 of the playoffs. Of the 3 teams that we didn't yet know, they will unfortunately fall and have to go through the last chance qualifier. Can still make Manchester. Can still compete. Obviously, Los and Soniqs in similar boats. They can still make the major, but it's a much longer road now.
And there's some good elements to Wildcard's game. I think they just need a little bit more experience to fine-tune their play style to a little bit of every map, not just the ones that they're comfortable on.
Yep, and Wildcard are also no strangers to going through an LCQ. They're just strangers to winning it. So we'll get to the last chance qualifier. That portion of it isn't going to happen for the next couple of weeks. But for right now, we need to sort out exactly who goes where in playoffs. We have all 6 teams confirmed, but we don't know exactly where any of them are going to end up. Number 1 game right now is the first place game coming up after the break.
Winning, honestly. I think that motivates me the most is winning.
Just like watching other people play the game, you know, when you get kicked out of a tournament early, you know, you watch the rest of the games, you're like, damn, I wish that was me.
Probably the biggest reminder is just your teammates and like the people around you. You want to be your best self.
Every day I wake up and it's a good thing, you know? You got to be grateful that you have another day on this planet. You have to be here to compete, and if you're not here to compete, why are you here, you know? You're here to be the best human you can be.
I quit baseball in high school, which I really do regret. I've always been really big on gaming, and my friend made me play Siege. And the game is so hard, I want to become good at it. I know I'm better than these players, and I want to prove it. And, you know, people always hate, say I'm not, say my team can't be better than these teams. You know, that's just motivation to keep going. The people keep talking, I keep playing, you know what I mean?
The playoff teams may be decided, but the race isn't yet over. We still need to decide who comes in first. Diaz, Gomez, and Yaga have one more hill to climb to the top, and it's big and yellow and has a couple former teammates standing right at the top. So now it's time to figure out whether the new M80 can beat the old M80 for first place. Welcome back to day 9 of the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Foxy, he is Jesse. That is the story of this game. It's teammates against teammates. The team that doesn't have any NA-based players against the team that is trying to find a way to beat that old squad. It's a pretty darn good storyline for who gets first place in the league.
It's a great storyline, and usually when a player leaves a team or gets dropped off of a team, you usually pick that team to play against their rival and win. But now, when the team splits evenly, who do you give the edge to?
True.
It's a tough one to call, and for Oxygen and M80, they are obviously battling. Both teams can and want to get first place, but don't keep your eye off Beastcoast as well, because they could sneak up into first if we see a very specific set of circumstances. I believe an overtime win for M80 opens that door, and of course the top 2 door is wide open for Beastcoast. For whoever loses this game, they're in a big danger zone where they could fall out of the top 2.
That's the problem, because both of them lost yesterday. It now creates a circumstance where the loser of this matchup might not retain second. It will depend on how the Beastcoast game also goes. You obviously want to win this game. If you do that, you're fine. You're in first, you lock it, and you don't have to worry about losing your bye. But if you lose this matchup, then you might not get the bye anymore.
Yeah, and as you notice on the stats, it's a nice little implication of M80 being really good at just about everything. But when it comes to OXG, it seems like it's very top-heavy. They're amazing on attack and entry, but they've been having their own difficulties on defense.
Yeah, and so for the top 2, obviously Oxygen with any win will lock down the top 2. Oxygen also locked down top 2 with an 8-7 M80 victory. So if it goes 15 rounds, regardless, Oxygen locked down the top 2. If M80 win in any other fashion, I do believe, yes, they will be locking down top 2. Not necessarily first again, but still top 2. That's what really matters, and that's what they're playing for.
So all we need is an 8-7 to not happen, and then we're fine, and we don't worry about any extracurricular math to worry about for this game.
For this game. Next games are still very complicated.
Right, which is why when we have round differential tiebreakers and point standings and all of this stuff, we figure it out and then hope we don't worry about getting to the more complicated side of things. For M80, all they know is if they win, they not only get above Oxygen for the first time this stage, but they will have done it in phenomenal fashion. They just lost yesterday, which makes it a little bit weird to figure out where they're meant to stand here.
It's a sticky situation because we look at M80 and we say, wow, everyone's so consistent. Wow, they have great players, great support players, everything is working. But all put together, there's still a little bit of holes in the strategy. And it makes perfect sense. Whenever we don't see their entries being droned in or finding success on that initial entry, like we saw yesterday against Beastcoast, like we saw against Luminosity, when they don't have a good understanding of where the kills are going to come and they get shut down immediately, that's where we see M80 struggle, because there's only so many amounts of individuality and unique operators that you can really bring out to get you that leg in the game. Sometimes it really just comes down to who's going to hit the shot, and if they just don't have the information against a team that's very sporadic, it is really hard for them to find any other way out of it.
Yeah, their attacks have definitely been the place where they've struggled the most, but their strongest point has undoubtedly been their defenses. And they're not technically the best defensive team in the league right now. You can see they are 1 percentage point behind both Luminosity and Beastcoast. But for all intents and purposes, I think looking at them with the eye test, they are the best defensive team in the league right now. And I think the thing that sets them apart from Beastcoast and Luminosity, when you look at the defensive overall rounds, is their impact of the opening pick. M80 have nearly a 50% improvement on their win rate when they get the opening pick. It goes from somewhere in the 40s, low 40s to about high 80s does their win rate go with the opening pick. And I think a big reason why is because of their entries. But yesterday, there was a big problem where on the defense against Beastcoast, they weren't able to get those opening picks. Usually the opening picks from M80 come from them getting aggressive. It comes from them making a move that catches somebody off guard, which then either stalls out the attack or enables them to go forward and then get even more picks in the chaos. But yesterday in the game against Beastcoast, what we saw was so often they weren't in control of those opening picks. They were getting hunted down, they were getting caught off guard, and I think that comes down to A, the fact they were playing Oregon and there can sometimes be less easy routes to escape and to kind of cause that chaos, and also just because they went into that defensive half already down 5-1 and their confidence wasn't really there. So I want to see a more confident defensive side. I think when M80 can get aggressive on the defense, they are at their best. but they haven't always done that.
And when you look at how they play their defenses, it's them hunting the kill, the first kill most of the time. It's not just waiting and buying their time, like some other teams in the league have been doing, where they just wait and they stall out. They're actually going out and hunting those kills. And unfortunately for them, when it gets to attack, we just heard Canadians say attack has been hard, but more often than not, unless they're using a Deimos or a Blackbeard or something unique, I guess, to get a pick, they just haven't been able to find that.
Gunplay's been their forte. It's also been Oxygen's foreplay, but there's been a bit of a problem these past couple games. They were 5-0. Now they've lost 2 straight, and not in close fashion either. 1 round 1 in the game 6, 3 rounds 1 in game 7. If you're doing the math at home, can you count? I can't. That's 4 over the course of 2 games. They really need to find a way to step up here.
OXG riding the slip and slide. These start with 5 wins in a row, and now so far through the Super Week, they have not found even a single win. 4 rounds across their games against both DarkZero and Space Station. And as we've seen, DarkZero and Space Station, these are good teams. They're both playoff caliber teams. In fact, we found out not too long ago. But those scorelines are, I think, unacceptable for the way that we've seen Oxygen play so far. Obviously, they're already locked into playoffs, but this is a team that we thought would be dominating North America. They should be the best team in NA based on how they started the stage. But right now, with their last 2 losses, they are very quickly falling down that ranking, and it seems like they now may not even hold on to that top 2 spot.
Because they've lost these last 2 games, we now actually have some things we can really specifically pinpoint weaknesses in their play. So if there's anything that really stands out, Fox, you used to play for them, what's the biggest problem?
I mean, the biggest thing for me is just the amount of individuality that we've seen of them recently. It looks like a little bit of overconfidence. SSG completely dismantled them because they weren't giving them the opening kills that we expected OXG to be going. They kept very outside of the limits. Everyone set up, and when it was ready to go, SSG attacked. And they were just be able to get not only 1 opening kill on OXG, but multi-kill it. Because as you see right here, it just looked like OXG completely had no idea where anybody was going to come from, and they didn't know that they didn't really have a game plan on what to hold. Now, in my opinion, there is a big indicator of this map specifically against SSG, where they gave Dream, who is the main IGL, more so to say, everyone's talking on the team, but he said that he has 60-70% of that calling ability. He was on more of a roam, flexible opportunist, and he was given that freedom. And in this round, in this game against SSG, they weren't giving any picks, so there was no direction for OXG to grab a hold to and pave the way. They had to just wait and sit for SSG to make the play, and that's the clear weakness that we've been seeing in the last 2 games, is when a team just doesn't give OXG that chance for those gunfights. They just steamroll through it. All the way through, they're able to convert 1 kill into multi-kills, and it just looks very stumbled, 1 foot in front of the other for OXG.
Yeah, it's been difficult for them. I mean, obviously, we've seen things really fall apart. That last game on Bank, not ideal. We'll see where they head now, of course, between M80 and Oxygen. M80, I think, have been obviously very, very strong in the defense. Oxygen, I've really liked their attacks, and some of those more aggressive defenses haven't really been working out for them. They go to Clubhouse, which is not a map that Oxygen, I believe, have played this stage. We did see M80 take down Los on it in a pretty strong game.
True.
So a little bit more footage perhaps on the tape for M80, but all in all, it's their standard map that both teams should be comfortable with.
M80 start defense first. OXG needed to find a really strong footing at the very beginning of this game. Again, defender meta at the moment. So if OXG don't have, what, like maybe a 4-2 start at minimum, then maybe we see this thing landslide?
Oh, you absolutely want to go 3-3 on Clubhouse to be confident on the attack going on to defense. If you get a 4-2, that gets really scary. And so far what we've seen from OXG is whenever the round count goes against them, maybe it's because they are comfortable in that top 2 spot supposedly right now. To them, when they lose rounds, instead of thinking of, oh, how are we going to pull ourselves out of it, it's more like, we're still top 2, it's all good.
NAL Predictions Championships calling your name right now, dude. 55%.
I'm making a leap. I'm making a leap.
3 points above. Yeah, I mean, he's gone OXG, so what are you doing right now?
Oh, well, I had OXG picked beforehand, but because of the map and how I've been feeling recently, I've been going with my gut, like you said.
Good.
And I think I'm going to switch it to M80.
You're swapping it. All right. Trying to increase that lead even higher.
I'm making the distance.
All right. I'm here for it. Jesse?
Yeah, I'm going to try to grab one of the coattails and see if I can ride along. I'm going M80 as well. I think this is a comfortable map for them. They're in a comfortable spot. They're playing better than Oxygen recently, and this is not a map like Oregon where I think they were having a lot of problems. So I like their club. I'm happy picking M80 in this case.
Sounds good to me. First place is on the line. Remember, the winner of this game, barring an 8-7 result, and hopefully we don't get to that stage, winner of this matchup, first place, and at minimum, locks in a bye week heading into the first round of playoffs, and the loser better hope Beastcoast doesn't beat Los in Game 3. It's Parker McGuy and Nicholas Morrison with the call on Club.
What is quite tight at the top of the standings. Luminosity 12 points, DZ 12 points, Beastcoast 13, M80 14, OXG 15. All of them are squeakers right now. It has looked like OXG's crown to lose when it comes to North America, and they might just lose it here, Nick. OXG are unfortunately faltering at the worst possible time in the season.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, they started off so hot, looking like the team to beat, and then the closer we got to the end, the quote-unquote worse they started looking. I mean, things just kind of falling apart from them, but I mean, they're still looking good right now. It's just, you know, a bit of a slip-off in performance. Soldier prediction is 50-50. I'm pretty much in that same spot. I think this comes down to the performance of the day. If OXG can figure out their attack and struggles like they had against DC on Consulate, I think they will win. But if they go into this matchup with a really slow attack and start, struggling against a team like Amedi who's really good on defense, I don't know if they can turn around. I'm with Fox here. I want OXG on a 3-3 half to have faith in them. And let's hope for them that they can get it done.
Operator bans now getting locked in. We saw our first bandit ban in the previous matchup today. Will we see in the remaining, well, 3 technically, this match and then the next 2, will we see any new operators make their ban debut? No. Tuberau has been banned twice. This will be the 3rd Tuberau ban. Fenrir has been banned 19 times. Now make that 20. Far and away leading the way when it comes to operator bans. Maverick was only banned a single time. Capitao only banned twice. So these are very low presence operators getting removed. Tuberau's 3rd ban, Capitao's 3rd ban, Maverick's 2nd ban of all of this region. That is surprising, I guess, to see their ban rate so low, but I mean, it has been quite high. Dokkaebi and Ying banned in almost every single match. Fenrir and Azami are definitely up there, as is Valkyrie. The removal of Capitao and Maverick will hinder the attackers, but how will it change the landscape of Clubhouse?
Yeah, so whenever a team will ban out the Maverick, like immediately they do, you pretty much always have to respond with a Tuberau ban because you just cannot get through the walls reliably on the attacking side. It becomes way too difficult. So with both of these operators being gone, you're kind of defaulting back to what Clubhouse used to be like a couple of years ago, where on defense, you're gonna play active wall deny with Bandit, Butte, and or Kaid, depending on the bomb set, of course, and the attackers will likely default onto a Thatcher. They'll play a primary heart breacher, and maybe on some bomb sites like Jacuzzi or CCTV, we might even see the return of Sophia. We will EMP the wall, Sophia stun the guy Bandit tricking, and then open it up. So it's funny how, depending on the operator bans and operators that are in play, we'll see different kind of iterations of this map. And it's why teams who've been around for a very long time, or teams who have players who've been around for a very long time, they have that slight advantage. For some of these players, you know, that are in NAL and in other legions as well, they have memories of the Sophia denying the bandit tricking, but they might not have been pro players themselves back when that was actually how you played the game. For this game though, there is a fair bit of experience on the sides of both defense and attack. Again, OXG, we want to look at their pacing, if they can be quick to the punch, if they can build those opening kills, then build forward from that. Because if they start losing their opening duel, they slow down, they stall out, and they don't tend to progress. Newers, the guy we're watching right now, is typically the man in action when it comes to those either early deaths or early kills.
Newers had one of his worst games of the stage just a couple days ago, and it was against DarkZero, made him look mortal. He and Gomez have been the absolute bright spots for the best team in the region. At least for now. The standings might change depending on what happens in this match. Gomez dies early, M80 finding the very first kill. That was Noodle, who himself had quite a rough game just the other day. It was very uncharacteristic of M80. They ended up beating Los, but it was a slugfest. This time, OXG will be without their Ram. That means the kitchen will be relatively safe for M80 as they sit on this bottom floor bomb site.
Also, note how passive Newers played after Gomez died. Newers wasn't actively holding the red staircase for the fallback. He wasn't pushing forward trying to get a trade onto his teammate. He started peeling backwards saying, okay, all right, we lost a player, we ain't losing me as well. So OXG, a little bit scared in this round. M80, they get open and pick. What do you see? Keep a barrier off Garage Door. Everybody runs back to side. They want to play this man advantage because they know OXG, they need the numbers to execute. Made it with a great strat, but Neurus finds one.
Noodle maybe over peaks, and now the next one up. And his line of sight is going to be Spoit, who's being harassed by those bees. Multiple marks now. The Castle of Cameraman not too far off, just inside of Church. We're still just going to follow Newers for now.
Okay.
Not sure what everybody else is doing. There go the bees. Cameraman dies. Newer still looking for more. Diaz eliminating Citizen. There's Spoit to get into the action. Maybe in a bad spot. 2v3. Now it's all up to Spoit as Dream is getting the diffuser down. Spoit will need to emerge from Church. Two highest rated players from OXG all stage long are gone, but you've got insurance. And you've got a good set of support players who can get the job done. First round goes to OXG after they get the diffuser down and then clean up all of the remaining kills, aka just Spoit.
I really like the early stage of that round for M80, where they get the opening pick, they fall back, they have a really good plan set up, but then they kind of throw it in the bin, and I don't know why. Noodle right here massively overextends, then Cameraman overextends. Like, they keep swinging Newers inside of blue, and why? You have so much map control. There's no verticality really in Kitchen. You can play on that back B bomb side. You can play Church Arsenal. You can play in blue, just tuck behind the engine. You have so many great spots, power positions, and they just kind of swing a single guy in gunfights, and they don't even do it together. It was individual 1v1s that happened at 3 separate occasions, and Nearest won out twice. If the plan is to fall back and play the man advantage, you gotta actually play the man advantage. Otherwise, Emily could have just stayed on the roam. At least then they're playing for map control and they're gonna stall out the attack. So, not the biggest fan of that, but you gotta give praise to OXG. I was saying how Newers was peeling backwards, not going aggressive. Once Gomez died, I was thinking, okay, Newers might have lost the confidence because of how that early round played out. No, he walks down blue a minute and 30 seconds later and quite generally just like gets 2 kills with confidence. And that's what OXG need, because against DarkZero, they were struggling to get in the building and their players just, they felt like they didn't even want to try anymore. So we gotta see them mentally stay in this. Now we get to see that good old, how do you deal with the bandit tricking on the attack inside? Well, that's your Thermite H. You can EMP the wall, Selma left, Thermite charge right. If you get the timing right, Bandit is a little bit slow. One of the Selmas, all the Thermite charge should pop. There it is. Now, if you pre-place the Bandit charge as you see the EMP come out, you can actually trick both of those chargers, but it's a very tricky timing to do as a Bandit without proper intel. And the best case scenario happened for OXG. He tricked the Selma charge. That means the extra Thermite charge from Thermite, it pops the wall open. That's the biggest breach. That's what you want on attack. So OXG, they troubleshoot problem number 1. Now, problem number 2 is to make catwalk control if they want to go for a garage attack. They have Monty and the Grim to work, to peel that area of the map off, which is excellent. Because the only real counter from M80 is Kino and Smoke, who's playing on the bomb side. Whoever that catwalk of this player is, which is likely Noodle and Asami, is not going to have a good time in this round.
There's one Kiba barrier in back pocket now as we hit the halfway mark of the round. Monty is just at the bottom of that catwalk position. Now we'll go an impact by Dream. Brett will go an impact and do some damage to Dream. Noodle still holding on to this spot. Dream now wanting to ascend up. Can he actually get by the Kiba barrier? I don't think he can.
You gotta crouch and extend and take some damage, or you gotta call over some self-destruction. So a Selma charge from Neurus can do the trick here. Oh, I guess you can shoot him these days, actually. That's a change.
That is a big change. He has 3 kills so far. They all came from the previous round. He and Gomez were big additions to OXG in the offseason. Both have had huge moments so far. He was regaining one of the top-rated spots in the region after a rough go of it just a couple days ago. He has Newers and Gomez all stacked up. Down goes Yaga. Rush in, greeted by Spoit. Kino's not far removed, but he can only find nothing. Down onto Gomez is what he will technically get. Dream has made his way up rafters now on that catwalk, close enough to the rotate to walk into the bomb site. There's Citizen on this lurk spot yet again. He doesn't seem to know where the Monty is. He's getting calls. Citizen has been a non-factor, but he might be able to make a splash. Taking down Diaz, and now panic will ensue in the ranks of OXG as it's just Dream remaining. A single point of HP, and Citizen has 2 impacts to do enough damage. M80 do not surrender that defense, and the teams will find themselves in a tie.
It seemed like OXG wanted to isolate Kino playing that smoke close by the breach on top red and just try and get that kill and get out because it was a quote-unquote freebie, right? Throw in a flashbang, double peek it, but Kino hit two shotgun shells while fully blinded. One injuring the person in the back and then doing a bunch of damage to that second player, and Spot picks up a kill off of that too. I feel like you could have just gone for a garage attack because you had the Munty, but OXG did both. They have 2 players attack garage, 3 players attack the breach, and they do get catwalk control. They actually clear out Noodle on the Asami, but at what cost? They lose so many bodies, and to make it even worse, it had 2 C4s. So a plan attempt, not really possible. Too much self-destruction from the defenders. And again, you have most attackers besides Munty actually outside the building. It's a nice little bit of a counterplay from both teams, saying, oh, we're gonna go kill the smoke. That's a good one. Okay, defenders, they have 3 people covering the smoke. It's that bait and switch kind of playstyle that both teams are buying into. And whoever wins out in gunplay and teamwork, they will come out on top as well. Both teams looking good. The first 2 rounds, we've seen some multiplay. We've seen that utility with the Heartbreach and the MPs. We've seen Bandit Trigger being attempted. Maybe though, they will go back downstairs, and I figured that they thought that first round was a fluke. It shouldn't have gone that way for OXG. They can go back downstairs, same exact lineup, but get a different result this time.
I don't think cameraman got droned there, Nick.
Right.
Playing by bar, I think the drone went right past him, and if that's the case, oh, he might be in a very strong spot. Cameraman yet to find the scoreboard. Kino and him, kindred spirits at the moment. There goes what appears to be the first boogie as it will tear through the floor. Gomez dying early on this bomb site before OXG was deprived of that soft destruction. That would make life for M80 quite miserable, yet M80 persevered.
Ooh.
Just as they did, picking off Newers in this round. A second attempt at this bomb site downstairs. M80 have found the first kill in both of those instances. They were not able to translate that to a round victory the first time. Will their odds improve? Well, Yaga equalizes. As M80 were slow to get back to the bomb site. OXG now have to find their way towards the bomb site without Newers.
I wouldn't even say they were slow at getting back to the side. Citizen, like, he was safe and then said, you know what, I'm gonna go back up the staircase because him and cameraman were moving together. The difference is cameraman went all the way down the staircase thinking, I value my life. Citizen was like, I can get one more drone, right? Surely. No, you can't. And the issue is they fully commit to falling back to the side, but because not every single player commits to it, they lose a member. So that early, opening advantage doesn't really get them that far. They lose, valuable utility. They lose, the gun in the round of Citizen, who was a great player previously. And they also give OXG the sign that it's clear. There's nobody here. Like the roam is gone for. We're either fallen back or we've died. So they sprint to the building now. Soft destruction. Get the Kaito with his X-Cairo. They missed. Gotta aim it differently. Keep trying. Keep searching. These is fishing right now. Because a soft destruction from the X-Cairo will destroy the Kite Claw if you put it on the right side of the hatch. He's now done it incorrectly twice because he doesn't know exactly where it is. There are no EMPs from Dream. This is valuable time being lost. And that kitchen hatch will not get opened up. It's a bit of a blunder here from OXG.
Those Bs were so critical in blue last time. Now you see Yaga prepping the last canister to go down as M80 find yet another kill. Dream being reduced to just a single point of HP, finished off by Noodle. Yaga will desperately swing onto Noodle, win the engagement, and get the secure for trouble. Now he bops up and down, but it's M80 to win. In the cut and thrust of the round, it just took OXG a little bit too much time.
And this is why Kitchen Edge is so important. You can see the defenders running around the bomb site in positions that normally should be dangerous. And yeah, it's tricky if you don't have the MPs. It's tricky if you're low on time. But ultimately, you gotta get that Kitchen Edge opened up if you want to put yourself up for the best case scenario. Defense successful on that basement attempt. And now M80, they got the question where to go next. But is it a difficult choice? It's between bar and gym bedroom. And we don't see a whole lot of bar recently. There was a time period around the Berlin Major, give or take, where we started seeing a fair bit of bar. Brazil, as a region, they like to play domestically quite a bit. But even there, it's also having a significant, down pick rate. People just don't seem to play it in this meta. And it's hard. In the current way of playing Siege, you gotta spread quite thin across the map as a defender. And when you play bombs that like bar defense on Clubhouse, there are so many things to worry about. You gotta worry about having good side control, deny the breaches, play verticality, have good guns. It's just a little bit too thin, perhaps. Whereas, CCTV, basement, and gym master bedroom, that's your 3 staple. And if you want to get crazy with it, you can go bar. Yeah, sure. It's more of a pocket strat. Once in a game, once in a while. Once you see fit, maybe you know that your opponent kind of sucks at attacking that specific side, if they've attacked it before, then you might go there.
It's actually the first time this bomb site has been played in North America. The most played map. Clubhouse and Oregon both tied at 7, far away from Bank. But Clubhouse has not looked like the other maps. Admittedly, Bank, third most played map, has not seen a Teller's Archives get played. Oregon has only seen 1 Kitchen and Dining get played so far as well.
Really?
So North America is really liking this same 3-site rotation. Go farther down, go to Chalet. 4th most played map, technically tied with Bank. Office and Master Bedroom have only been played twice. So teams, again, very heavily favoring these 3 sites. Go farther, go to Cafe. There's been no defense of that upstairs bomb site of Cocktail at all in North America.
What?
Yeah.
We gotta start innovating, boys. Come on.
These teams have just been clinging to the same 3-site rotation. We have no data to look at this main floor bomb site, but action will begin. The most banned operator in North America. On attack, Ying send out the Candelas, but Gomez dies early. A very poor start in this matchup for Gomez, now sitting at 0-4, Nick.
Yeah, very poor start, and all the start for Sports, so good at getting those opening duels. And you see, mate, again, you see the outlines, they are sprinting back to site. Same story, every single bomb site. Get opening pick, that's their win condition, fall back. On basement, they kill the ram, self-destruction, that's vital. Here, they kill the Ying, that's the execute operator for the bomb site push later on, also very vital. The only cherry on top would have been if they bandit trick the wall. They don't, it's not worth the risk, but then look at that Sports there! He finds another kill. It's almost like Sport just knows exactly where he would be playing at, and he posts up, he holds the angle, he waits, and he gets what looks like a freebie time and time again.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh, Sport's got them all so far. How many more can he collect? Yaga suffering some damage. He and Newer's working together in Logi for the last opportunity for OXG to win this round. There's Spoit with a 4. And Impact as well. And in beautiful fashion, the Deagle is there to give him the ace. Spoit, all 5 kills. M80 don't lose a single player. A flawless round with an ace to boot. It's effectively perfect. M80 can be happy about that one, and it will be a round soon to forget for OXG.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact order of all the games that's been going on so far, but Spoit got an ace in like the 1 or 2 games ago as well. And it's the same thing. It's the Deagle as that final kill. It's the classic Spoit. I said it last time. Whenever he goes for these plays, it's always a Deagle in the final kill. Whether it's a 3K, a 4K, or an ace, it's the same story every single time. And Spoit makes it look so easy in that round. I mean, it's not even really like gunfights that are happening. It's just a Spoit fight. No one's really either shooting back, or at the very least, it doesn't look like they stand much of a chance when they are shooting back. It is, I don't want to say a one-man performance right now, because immediately they are playing around it very well as a team. They are strengthening those player positions. They're giving Spoit the freedom to go for those engagements. And whenever they get the opening pick to start things off, they together as a team play the same strat of falling back and playing keep away near the bomb side. And then they lash out again, Spoit, as we saw. Now we saw Spoit in the corner on the Kaid hiding that operator pick. They're hiding it in hopes of the opponent maybe not picking the Thatcher, or at the very least not being ready for the Kaid to be in play. Those 2 Kaid claws will go on the catwalk rafters to deny that portion of the map. Then they have cameraman on the bandit to first trick the walls. Then they have a mirror window pre-placed as well on the exterior breach to then open it and impact trick with Noodle on the Asami. So this is what we call a breach deny strat, where the whole goal is to try and force out as many EMPs and as much hard destruction as humanly possible, And I don't know what that single Selma charge was about from Newers. I guess they didn't know there was a bandit either and gambled the fact that there was no denying on the wall. Here goes the MP. Double Selma. Maybe one will get tricked, but that wall will get opened up at least a little bit by those Selma charges.
Citizen down below will suffer at the hands of Yaga. Still alive, but worse for it. If you recall, the previous execute onto this bomb site by OXG was stopped for a variety of reasons, but one of them was Citizen's late flank through garage up rafters.
Yeah.
If you've been able to tear this much out of his life, then he's not going to be as effective. I mean, obviously, he's playing on Mira, Nick, so he's not going to be doing the same thing as he did previously on Solus. M80 has been swapping up their D-strats so far. Gomez gets his first kill, and then immediately gives quite a sassy shrug.
So it seems like OXG will simplify this round. Last time they tried to do everything all at once. It does appear from the play position that they want to just go for a catwalk take against Noodle. Last time it worked, they killed Noodle on the catwalk rafters. They walked up catwalk control, but nobody was behind them launching support afterwards. Citizen, he climbed the ladder last time. Now he's playing downstairs, looking for a kill on the staircase, supporting Noodle in that front 4 position, but there's 4 players from OXG to take him down.
I was wrong about Citizen. Look where he is. He sits in oil pit.
Might try again late round.
He knows exactly where at least 2 players from OXG are. He can hear the footprints, or you can hear the footsteps. You can't see the footprints, but is instead going to give this information. And look at that. Diaz and Dream have gotten so close, but there's no rotate in the wall, just a line of sight. There goes one of the hard panels. Dream should be able to walk in. Citizen's still waiting for this call. But Citizen will eventually have to go in a hurry to join the rest of M80. You are running out of time. Cameraman chased off his position, and here comes Citizen to the rescue. That's the question. He takes out Diaz. Call will go off again. A nitro cell in hand for Citizen to toss out. Dream getting Diffuser down successfully. The 2 kills from Citizen are in vain. OXG picks up their 2nd round victory.
You have to wonder whether Citizen got spotted by a drone or something because he was really eager to get that initial pick, because there is a world in which he just walks up that catwalk rafters and just denies the plant near 0 seconds, runs away, and they win on time. But that's an impossible decision to talk about in hindsight. It's not fair at all, because we can sit and go, oh yeah, just wait, kill the plants or run away, right? Easy. Citizen, of course, saw the pressure on the bomb site was getting way too much, and the timing, it looked like Citizen was a little bit late, but frankly, I think he did it at a perfect moment. If he goes any earlier, odds are OXG will be ready for it, or he can't get close enough to get that first kill. But OXG, likewise, did a really good play. They didn't just plan default against the Toxic Babes or a possible C4. They went deep in towards the bomb side and took bomb site control, got the kills on side, and then they didn't have any chance of getting C4'd randomly from below lounge. So I think that's more well played by OXG than mistimed by M80. Facing bomb side the final round in the first half. We saw M80 go 50-50 so far, losing the first time by throwing bodies into the blender of blue against Newers. And that second time, well, OXG struggled to get open the kitchen hatch and allowed M80 to like thrive on the bomb side, positions that normally you can't really play in if that hatch were to be opened up. Operators, nothing really too crazy on either side. It's been a very consistent set of operators. M80, they wanted utility on the basement, of course. Jammers, the Mirrors, the Wamai, the Sami, the Warden. Nothing out of the ordinary. And for OXG, it's just a matter on whether they're going to bring the Ying or not. So far, the Ying has been kind of meh, because Gomez has died last time he played the operator very early on, and we didn't see those Candelas in effect whatsoever. It's really been the Grim on York that's been the bigger story for this basement attack that single-handedly gave Newers the intel to get those kills the first time around. So they got power operators to choose between, but the bigger focus point for me, get those hatches opened up if you're Oxygen. This time, there's no Kai to deny you.
OXG have for so long relied on, at least in this stage, their top players. That hasn't been the story so far for them, as they've been in a constant back and forth with M80. M80 obviously coming out ahead at the moment. The 3-3 half is doable.
Yeah.
If you can have
Absolutely.
Gomez wake up, if you can have Newers start to dominate these games the way that he did earlier in the stage, then, well, it will rely an awful lot on M80 superstars themselves to come alive. And it's been Spoit understanding the mission since the very beginning. 10 kills through 5 rounds. All 5 kills in round number 4. The rest of the team combining for 8 kills. So, kill Spoit, win round. I see that might be the play here for Oxygen.
I like that. It's a very simple strat. You know, Newers go kill Spoit. Okay, win the round. Easy peasy. Very efficient use of time though from OXG. Getting mirror windows, soft destruction, get up all those hatches. But again, M80 didn't have a roaming presence. They're not playing kite this time. They're starting in that 5v5 turtle position. And they only have one real way to deny a plant attempt here. That's a single C4 from Citizen. So if they get the Candelas out, the Bees out, and get to a stable plant position, they can likely just go for a simple plant. They don't gotta go too crazy here.
Candelas will go down, and Dream has found an opportunity. M80 answers back. Dream dies to Spoit. Now it's Noodle to be dropped. Newers amidst the chaos might find a way into Moto. He does, but Church is gonna have to hit the Kiba barrier. Gets swung by Spoit, and Newers punishes him for that. Now it's Yaga over towards Blue. M80 constantly caught looking in the wrong direction. It's all up to cameraman to clutch out. He stops Gomez from getting the diffuser down. 5 seconds left, and it's Newers to be the hero. The first half, 3-3.
It's so chaotic. So I actually like the execute there from OXG. Besides the fact the plant didn't go down the first time around, it was pretty much the Bees all over Blue, Candelas all over side, and I think it's Spoit to get a wall bang to take down the planter essentially. They didn't use all their Candelas, they didn't use their smoke grenades either necessarily, and it was a bit messy. But then OXG, okay, plan A failed, what can we do now? Well, it's killing time. Drop those hatches, walk into those doors, and get active on the bomb side. Because they injured Noodle on the Warden inside of Blue earlier, he was proning away, and they were trying to revive him essentially in the round, meaning that 2 guns weren't ready for a fight. So OXG, despite losing that opening pick in the beginning, well, because 2 players were doing something else on defense, they actually still had that equal or advantageous position. Fox said it on the desk before the game started. I agreed with him right when the first round began. We both wanted to see OXG go 3-3 on the attack for it to look good. They get the 3-3. And the reason why this is not like a 2-4 side favoring defense is very much because Clubhouse comes down to execution and understanding the strategical elements of Rainbow Six Siege. If you are a good attacking team, you can pick apart every single setup, every single bomb site, and you can quite literally win off of execution and utilizing your operators correctly. And you might go, oh, that's every bomb site. It really isn't. That's not every single map. That is like the special aspect of Clubhouse and why it is that good attacker teams can look so perfect. So now we gotta see on the side swap, M80. They're a great team on defense. They're great at getting the opening kill, and they're excellent at converting it into a round victory. But now they gotta do it on the attack. We speak about the power operators. We saw OXG, they're playing Grim Ying. We see M80 play those same operators. Because the capital was banned out by Oxygen themselves, you cannot bring those capital fire arrows that normally is your way forward. Instead it's Ying, instead it's Grim. Of course you got Spoit in the entry on Finger. A very scary operator in the hands of Spoit.
To that point, is there a single operator in the hands of Spoit that
isn't scary?
Isn't scary.
I thought the same thing. I was like, that's just a Spoit thing, you know? But I think a lot of people like myself, we have like that slight trauma from Finger LMG meta for a while. And while Finger doesn't have the LMG right now by Spoit, you hear those adrenal surges on defense. You know the attackers are boosted up, they're overhealed. If you injure someone, they'll get immediately revived, you know, globally across the map. It just has that fear factor, I think, if you were a player doing that active Finger meta. At least that's how I feel.
I mean, we can kill just about anything or anybody you put in front of him, and especially if Yaga offers his life up on a silver platter like that. Blue is open. What are you attempting? That's the real question. Were they not aware of M80 sitting perched on top of Blue? It's a bit of a brazen play, by the way. Could be a nitro cell. A blow up Noodle. There's 2 on the boards, but fearless in this spot, and they must have gotten a read from a drone that Nothing lies in wait of him.
Oh, well. You said there it is, instant revive across the map. There we see instantaneously. Noodle popped the wall with the shotgun upstairs, setting up that pillar plant position with the diffuser, where you go bottom main, sprint into site, and then try and plant.
M80 unhappy about how close this first half has been. They will now exact their revenge on OXG. Candela's to go off. Kino now left without any utility whatsoever. Spoiled another kill. M80 looking for a flawless round and a single bullet. That's it. Did you see that? Just one. All right.
Beautiful.
It's all smiles for M80 as they prevail in their first attack.
Speaking of executes being clean, if you're like a good attacking team, there was so much intel on the side of M80. Kino dropped the hatch into a mirror window, into a double rotate into church, and didn't even worry about any potential threats because they knew with drone intel and the Grimpies, it's clear. He walked all the way through the entire bomb site, knowing exactly where every single defender were, and could just one-tap the guy playing AKs who was absolutely blinded by those Candelas. The intel gave from M80, excellent. Opening kill, excellent. And so far, they appear to be the team that is setting the pace and taking control of most of these rounds.
I mean, these teams have been very scrappy so far. It's, you know, there's been a couple flawless rounds, obviously, for M80. It's their second flawless round so far in this matchup. But outside of that, it has been a dogfight between these teams, which is what you expect when you look at the level of competition in NA. More importantly, the caliber of these teams. They both sit first and second. This is a fight for first place, effectively. If one of these teams gets all 3 points, first place is theirs. That's it. That's how it works. Doesn't matter which one it is. They, you know, M80 obviously trail OXG. OXG has held on to first place in this region for so long, but M80 has shown that they can easily keep pace. And if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best. And that's M80's mantra coming into this matchup. But it has been quite scrappy. And these teams are familiarized with each other, right? M80 borrowed Yaga for a period of time. This is a whole different look to M80, so it's not like he will have the keys to the castle, so to speak. He's likely familiar with Kino's style of play. Yaga and Kino have been friends for a long time. They've gamed together before. It was Gomez and Diaz, who are also former members of M80, who've now jumped over to OXG. I do wonder if it's in a way personal for these players. But whether you can set aside that personal focus or not, the thing you want is you want to finish top of the league. That's it. And both teams are in a position to do that, and they're both playing like it as well.
They are here to play, that is certain. It's been, I don't know. When I see a little bit more spice from OXG, they've been playing a very kind of like standard, stable, and I want to say like predictable clubhouse thus far. They had 2 multi rounds. It was okay. Didn't really, it worked one time, didn't work the other one. But here in defense, I want to see them get a little bit more proactive, if you will. We saw M80 roaming, extending, etc., doing a good job at denying entry pathways. OXG to start basement, that is often gonna go, okay, you're not gonna go too crazy in the room, of course. But when they go to CC, when they go Gym Master Bedroom, I would like to see OXG do more of what M80 were doing, where you extend the crush, you know, you're happy to go for a flank somewhere, seek out those like opening duels, fighting your opponent. Because if the attackers get to the side in that 5 versus 5 or 4 versus 4, you have really good utility operators to deal with the side. And that's what we see, for example, with the Grim and the Ying, where you can't really fight back unless you're a Warden, but that's 1 out of 4 or 5 defenders. That's not going to cover the entire bomb site, but just a small portion of it. So I think it's important to strike out first before attackers get comfortable with that setup to execute.
I have to assume that this tech pause right now is due to a player issue. We have all the players rejoining the lobby at the moment, just waiting on 1 to 2 more to get in before we can get back underway. This is the level of competition I expected between these two. I honestly thought this would be the kind of match that DZ and Wildcard would engage in. Obviously, for those that watched the first match, you know what the result was. For those that haven't, let's just say that it wasn't a particularly close game. Experience at the end of the day won out. You look at the matchups that we have for the rest of the day. And it's entirely possible that they go the full distance as well. 4-3 scoreline for M80 leads me to believe that OXG is going to pick up at least, at very minimum, 2 rounds now that they are on defense, which means that it doesn't matter how many M80 wins, we're in for a relatively long matchup, which is good. Beastcoast and Los are up next. Soniqs and LG are up next. With the way that Soniqs have played over the last couple play days, though, that LG Soniqs match could potentially be one-sided. But it also really depends on what LG is going to be playing for. For Soniqs, there's nothing on the line at this point, right?
Yeah.
Soniqs are 3 points ahead of Los. So in that sense, even if Los wins, they have the tiebreaker over you. Soniqs have the tiebreaker, 7-5. So even if Los gets all 3 points, in theory, Soniqs aren't going to move. It's impossible for Soniqs to catch Wildcard gaming. Wildcard's 4 points ahead of Soniqs, 3 points for a win. So Soniqs' position's not going to change. So what is SQ playing for? Well, they're playing for those game day reps. There was a lot of criticism targeted towards Soniqs with the roster moves that happened during the offseason. I mean, it's idle speculation, and I can't speak to the team. I have faith in all of these organizations competing in the NA League to make the right decisions for their team and for their roster. Maybe Soniqs wanted to make these changes. Maybe they didn't want to make them, and they responded as best as they can. The one thing that is certain is that the more game day reps you get, the better shape you will be in. I doubt Soniqs are going to take the day off, especially since they're a team that has something to prove. The Soniqs play like they almost have a chip on their shoulder, and it oftentimes leads to good siege. It's been a rough stage for them, though. SSG has the day off. As for Beastcoast versus Los, it'll be Los trying to prove that they are not the worst team in the North American League. Beastcoast will be licking their chops because they could conceivably leapfrog up into the top 2, depending on what the results are here.
So a bit of counterplay there from M80 where they're hovering the Muncie for a long while, but then they saw the smoke, the Tashanga, and the Legion on Catwalk Rafters to deny the potential Muncie plays. So OXG are forcing M80 for a connector master bedroom attack, and they know this because no team is crazy enough to try and attempt to go Muncie Catwalk against those 3 operators that heavily counter the operator. So I think for this round, we need to see OXG have a solid plan to deal with this. And we see Newers inside master bedroom / bathroom. We saw York and Connector holding office hatch drop. OXG, they're playing both sides right now. And M80, they're struggling to problem solve. I say struggling because they're just taking their time. They're all on the roof, waiting for the right positions. You gotta, cameraman, get the intel, make the call, 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then go.
Will drop, and all those bullets do not help him take down Yaga. Spoit drops as well, but is retrieved immediately. Not by a person, but by an adrenal surge. Cameraman, the first kill for M80. Yaga has had a very good game so far. You do not necessarily want to lose him, but here's another player who's been lights out. Newer punishing Cameraman, who, well, runs into Newer's line of sight inside a bathroom. M80 now trailing. Another adrenal surge, but not a lot of time left, and they're going to be in a very vulnerable position. We have to vault through those windows. OXG are going to be prepped to greet them because Newers is still roaming over towards construction. Situated inside a bedroom. Down goes Citizen. Down goes Spoit. Down goes Noodle. That's a lockout from OXG. M80 were in such a bad spot. They had to take constant, unfavorable gunfights. This is as close as it's going to get. 4 rounds for both these teams.
That round checked all my boxes that I want to see out of OXG. When they play CCTV Gym, I want to see them play across the map, extend, and play proactively. They did exactly that. But they added that spice that I was talking about earlier that I said, oh, I'm missing a bit of spice here, guys. They played Tashanga, Legion, Smoke on CCTV for the sole reason of denying the Muncie Garage, basically. And M80, they were going to play it. And they genuinely changed their entire attacking approach and used an operator lineup, likely because of it. And then, as a defender, they're gonna go Master Bedroom Gym, and they hold it. Newers never let go of that portion of the map, and he got 2 kills in the round. Yark got the opening of the office hatch drop, and I feel like maybe they hadn't really faced that scenario before. At least, it didn't look like they had the best read on it. They kind of belly flop dropped the office hatch, hoping to win a gunfight that's 50-50. When they had smokes, they had flashbangs, they had Yin Candelas. I feel like maybe had more options and just kind of went for the simple, let's just be the better players and win those gunfight engagements. Well, guess what? They didn't that time around. And because that it's tied up, or she cannot play that other bomb, so we can do the same thing, extend out around the map. One mirror window goes for that jacuzzi breach inside the bathroom, and the second mirror window will be rotated around for Gomez, likely waiting to see what the push is gonna be. Right now it's gonna be in pocket. They have impact grenades, they have C4s, they got that extension, they got my discs. Once again, they need to problem solve 2 different setups, both the roam and the side. If you mess up on one of them, that could be the round over.
Well, that Selma works, and he will now try to pop open the other wall inside of the actual site. As all this hard breach from M80 does not find much contest. Opening up jacuzzi wall. The pathways in are clear. Bomb site is not cache CCTV, though an extension out to this part of the map is relatively common. He will have to essentially be flank watch on his own. On rafters. Good pace so far by M80 to open all this up within the first minute of the round.
Oh yeah, this is a much better pace, and now they will actually have like more time to deal with the issues and get that intel. They see, okay, shield top red, 2 players roaming, these are the operators, and now it looks like they're gonna challenge it. No more, guys, they're holding it, let's rotate around, it's like, go somewhere else. No, they know where they're playing at, they're gonna pick it apart, but again, M80, they've seen this setup before. This is more common, so they can just walk in, do self-destruction, take the gunfights, and this time actually win out.
Diaz completely blinded, as you see, not just on his screen, but also a webcam down below. 8 kills to his name. Tied with Newers. Cameraman, though, leveling up at this point, and it's Diaz shot away at. His feet showing just beneath that Kiba barrier. M80's got 2 flawless rounds so far. They're 2 kills away from pulling it off yet again. They have the last 2 anchors to deal with. Gomez inside the site. Just a few steps off now, looking towards construction. Eliminates Spoit, so no flawless round, and that's a big casualty too. Now it's all up to Gomez. Isolated in his position, Goo Mines will get hit. He knows where they're coming from. He has to find the kills. Flashed out as the nitro cell goes off. Completely blind, circling around the back of bathroom, but the mirror window, his own device, will work against him. Fuser's gone down, but it doesn't matter because all it was a single kill eluding M80. They find it, they get the round, and again, back and forth we go.
Back and forth is certainly how it looks like this is gonna go, because especially now that base bombs that opens up again for XG, that could set us that 5-5 scoreline. And M80, whenever they see a setup on attack, like from the attack side that they've seen before, they have again the immediate solutions to problems. Drone in, ass breach the shield, walk in, get the kill, breach open the wall, lock down Gomez on the run back, and guarantee that they get 2 kills there. And worst case scenario there on the attack inside from M80, they will trade, because they will either clear out that roam game or they will all die trying. And usually in that position, it's not the strongest thing to hold as a defender. You will get 1 or 2 kills in the attack. So again, M80, they play that early advantage. They cut the map in half and they just take it 1 piece at a time. And Spartan, the injury so far, very lethal, both on defense and the attack. If OXG can shut him down, I think they have a great shot at these rounds, but it's easier said than done. That CC defense wasn't the gun skill that won the round from Oxygen. It was that strategical setup on CCTV with the right operators, making it hard for Spoit to take good gunfights. That's how they found their way. Now they're gonna go to basement after a tactical timeout, and again, they gotta make it difficult. Otherwise, immediately they will take over. So I like the castle here. Like, the castle kind of signifies that something out of the ordinary of playing 5 guys on the side turtling is gonna be showcased in this round. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that I believe we actually need. So, good read, good tactical timeout, but now it comes down to execution.
For a second there, my eyes looked up after taking some notes and thought, are we back on bar stage? But no.
No.
Wake me up from this nightmare. follow along with Dream, the way that a castle is applied on this bottom floor bomb site can be very different, and it really does come down to how teams want to go about doing this. Right now, the investment from Oxygen is to put all of those barricades, or as many as you can possibly fit, on the first floor. The double door for main door has been closed off. The double door leading from that pool table component of the first floor over towards main bar, also castled off. Stairs window castled off. Citizen was on a roam on the other side of all those barricades, and well, he goes in, takes some damage, immediately gets out. He's opened up a drop as well into blue. Pretty good value. And it's good of Citizen to do that. Should he perish, you don't want to die without making more of an impact on this site.
Looking at the demos right now, I'm curious how that's going to be activated. It's likely for like the roam here and try to isolate some players, but that's not really the goal right now from MIDI. I mean, they're holding the runbacks, but they're not really moving into the building as of yet. I think they're hoping for movement from OXG, an overstep, miscalculation, and Yogg is looking, and he wins out. What a great shot. It denies Sport, takes down the demos. Now the roam will be near impossible to clear out unless they maybe just storm the building and get crazy kills. They might opt for a side rush, but then they're struggling against those Goyo canisters that's going to pop the fire and stall for 20 seconds.
You've seen teams wait and use that Deimos gadget in the final moments of a round, or when there's 1 or 2 players left to gain you so much valuable information. It's been fascinating watching the newest operator get used by different teams in different ways. Excuse me?
All right. Can we talk about one-shot headshots real quick? Can we just debate it in class right now? Should they one-tap through walls? I don't know.
Okay, don't do this. Don't rile up the people watching. You and I actually agree on one-shot headshot, but it's not up to us. We're not devs.
It's true.
Yaga dies. Cameraman's in a strong spot inside of blue, but there's nobody watching to help him. Noodle dies now as well. M80's advantage is gone.
Oh.
Dies as one of those Candelas goes off, and now it's Citizen to do some serious work. He's got Gomez and Diaz, the 2 newest members. The M80 transplants who came over to OXG will now work against the Soniqs transplant who's joined M80. Citizen's only got 20 seconds left to go.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
He's gonna shoot the Koyo canister. Gets popped up on by the shotgun. He's done. 10 rounds, 5 rounds for each team. My favorite round up next. The winner goes to match point.
Don't we all love that one? It comes down to spice. I love it. OXG, they play a default basement. It does not work out. They play a spicy basement, or a little bit exotic at least. It works out. They play CC in a very different manner. They win out on defense. They play a normal gym. They lose. I really feel like this comes down to M80, being a new team within this season. Cameraman are yelling in English, taking a bit of time to warm up and get familiar with the team. And it's very difficult to lead as a captain for any roster if you don't have your default setups. When you see a CCTV defense and nothing's out of the ordinary, we all know what we can do in the round. We know our options, we know our possibilities, we know how we can attack or repick. But again, when you see this lineup, where it's like, okay, let's take Muncie Gatwalk. It's a Shanka, this kind of sucks, there's a smoke, kind of sucks as well. But the difference is now, they have seen this before, because OXG did the same thing last time. There is only one change-up. Gomez, instead of playing Legion, is now Asami, likely to take Newers' spot inside a master bedroom connector. And then Newers himself is getting active on Solus downstairs. And he has those impact grenades. He can go for a run out, he can go for a flank. And if anybody's joining in a bad position from M80, he can likely get an easy pick because of that Solus intel, which is an operator that we haven't seen all that much of in this particular matchup from either team. So it could be a small surprise factor if he has gone undone in that prep phase.
Citizen was the player on M80 that we saw tackling Deimos just a couple games ago, and I'll go back on it. Citizen's style of Siege is a fascinating thing to watch. It reminds me a lot of when Laxing used to play, which is you are oftentimes on your own. Refer to it as either a flank role, it can be a lurk role, because flanking and lurking are very different. Lurking wasn't even really a word that was used in Rainbow Six for a long time. It was always referred to as a flanker or a roamer. So now you talk about lurking, there's anybody who jumps to mind, it's really Citizen. He plays in positions on the map that are often not necessarily that important to hold, but as long as he can avoid being droned, he's in excellent place to exploit a late round push. And with the way we've been seeing the meta unfold, late round pushes are pretty much all that happens these days, unless you see a very quick rush strat. He withheld using those death marks for quite a while in the previous times he's played Deimos. This time around, make no mistake about it, and use it relatively early. Yaga dies, that's the first casualty. CCTV breach has been opened up. Spoit now sitting inside of CCTVs. That's where Yaga had died. That's the bomb site, by the way.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of the bomb site. Noodle just needs to walk in with the diffuser, and well, it could be a quick and free plant for M80, but Spoit doesn't know where the assault is going to appear from, and he picks the wrong direction. Nick, M80 in control of the site for so long.
That's so awkward. Lures on the fire? Oh no.
Not ideal for M80. Not one bit. Newer still downstairs, still evading whatever M80 wants to send in his direction. OXG looking to do something they have not done much of in the last couple games, which is lead a match. They're a single kill away from pulling it off. They heard what we had to say about this team. We heard about them. Oh, they've been the best team in NA for so long. Are they about to lose their grip on it? Not likely. They win the round and they go to match point over M80.
That's gotta be the most chaotic round we've seen so far here in Clubhouse. I mean,
oh, it was a mess.
It's a complete disaster. Like, they're in the bomb site, Spoit's fighting 4 different angles, no one really knows what's happening. They can't clear Catwalk, they can't clear top, they can't do the bomb site. He gets impact grenaded, he swings, there's a guy, chaos in the server. Newer's flying Scarage, no one is there from the attackers, then he dies. It's just, I don't know. I feel like neither side really had a exact idea of what was actually going on, and they all just lived in the chaos and a hope that they would come out on the better end. And I mean, it's no surprise that a tactical time will be called here from M80 because it is all or nothing right now. They gotta win this upcoming round, take us to overtime, or they will lose out in regulation. I want more of that.
I mean, I'm enjoying what we're watching so far. I would like overtime as well. As Jacob pointed out on the desk, overtime brings different implications to the race to the top. Let me do some basic math here. If M80 wins in overtime, they will finish with 16 points. OXG would lose in overtime, therefore, but still pick up 1 point, and they would finish with 16 points. If Beastcoast is able to win their matchup against Los and get all 3 points in regulation, they would also finish with 16 points. We would have 3 teams sitting with 16 points, which as far as I'm aware, and of course I'm no admin here, and we would need the admins to do the work. I'm sure the desk probably has this mapped out. There is no direct tiebreaker. It goes into a mini tourney where it gets a little bit more confusing. A 3-way tie for first place in the NA League. I'm manifesting it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, M80 and OXG fans, but Beastcoast fans, rejoice. I have faith. Beastcoast, by the way, has the best round differential of any team in the North American League. What? They are actually tied with OXG for the fewest rounds dropped.
That's crazy.
Beastcoast sitting at a plus 10 round differential, having lost 32 rounds. OXG has lost 32 rounds, but OXG's been far more efficient with their victories. As Beastcoast has 4 victories, OXG has 5 victories, and OXG got that done with 39 rounds. So, very lopsided matchups for OXG. Beastcoast has had to grind, but they've still come out ahead and have the better round differential of all of the teams. Beastcoast has been quite the story, and we'll talk about them in the next matchup. But until we get there, 2 minutes. That's all it could take. OXG stumbling. They could hold on to first overall in the NA League if they prevail in this round, or they lose here but still prevail in overtime.
A little bit surprised that Kino doesn't just repel to avoid community and instead makes Cameraman work for it by throwing down those EMPs. On left for the bomb site execute. So Cameraman is now a free gun. He can become the entry if he needs to. Same with here now with his second wall pop. This basically means that every single player besides Citizen on the Ying can just run in and trade their buddies either for a kill or for bomb site control. And you also got Noodle on the armor roll, mind you, so they can go very quick when they have to, but they want to get this opening kill first onto the Solids to ensure that they get that manpower advantage. Oh, he's out of there. Oh, he's so out of there. A good read from Yogg. Losing Solids early would be really, really bad. You don't have that downstairs play. You can't see where the plant is going down. And knowing that chaos happens from the Ying, you want to have the Solids and the Warden alive to like figure out what actually is going on.
Boy, we'll begin to creep up red stairs now as we have the final minute of the round. And Yaga dies to cameraman. It was Yaga who was roaming earlier. Down goes Gomez. They'll trade back and forth. M80 coming out ahead. Noodle, the wild card, as he sprints in with shotgun in hand. Diaz manages to get out of there, but M80 says, you're not going away that easy. Overtime on the books, and this is where the standings get very interesting. Both teams now guaranteed 1 point at minimum. All 3 points for a victory, gone.
I love this. I mean, it just gets more and more chaotic. I mean, okay, CC was the most chaotic, but ever since we got into like the late stages nearing a victory or a loss, it's just been getting crazier and crazier. But that was a very clean execute from M80. And again, I think it comes down to the fact that they were able to get everyone's job done that round before they execute. Nobody was like, oh, you know, I can't risk dying. I haven't done my job. I haven't broken that wall. I haven't, you know, drone this area. No. Everybody became just a gun for hire. And they just all went for those kills. Nobody had any fear. And the armor of Noodle just flying in the window only gets 1 shotgun kill, sure enough, but because you're in so quickly, you know bathroom is clear, you know master bedroom is clear, that one of those last 2 defenders have to be inside of gym is the only like undetected area of the bomb site, unless you drop downstairs. So they get so much crucial intel, even if Noodle only gets a singular kill, because that he moves so much across the map. Now, things will stay the same for overtime. M80, they will be on attack, and OHT will be on defense. This is arguably a good thing for both teams, given that they're 3 and 3.5. But I do think that the more you start attacking, you get a slight advantage on maps that are not heavily defender-sided. Because the thing is, the more times M80 get to attack, the more they know what to expect. They've seen the setups before, unless OHT make a drastic change in their orbital lineup or how they play a particular bomb site. So, with an experienced IGL like Cameraman, the more info you have to work with, the better these decks will go.
OXG will ride on defense at least once, potentially twice, if we need the 3rd and final round of overtime. The way these teams have played, 3-3 halves should be no surprise. There's no greater side, no attacker buff, no defender buff. It's just a balanced siege, frankly. And it's been, I mean, it's been chaotic and it's been scrappy, it's been messy, it's been all those words that we've used before, Nick, but it's still been enjoyable. And sometimes it doesn't need to be beautiful to be something enjoyed. I thrive in the chaos.
I was going to say, I thrive in the chaos. Yeah, I like chaos.
I can thrive in the chaos.
I want more of it. I mean, I want to get crazier and crazier, just like ramping up round by round, especially in overtime, because some teams, they'll go quiet into the night in overtime because they're scared of losing. We see Medic, you know, they're playing Blitz. They're not going to go quietly into OT. They're going to say, okay, we want to do a kitchen attack. Open kitchen hatch, do vertical destruction, maybe get motor hatch, go third with the Blitz, and go bang. Big fighting. The big thing right now is it's Stream on the Maestro playing inside a dirt tunnel. Not the greatest operator against the Blitz, and he should be stuck because that kitchen hatch has been opened up. You got the line of sight towards third door. So this is a matter of Kino getting in, fighting Maestro, and taking him down, rendering those evil eyes useless besides his raw intel. Oh, he actually just ran out. Okay, that's... No one was holding the angle from kitchen hatch. That's unfortunate. Bit of an oversight there. That should have been a kill onto the Maestro, but now they don't get that, and they give out the fact that they have a Blitz in play as well. So now OHG have a better read on what the take might be.
See, you know, leaning in real life, just try to around the shield to try to get as much of a viewing angle as humanly possible. Citizen Citizen looked like he was in trouble. Kino dies to Dream, mowed down, but there's Spoit breaching in, taking no prisoners.
Not again.
How does he get it done? What does Spoit have to do to find all these openings? Goodness gracious. Absolutely heroic efforts in a number of rounds now, and M80 will take the lead in overtime.
There are not many better feelings for a player, especially in entry, than getting like a lot of kills in quick succession. You're just heating up. And you can see it. Spoit, he doesn't slow down after he gets the first 2 kills because he's really feeling it, right? And when you're winning so many gunfights, you feel like no one can stop you. Look at the kill count: 15, 16, 17. With the pistol whip, 18 kills. He got an ace earlier in like round number 4. He got a 4K. Like, I think Spoit was the sole factor for why they won. I mean, sure, they could have won without him, but he makes it so much easier. And you have to look at the scoreline, 7-6. Look at the kills, 18 on Spoit. The second person, 8 on Cameraman. Spoit is getting all the opening kills on attack and defense, and it's making him 85, 5 versus 4, more often than not, and have that great chance of just breaking apart the bomb sites without relying on utility. M80 made a mistake last round. They should have held Dream stuck inside a dirt tunnel because there was no Asami being played. There was no way Dream should be allowed to run back to a strong position when he was in dirt against the Blitz. But they make that mistake. But then again, they got Spoit. It doesn't matter. Hello, Gomez. Goodbye, Gomez.
That just looked like a ceiling. I mean, I don't...
Yeah, it was. So his camera keeps tilting, and then he keeps adjusting it, and then it tilts again. I don't know. It's not cooperating whatsoever. It's hard, you know. And you got the... If you're not a streamer, even if you are a streamer, right? You know, we're all lazy people sometimes. It's hard to deal with cameras when you're, quote-unquote, working from home. It's not like you're in a studio, like at a LAN, where like it's set up for you and all you gotta do is show up. No, you gotta put in effort. Look at Lucas Newer's cam. It's just a monitor, a black t-shirt, and a chin. You know, but at least we can see him. That's good. It's better than Gomez, at least. Come on, guys. Branding, right? We gotta see your face. We gotta know who you are.
I keep meaning to ask Newers why he uses the same green skin and plasma pink housing. It looks very similar to a watermelon. And then ask Citizen why he uses ammunitions charm on every single gun. I mean, surely there's a reason for these things, and I'm curious to know what they are.
I feel that. What's the story? That's what we should ask in interviews afterwards. What's the story there?
The story. You'll only be able to talk to one of them, though, because obviously with them being on competing sides, you're only going to get one interview. Right now, M80 poised to do that interview. Obviously incumbent upon a successful round, either right now or on their next attack. Again, the sides being 3-3, no side, no team, no side is a greater advantage. It's just going to come down to who is cleaner executes or who has better defenses. M80 snapped their fingers on attack. Spoit in particular picked up 4 kills in the previous round. 18 kills for Spoit so far. It's been an impressive showing. He had an ace earlier. A big round from him, and that might be enough. Kino manages to get away, but Newers gives his position away over towards blue. Final 40 seconds now. OXG getting into position. Newers hoping for something over towards blue. He can't find anything. Looking to get swung on by Citizen. Kino's not far away. Newers, flash goes out. Kino dropping Newers. Citizen can push up towards blue. But he's a bit too hasty. The look of surprise on his face gives it all away. And there's OXG coming out ahead in the killings, at least briefly. They regain their advantage, as now it's all up to Spoit to clutch.
10 seconds remaining.
Round on the line, but not the match. There's a flash to go. Spoit has the marks. 3 players from OXG, one of whom stopped to get the diffuser down. This might prove to be too much for Spoit as he needs to make his way out of church and will be confronted by several players. Gomez getting the final kill, and all 15 rounds will be needed between these juggernauts. One of them, in the next 3 minutes, will either keep first overall or jump up to that position for OXG. The NA League has been yours so far for this entire stage. Are you going to lose your grip at the final moment? We'll find out.
I really respect the attack there. They just committed to blue so hard. Now, normally it's like, okay, you send 1 player, 2 players, whatever. It's like 4 players. They bulldozed their way through that area, and they've never surrendered it. Like, it was a very clear win condition. We need blue control, and we don't matter what's gonna cost us. And it worked. They overman that position of the map, and they get in. And just like previously, they plant by that third box position, and the defenders, they can't see it. There's no C4s, they can't shut it down, they can't stop it. Now, OG, they go on attack, or so they go on defense, and they go back to the CCTV bomb site, the third Tashanka. So far, all 3 times played on CCTV, and it's been successful both times. OG with a 100% win rate over 2 attempts with Tashanka. Kind of crazy. And again, they're trying to pick around likely the Monty and the Plant Deny with these operators. And once again, Imedi, they're not going on to Monty. They've been locked out of that option because of the lesion on Smoke and Tashanka. So again, Imedi, they've seen this exact setup before. It's Neurus playing Master Bedroom, it's Yogg playing Connector, and the last 2 players playing towards the bomb site and Garage, with that being the win condition. So they know what it's gonna look like. They've picked up the floors of all operators on Spoit to, I guess, problem solve one way or another. So Spoit is not gonna be the entry likely. He's gonna at least first spend the, half the round, get those Reterra drones out, clear out some soft utility, and then become an entry later on. But this could mean it's a slow round approach for Imedi, where time might be a factor.
Well, either way, I think we can sit back and be... Well, we can revel in the fact that this has been one of the most competitive games in the entirety of the NA League. We have not had a lot of overtime matches so far, just a few overtimes throughout all of the play days. It has been not lopsided, but usually when a team is better, they're just better. Neither of these teams have been able to shake one another through this matchup. And again, this is what you come to expect when you've got 2 teams that are sitting at the top of the league.
The opening kill has been very important for both teams so far, and it's a very simple stat, right? Get opening kill, win the round. It's not that simple, but it has played a major effect because of how chaotic it's been. You want to have more guns against your opponent because it gets so tense in those final moments. This Candela, this push door catwalk might get the attacker's opening pick if they can advance up that staircase.
Kino will just charge on in. That was a very brazen play. It works out. Big gamble, but M80 will lose a lot of HP in the process. Kino and Spoit added together is still less than 1 full player, so you got to be careful in this final moment. There's a smoke on the board, so Kino, if he inhales too much of that gas, will die very quickly. Also with Tachanka. So lots of damage over time that can be done.
Lots of Plant Deny, 35 seconds. Maybe they gotta flood the bomb site, I think, here, or just try and plant, I guess, in the breach.
Flashes to go in. Kino, a big round so far. 2 kills. Fuser goes down. OXG seems to be none the wiser. Yaga, the first one to draw blood on his team side, but they are falling apart. OXG in a lot of trouble. Kino, a 3rd kill. They benched him for SI, but in the most pivotal round of this stage, Kino gets the 4K to give M80 the win, and they will take over first place. M80 have looked like the best team in the NA League until the final play day. M80 says, nope, not you, OXG. It's us.
I like this new look from Kino as well. Kino, last year, you and I kind of memed on him. He was playing Monty. He was kind of not doing too hot. And maybe they start the season banning Monty in a majority of their games. And I'm thinking, okay, that's a, counter to enemy, but also to, not make Kino play that operator and crotch on it. Now we're seeing Kino and Ying getting proactive, getting opening kills, being a bigger part of the team atmosphere. And I think his overall performance has also shined. It's been a really good upgraded look for him in this team.
Yeah, I mean, the desk will be able to dive into those numbers a little bit better than we will, since we just have a couple moments now before we toss back to them. But Kino certainly passes what's called the eye test, which is that he just looks like he's playing better. The numbers might back it up, they might not, but at the end of the day, he seems to be playing with far more confidence, and he seems to be fitting into the mold of this new M80 roster. We're halfway done the play day, though. M80 takes first place in the NA League with a victory over OXG. There could be a third team to finish with 16 points. Beastcoast is up next. Will they do the unthinkable and sit at the top of NA as well? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Well, that matchup was supposed to be who was in first place. It was supposed to lock it in. It was supposed to make sure we knew who was getting a bye. We kind of have an answer to one of those questions, but we actually still don't know who was finishing the round robin of this stage in first place. What this game has done is just complicate everything even more, because now both teams are tied at the very top of the standings list with the same number of points overall. So you might think it comes down to round diff. Well, it still does, but then there's another game in game 3 that might determine someone else who jumps into top place. So M80 and Oxygen had a phenomenal game. It went 8-7, but it just makes life harder for the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, I believe OXG is now the first place solidified, if I do say so myself.
They're not. Yeah,
they're not. So it's still up to Beastcoast. If they're able to win,
Yes.
they could jump over both teams.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive. what was more impressive was just the way that M80 was really taking it to OXG that whole game, really fighting OXG on all entries, where the source of the entry was going to come from. Especially on Garage, we saw a lot of aggression onto New or Dream trying to enter into Garage. We saw Spoit fighting against them, Noodle fighting against them. They didn't want to let OXG get comfortable at any point throughout this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a very competitive match. Lots of back and forth rounds. The casters were talking about it, certainly. It's unfortunate for M80 that it was so back and forth because this is really a Pyrrhic victory. They are in a really rough spot. They've actually confirmed Oxygen's spot in the top 2. We know for a fact OXG will be getting a bye because all they needed were 7 rounds. M80 are in a difficult spot. We can break that down in a bit. But really for this matchup, I do think that M80... It was a fun game because we had the Ying on the board, right? Both teams used a lot of that Ying. We saw Kino rocking it a lot in that second half. We saw it also from OXG on the first half. So there were a lot of really strong executes, especially down and towards the basement. And I think at the end of it, right, both those teams had good pushes down on the bottom floor, which can sometimes be the toughest spot, but M80 just a little bit able to eke it out.
2 guys we need to highlight, both of them because they had phenomenal final performances in overtime on both those attack rounds. But the first guy we should talk about earlier on in the game was Kino.
Yeah, Kino, I think there's one round in particular I wanted to highlight because Kino played the Kaid super, super well. And if you're in my ranked games going forward, try to learn from this because look at where he's putting this Kaid claw. It's right up next to the wall, just the edge of the hatch. And he wasn't sure if it would even hit the kitchen hatch, but it did. And what that meant is that it was going to be really difficult for Auction to get that hatch open. They've got the Thatcher. They've got Dream playing on the Thatcher, but he used his first EMP on the CC wall, and then he used 2 for the Moto hatch because Kino was actively below the Moto hatch trying to trick it with the claw. So if he hadn't used that second EMP on the Moto hatch, then the Moto hatch would have stayed closed. Instead, he uses both EMPs there, and we instead see the Hibana trying to open the kitchen hatch all by himself. And this is very common because the Hibana pellets typically have a large enough explosive radius that they can destroy the Electroclaw if you shoot them right beside the hatch. But due to where Kino put that Electroclaw, the explosion radius wasn't there. He was on the window and he wasn't able to get the claw destroyed before he ran out of X-Kairos and had to go open something else. So because of that perfect Electroclaw placement, he was able to keep the kitchen hatch closed the entire round. They would go on to win that one. And so these are the little plays that I think Kino was doing really, really well on defense. He also had some great plays on the offense, and I think that's the little minutia which pushed M80 to win this game.
Second guy we have to talk about is Spoit, not just because we talk about him literally every single time, but he had a phenomenal 20-plus kill matchup. But one round, the round that kicked off overtime, we just have to look at again because there was so much going on. It started with Dirt, it didn't end there. Round 13 was nuts.
And it came from the misdirection of how M80 plays. Kino, you'd see him in Dirt as the blitz. We thought everything was going to come from him. The kitchen hatch drop with the plant, but no, it's all misdirection for Spoit to just walk down the main hall. Kino's down, no problem. Nobody's looking at Spoit down this main hall. He's not only able to get free openings, but because he had such a phenomenal game, he obviously is able to convert one opening into a multi-kill. And that just comes from the fact that the rest of his team set up around him is taking the attention away from him, taking the heat away from him. And so you never know exactly where M80 is going to come from, where the winning factor is going to come from. And even if Spoit got shut down and they wouldn't have got those picks, him walking down the hallway and getting the opening would have allowed Citizen to get that plant down. And in itself, there's not just one factor if it goes wrong, but multiple steps that they can fall back to if something doesn't work.
Yeah, we've said multiple times on this desk that this to me feels like Spoit's best performance since coming to the North American League. His play on this new version of M80 seems so confident. It seems so fast. He's really active to just take initiative for himself and push in on different parts of the bomb sites, different parts of the roam clear. I've really enjoyed seeing him pop off. I think he's flowing in this team so much better than what we saw from him on M80 last year. It makes me really, really happy because he is the wonder kid, right? He's a major champion. We want to see Spoit doing well, and he's been doing that so far on this team. And of course, MVP performance from him today.
And he was really successful in the Azami, and we're used to seeing him on these more aggressive ops, but we saw a lot of Kaid from him, and we most specifically saw Ace out of him. And you might be thinking, Ace, he's playing hard breach. Is Spoit the support all of a sudden? No, but this is what we're seeing in the current meta of Siege, where the secondary support is playing either a Hibana or an Ace, and they just need to stay alive. They don't need to do the heavy lifting of necessarily droning or setting up people for kills. They just focus on getting the hatches open. Once they get the hatches open, which Ace is an amazing operator to avoid the Kaid charges on basement, just so you guys know, in Jesse's rank games, not in mine. But once the Ace or the Hibana are able to use their abilities, they then just turn into the perfect entry op. And that AK-12 is the best thing for Spoit to be able to just tear through everybody when he's hitting the site.
Let's talk to cameraman on M80 about this dub, because it comes at a very interesting time, dude. Congratulations on the win, but the first part is that this game doesn't put you immediately into first, so hopefully that's something that you guys can rectify, or you'll just have to sit back and hope that you get that first round bye. But just talk to me about how the game yesterday went and what changed into today, because one of them wasn't close, and in this game you won in overtime. So what was the difference maker here?
To be honest, like I think like we're a team that's like not together for a long time. So I think that on the last game against Beastcoast, we tried to adapt on what they're doing, and like we were kind of like, you know, it's not like we didn't play our game, you know. And I think in these situations, like we need to focus on our game and like do what we like our comfort doing, you know, like, and yeah, I think we didn't show up. That's it.
Well, cameraman, you didn't show up against Beastcoast, unfortunately, but now you are reliant, if you want to get that first round bye, on Los showing up against Beastcoast. If you want to finish top 2, Los need to either beat Beastcoast or force that game at least into overtime. Do you have any advice, any words of encouragement for Los who are playing this next game, what they've got to do to take down Beastcoast to help you out?
I think they need to do more like no-brain plays because like they like to lurk, like roam, like on solo without any reinforcement or whatever, and that on Oregon like kind of we struggle a lot against that. And like if we had like a Jackal or like some operator to get the rotates and everything, I think that we would like maybe it would have been better, you know. So yeah.
Cameraman, as an IGL, when you have all of the strategy, everything that you guys are going into it, and obviously you guys have been counter-stratting a lot in-game, when you have a player who's popping off like Spoit did today, does that change how you call? Do you try to specifically put him in any of these positions to go for the kills? Or is it just everything that you guys have had prepared before?
I think like we left yesterday, we even talked about it to Willie, to Spoit, because like if he's playing the way he's playing, like he's playing great, like he needs to sometimes call for a utility like drones and everything, like flashbang, so like we can make his job easier, you know. So yeah, today was like a great evolution like on that matter, and yeah, I think like we can rely on him and he can rely on us like with utility and everything. So yeah.
Well, no matter what happens, you're still going to playoffs. You're done with best of ones. You're moving to BO3s, which on some level has to feel good that the best of ones are finally over with. But talk to me from an IGL perspective, because you've finished all the best of ones, how is this team shaping up to other teams that you've played on? Like, it feels like guys like Spoit and Kino are playing out of their minds. You're adding the Brits into the equation at the same time. Where does this roster rank just after you've played a best of ones?
I mean, like, I wasn't expecting, like, to have a team like this. I didn't, like, first, when I joined M80, like, everyone left, and I didn't know who would come here. And, like, once I have the names and everything, like, I was just, like, so happy because I know the guys here for a while. Like, I met him on other tournaments and stuff. So I was really happy, and I am really happy because, like, we're showing up. Of course, like, we need to fix some stuff. We're a 1 month team, you know, like, so yeah. But I'm very humbled and very like grateful, you know, like that these guys trust on me, and I totally trust on them too.
It's working out so far, and no matter what, you're still going to playoffs. We'll just sit back with bated breath and see whether you're getting the first round bye or not. Cameraman, congratulations. It was a close one, but we'll see if it's the same thing in playoffs, dude. All right, take care.
Thank you.
I think for me, just on a personal basis, the fact that they made playoffs in the first place, it's not that it was unexpected. The fact that they were competing for top 2 as a team, like he said, that's been together for so little amount of time, that's a pretty, I think that exceeded my expectations by like 2 or 3 places at the very least.
Oh, for sure. I don't think we say how difficult of a job it is to be an IGL, to be a leader. Yeah. But to not only do that on a second language that you're actively trying to learn.
You never play in.
Exactly. You have to not only learn the qualities that other teams bring, you have to learn your own players that you've never played with, and you have to be able to do that all while speaking a language that you're not necessarily the most comfortable with. So the amount of steps that M80 had to go past to be able to find this amount of success, it's such a monumental achievement, in my opinion, to be able to have accomplished that.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen in a lot of NAL stages and tournaments in the past where, like, sometimes being the best team, finishing first in the standings, dominating everything, isn't exactly what you need for the long-term success. Part of what you need to be doing during the group stage is growing and improving and getting better.
Yeah.
And so for finishing on a loss yesterday for M80 and something that kind of feels like a loss today because they didn't secure that top 2 spot for M80, finishing with those 2 L's might be a good thing for helping to improve them and shape them going forward into playoffs, because this is a team that obviously has so much more to grow, has so much more potential that they could still hit. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do in playoffs, whether they get that bye or not. They should be looking really good, and I hope they can learn from these last 2 games.
It's just one thing to win a game in overtime and lock your opponent in for a bye and not be able to do it yourself.
Yeah.
So here's what has to happen. There's a game coming up after this between Beastcoast and Los that's going to determine not OXG's future. They have a bye. Whether it's first or second place at this point kind of doesn't matter. But now there is a future where Beastcoast probably could become the #1 seed in the NAL if they win game number 3 coming up next.
Hi guys, it's Nathan DZ and this is Drone in the Unknown. It's easy. Cafe Train.
Cafe Train, looking at like the fireplace from inside a train.
This one's Cafe and Train.
This is Cafe, Train rotation.
This is Train in on Cafe.
This should be Chalet. It's either in Solar upstairs or it's in Trophy. I don't know. I just know that's where it's at though, but I don't know.
Chalet, kind of by like the master closet, maybe.
It's on Chalet in Trophy, I believe.
I'm gonna guess it's Trophy downstairs.
Trophy, I would assume.
Chalet, somewhere where the owl is, like somewhere Solar. Is that right?
This is Chalet Solarium.
Oh, it's that one. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh no, it's in the solar room. Dang.
You know, I'm smashing these.
Judging by the top left, it looks like Cafe. And I think, wait. No. The bricks on the bottom right make it bank, I think. This could be Cafe though.
If I were to guess, I think this is Cafe. Or actually, no. This could be bank too, now that I think about it, because there's bricks.
Okay, I'm gonna guess Cafe. I don't know, Christmas?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to guess it's bank. And the painting should be... I actually don't know where I'm bank, but I think it's bank.
This one's definitely gonna be bank. I see the little gold at top. Bank 3rd floor.
This looks like bank marble stairs. This is it bank top main stairs? It's not top main stairs. It's bank, but it's not top main stairs.
Okay, this painting. This is bank loan office is my guess. Oh, it is. Nice.
Oh, I know it. It's loan office and bank. It's that big portrait on the wall. Nah, let's go.
I'm never there. How would I know?
I never go in there, so I would. God.
Never been in there that much.
You might think that this next game matters for very little. We urge you, please, reconsider that notion. With last game's 8-7 win for M80, Beastcoast are now suddenly 1 game away from clenching not just the number 2 seed, but the number 1 seed in the NAL round robin and getting a first round bye into playoffs. It's one of the strangest timelines I think we've ever seen, an org that has never gotten up to that position before, but all it takes is beating Los. And some would say, that's not exactly hard to do. I'm Jacob, he's Foxe, he is Jesse. We have the potential to see Beastcoast take number 1, and all that stands between them is a team that only has, what, 1 win on the season so far?
I can't believe you would say that, Jacob, that they
I didn't
should
say it.
be
Some
close.
other people might say
that
it,
is
though.
crazy talk. I think this is going to be a formidable match. 2 of the highest top and North American contenders. One team happens to have no American players on it, but that doesn't matter, because what does matter is that Beastcoast is finally finding their stride, and I would say that they're the team that everybody wants to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think for Auction and M80, if playoffs don't work out for them, they could reapply and get pretty great jobs as doormen. Because by playing an 8-6 game with M80 winning, they've opened the door wide open for Beastcoast to waltz on into first place. This could not have gone better for Beastcoast so far. A team that struggled so heavily at the start of the season, now with just 1 win over the bottom placing team in the NAL, could skyrocket up to first place in the league.
Beastcoast could go from 0-3 to a 5-game winning streak, and Los, the struggle bus would just continue. It's not just the Beastcoast are fighting for something. Los are also trying to do what they can to not get in dead last, because they're not 100% locked, which also has its own array of implications to talk about too.
Absolutely, because no one wants to be in that open qualifier spot at the bottom where you have to go through the T2 teams, or as many T2 teams. If you can secure yourself in 8th place, you're able to drastically reduce the amount of teams that you can play against. You just get rid of that little bit of a risk factor. And if you're Los right now, I would definitely feel very stressed out if you have to go through North America's T2 scene, because right now you are currently close enough to be America's T2 scene.
Yeah, and it's also an T2. You just don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's tough, difficult too, right? Because they've got to get the full 3 points here today if they want to make it into 8th place. And then they've got to hope that Soniqs lose today. And then they've got to beat them on the round differential as well, which currently Soniqs are winning by quite a lot. Bunny's got a great graphic on Twitter if you want to check out the exact numbers on what the round diff has to end up being. But it's a difficult prospect for Los. They not only just need a win here, but they need a really good round differential to give themselves the best odds of getting that 8th place spot as well.
Los are just doing everything they can to not worry about facing JJ Blatz and rival somewhere in the open qualifier playoffs. That's what they're fighting for. Beastcoast are trying to get number 1. That's the ultimate stake here. All they need to do is get 3 points over Los, which, again, might sound easy. Los won't make it easy, but that is the prize. They have a big enough round differential at this point that if they get all 3 points, they will jump ahead of Oxygen. They will jump ahead of M80. They will claim first place and get their 5th win in a row. That's crazy.
And if they lose, they could stay in 3rd or get jumped over by Luminosity and be put to 4th. And
that would be crazy too.
The change from 3 to 4 isn't that really big of a deal, but getting top 2 is very important, because then all you need is 1 best of 3 win to be able to make Manchester. And if you look at how their win-loss is set up right now, going from losing 3 to winning 4, potentially winning a full 5. We commended OXG for winning a full 5 in a row, but we might have a second team that wins 5 in a row in just this one stage.
Yeah, and for Beastcoast, I mean, it wouldn't be out of the norm for them to jump up into first place based on how they played so far. I mean, Beastcoast have had a really strong stage. I think they're absolutely deserving of that first place pop-off to be able to do so well. I've been so impressed by them, and for them to be able to get that first place, it would be great.
So we keep harping on the same guys who've played at majors and blah, 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 all those guys before. Talk about the rookie real quick. How well is Diffuser doing?
Yeah, I don't think there's been a single player in the North American League who has impressed me as much as Diffuser has this stage. And what has been so impressive to me in particular has been his brain, his ability to stay alive. So many people in the North American League, they come in, they have their rookie stage, and like their biggest problem, yeah, maybe they're great gunners, but they just die too much, right? They're not valuing their lives. Here I've got the top 5 SRB players, the players who are dying the least out of all of the North American League. Not only are 2 of them on Beastcoast, but the number 2 player in all of NAL has only been playing professional Rainbow Six Siege for 21 days. That's ridiculously impressive. And when you watch Diffuser play, you know, I really do think that he's fitting in on these executes so well as somebody who can push with the team, be that plant coverage when he needs to, but also can go and pick up the defuse kit when he has to, right? He's not getting super engaged in the early round, but that's not where his role is. He has to be there in the back lines when they're going for those executes to cover for the plant, to pinch off important angles, to lock down really important areas of the map. He's been so good at valuing his life, at playing within the system that Hot and Cold has created on Beastcoast, and it's been massively impressive for me. Love the way that Diffuser's been playing so far this stage, and I hope we can see that continue on through playoffs.
And I'm glad you brought up the survivability, because when I was a leader for my team, the biggest thing that we'd look for and the biggest indicator on why we ended up picking up Kino a long time ago was the survivability, because seeing if a rookie has good aim, nowadays a lot of people have good aim. The biggest thing is, are they putting themselves in survivable positions where they're able to stay alive? Do they get a kill and just throw themselves into the open to get a second one? Or are they waiting, staying alive, and focusing on winning with the advantage that they've got?
So here's the other side of the coin. It's Los. Again, a team with 1 dub. We've covered them pretty extensively. They're just trying to stay out of last place. That's the primary goal here. And they have a shot to do it. It's not to say Beastcoast are completely infallible, but when you're on as much of a really weird streak as Los is and your games aren't perfect, it's going to be a pretty uphill battle.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Los, obviously, but it's important, right? Not only do they get the spot in the LCQ, they're also playing for 65 SI points today. That's a huge amount of SI points. The first place in North American League only gets 100. So that 65-point gap, it's 0 if they lose this game here, if they don't finish in 8th place, is massively important. And not only would they be getting those 65 points for themselves, but they'd also be denying it to the Soniqs.
So they need to have a really good game, but they also at least need, they need to win, and they either have to smash Beastcoast or they have to hope that Soniqs themselves don't get a really high score in their matchup in order to try to get to that 8th place. It's going to be really interesting. We talked to Bursa before this slide started about how strong or how much of a struggle they've had since coming to North America.
We're trying to be a really versatile team. Like we like to do fast plays, but we also counter the opponents. We know we can do everything. You know, we try to read what the opponents wants us to do and what would be better to do against them. So I don't know if they're doing a full control strat, if they're doing a safe strat. We like always to read the opponent and think the best way we can adapt to them. I mean, here we have like a couple of the best teams in the world. They have a different play style than Brazil, so we're trying to get used to it. But that's it, I guess. Like, they are very good. We are struggling a little to have scrims, because in Brazil we have a lot of tier 2 teams in Brazil to scrim. Here we don't have so much. We are struggling a little bit with synergy and communication a little bit, because we didn't have so much time to practice. This team like never played together before, like 1 or 2 weeks before the NL starts, but we are trying to do everything together. Like, we eat together, we live here together in Las Vegas, like most part of the time. We are trying to do everything together to communicate more and like be really like a strong group and a solid team.
And that's some great stuff from Bursa. And I had a little bit of an interesting piece of information for the people at home that can just speculate a little bit. I actually got a chance to speak with Rise at home before the stages actually started. And I asked him, how did the team come together? What was the ideology behind it? What was set in stone? What wasn't? Because obviously, if you're coming from Brazil or Mexico, you need to get a visa to be able to play in the NAL. And Rise told me that the only 2 players that were supposed to be on this current Los team was Sexy Cake and Rise himself. And so they just tried to find the best solutions in the short amount of time that they've had. So now, after hearing what he's saying and after seeing their placing that they've sat in now, are they going to change anything going forward other than just maybe the strategy or having more time together? Or will there potentially be some roster changes in the works? We don't know, but I figured it would be something nice to give the people at home to speculate, you know?
Certainly an interesting tidbit now, seeing what their record is and the sort of odds that they find themselves up against, the mistakes that they've made. It's a curious one, so we'll see if they can at least win this game before going into qualifiers or wherever they end up needing to play We're going to Chalet, gentlemen. Is there any reason to pick Los in this matchup?
Los?
Well, Laxing clearly thinks there is.
Laxing.
Oh my god.
He's just trying to be odd man. He's just doing that to be contrarian again.
Listen, I'll tell you, Los on Chalet, this is the one map that all stage long Los have refused to ban, and it's also the map that they have never played. So this whole stage Los have wanted to play on Chalet, and it's not until they're already locked out of playoffs that they finally get to play it. I gotta say, after predicting Los to win yesterday and the performance they put on, there's probably nothing in the world that could convince me to pick them again. I'm going for Beastcoast here. I'm locking that in pretty handedly, but I'm happy that Los can at least play this map that they've seemingly been wanting to play all stage long.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Beastcoast as well. I just think getting that top 2 spot, especially with how hungry all of these players are, it's not just about revenge now, it's about making a statement.
Sure.
And I think Beastcoast want to solidify that statement, so I'm going to pick them.
I think the thing that I'm really sad about is we get a brand new team joining the North American League, and as it turns out, the only thing that LOS stands for is the first 3 letters in the word loser. It's Parker Mackay and Niklas Moritz to see whether or not Beastcoast can get the #1 seed in the North American League.
Well, we spent so much of the last matchup talking about the 2 titans that are M80 and OXG battling for first place that we overlooked the smallest chance possible of another team finishing first. You know, it reminds me of Doctor Strange in the hit movie Avengers, where he says that he's seen the future, Nick, and there's but a single possibility for them to succeed. And Beastcoast happens to be one Tony Stark snap away from becoming first in NA. It seemed unlikely just a couple weeks ago, and yet Beastcoast has been a formidable team and might just become the best in the region. They go up against Los, who, no matter what happens here, will be the lowest team to finish in this region. A disappointing performance for Los, to be sure, and we'll have a lot of questions throughout this match, I'm sure. One of them is, why is the social prediction so close? Has almost 40% of people think that Los, with only 4 points, is somehow going to prevail over Beastcoast. That's the real question. It's always possible, but seems like a bad place to put your imaginary internet points. Operator bands loading in. Does Beastcoast have a shot to do it, Nick? You think he's going to be able to do it?
I mean, you know, week 1 Beastcoast, week 2 Beastcoast, you know, they weren't the best team in the world, that's for sure, but they have seemingly out of nowhere just figured out their problems and started playing really good Rainbow Six Siege and surprising everybody. I was thinking that we would have Beastcoast and Los like fighting for dead last for a while, and while Los are still fighting for it, given their 1-6 scoreline right now, Beastcoast, they're not. I think they can take down Los, but I think JC makes a good point. Los have been trying and wanting to play Chalet every single game so far, and they've never been allowed to go there. And then Beastcoast goes, we don't care about that. Let's figure out what they got. So if there was a map where the quote-unquote upset could happen, I feel like it would be on Chalet. And Chalet is, in my world, also becoming more and more like Oregon, where it's a bit of a 50-50 map where good teams can go to die. But seeing what we have from Beastcoast, I do think that their playstyle will work out here in Chalet. They like to get proactive around the map, they like taking those gunfights, they like playing the entirety of the building, play verticality, like Chalet, you can do all those things. I mean, look at this first bomb set of bar. Gonna go upstairs, observation blocker, ADS, deployable shield, you got so much utility, and you can still have a roaming presence. You can play in basement, you can play in master bedroom, kill those drones, get in those aggressive front and forward positions, and then again, those have to fight for every inch of the map throughout the entire round that is only 3 minutes long.
Gunner going for a spawn peek now. While the game might be a statement game for Los, because all they're really playing for at this point is posterity, it's obviously a lot for Beastcoast. But if there's one thing teams seem to like, it's playing the spoiler. I'm fairly certain going into this match that Los now knows what the stakes are for Beastcoast. And what a way to earn your second victory of this stage than to do so by stopping Beastcoast in their tracks. Beastcoast have momentum. They've been surging as of late, whether it be because of the experience of Spirits and Han Cold to help lead this team forward or not. The team is gelling at a very different level than they were just a couple weeks prior. It's been great to see the development of these newer squads in North America. I'm hopeful that, and I don't mean this sarcastically, I'm hopeful that there will come a time where we can say the same about Los. It probably won't happen this stage, but they have an opportunity to shut down a streaking team.
They struggled with the drone for Spirits, but he managed to get it done. Lowe's spent the first half of the round going master bedroom, going office, clearing out a portion of the map, but that's the easy part. There is no active roam game from Beastcoast this time. This top blue hold from Beastcoast, that's the big question mark, and they lose a big kick. That's a great swing from Gunner. Sometimes he makes risky plays, and we think that's a silly, silly play. What do you... Okay.
What?
Okay. Gunner is winning the round for Beastcoast. It's over.
He almost got Bursa on big window as well. Out on balcony. Gunner wants more of it. Those MP5s with their ACOGs are just, that's iconic to me. Legacy drops. That's not Gunner to get the kill. It's Hot and Cold. Now it's Bursa and Rise as the last two standing. Gunner will find for his troubles. He's been downed, secured by Rise. But Hot and Cold will use the Nitro Cell from below, leaving Bursa, who had taken all that damage early on from Gunner, in a 1v4 position. The only player from Beastcoast to take any damage so far, by the way, is Gunner, who's now dead. Bursa has time to skeleton key through the floor, shoot out utility, get as many points as humanly possible, because why not? Flash into back bar, drop, and immediately die to Hot and Cold. 3 kills from Hot and Cold, 2 from Gunner. A full house for Beastcoast would feel more appropriate in keeping with the card metaphors if it was Wildcard playing, but they had a very quick match earlier today. First round goes to the team looking to finish in first overall, and that's Beastcoast.
I hate to write off a round before it truly finishes, but when Gunner gets the 2K like that, it just shows that Lowe's have so many gaps on their attack inside, right? If you breach open the soft wall from office to mezzanine and Gunner just walks up past 2 separate windows and that ginormously open wall, something's wrong. Either there's a lack of drones, active gunplay, or player positions, and then he gets a pre-fire to the second player on the outside window as well. And Lowe's didn't have the utility at that point in time to deal with that top floor hold. And Beastcoast, because they got those kills from Gunner, didn't need to worry about it. They just fall back to bomb side, play in the basement, wait for Lowe's to get closer, or they get the injury on Gunner, and they even trade that vertically with a C4. So Beastcoast, they win in every single area in that first round, but I also think that Bar is for the best bombs to do that on. It's hard to attack for Lowe's, lack of direct access to bomb side, and Beastcoast can just sit behind utility. The other bomb sites to be played here, both kitchen, master bedroom, and basement, they don't play out, I would say, as easily for the defense. You need to be a bit more proactive in your decision making or in the roaming game as a core win condition. That's why we see, the players of Beastcoast getting more active now. Diffuser, roaming trophy side, Gavin holding onto library for the moment being, Valchem's going out for a C4 potentially, and they got Maestro Evil Eyes for the bomb side combined with smoke. So, roaming presence, bomb side plant deny, we're playing to both aspects right now, and Lowe's are similarly, they're playing for both aspects. They got Zero for the intel, maybe with the roam clear for the flank watch, but they have Ramp for verticality, they're bringing Fuse, by the way, for verticality as well. I believe on a shield because the pistol is out from Sexy Cake. So this is not the most common thing to see, but occasionally we will see a Fuse pick.
I mean, we'll wait. We only get to see the one gun. There was a Fuse shield brought, I feel like a couple weeks ago that we touched upon, but it was only one round, and I have to suspect the shield was a mistake. Wasn't it? It was Chalet too, wasn't it?
I don't recall. Oh no.
There's no way.
Gunner doesn't swing it, really?
He's waiting. He hears multiple sets of footsteps. This is a smart play for Gunner.
Yeah, but it's Gunner. Normally he swings those. And I mean, he would have gotten the kill, but yeah, he might be getting a double kill with this, but if it's Sexy Cat that finds him with the shield, he might not be able to get the kill at all.
Diffuser coming up to assist now, and Sexy Cake taking an awful lot of damage. Impact goes out. Diffuser skating around it. There goes the Nitro, and that should be all she wrote. It looked like Farius was dead as well. What is this part of the map for Beastcoast? They defend Chimney so aggressively. Diffuser gets the 1-for-1 trade, and now it's all up to Legacy with a minute to go. Beastcoast are smurfing on Los at the moment.
It is tough.
Diffuser in hand, 2 hard breach gadgets, still utility there for Legacy, but everybody from Beastcoast eager for this kill. Might not even be an active player. Gavin swings as the Evil Eye was starting to pick away at the life of Legacy, and well, that's it. Round 2 goes just as round 1 did in favor of Beastcoast.
I have 2 very big questions, and it's towards the same team. Why do you play Fuse and Ram when they do the same exact thing? The point of Fuse in that round, like it often is in that basement attack of Chalet, you jump in that office double window, you fuse the balcony of Mezzanine, and the pucks will go into Fireplace and self-destroy the entire floor. But they literally had Ram do the same thing before Fuse did. So they doubled up on self-destruction for the same portion of the map? That's my first, like, what is happening? The second one is they play Zero, quite a low pay grade operator who excels at intel and flank watch. You have those Arcus cams, you spawn with 4 in your pocket. They only use 2 in the round and they got flank blue staircase. It's like you have the best flank watch operator in terms of camera utility in the entire game, and you literally get flanked from both office and blue staircase at the same time, while having 2 of those Arcus cams available just waiting to be used. So I don't understand there from Los. They have a double stacked plan with the same operators, and the only thing they have to worry about is the flank. And the thing that happens is they get flanked. I hate to be super critical, but come on, right? It's not like they adapted mid-round, had to like pick it up and go for that verticality on a whim. No, that was the whole purpose of the attacker repick phase. That's your, as I keep saying, win condition. That's what you need to do in this round for your strategy to work. And you don't do the baseline expectation of watching the flank. That's not good enough. But I will praise Beastcoast, because Gunnar didn't go for the immediate swing, didn't risk dying alone. He was actually waiting for Diffuser to rotate up and do a double flank together. And Gunnar was a player who, we can say, you know, no brain, all aim Ash main. Not in an offensive way, but that's how some people describe him. He is a crazy kid who will go for crazy plays, sometimes putting his team in a bad position. And Gunnar, who's very young to pro play, is learning with time. He improved a lot against Soniqs. He's improving here in Beastcoast. Calling for help, getting the 2 versus 3, and they get all the kills together upstairs, and Gunnar and Diffuser wins the round together. That's a big glow from Gunnar, and I really respect that play.
There's always been a lot of high upside to Gunnar, but the big problem has always been his eagerness, if I want to say it in a polite manner. Gunnar takes almost every single fight that he can find.
Yes.
And there are times when he does it in the most ill-advised timing humanly possible. If he can be restrained, if he can channel that energy and play safe for minutes, which he's certainly not doing here, by the way. It's just challenging this door for really not much of a reason. You don't need to waste time at this point. You're 2 minutes in. You're not sitting on the bomb site, sitting above it. If Gunnar can channel that energy, and if Gunnar can be a bit more focused, he could very easily compete with all of the other top dogs in NA as one of the most formidable fraggers. But the problem is that Gunnar seems to consistently find himself in just poor circumstances. And his mechanical skill is not enough to bail him out of those spots.
Let's execute is in right now. They're looking for picks, but he's alone, I think. Does he have backup? Doesn't need it. Gets the opening kill there, but he gets traded back before that even happens from Beastcoast back to a 4v4.
Spirits' first kill, by the way. He's on a 1-0 because the first 2 rounds were so dominant for Beastcoast. Down goes Bursa to Gunnar, who very limited HP. Another from Spirits, still holding this position. Los want these engagements. 1v1. Sexy Cake fired up, though. 2 kills so far through this round. He's got a couple openings. Beastcoast not quite keen to swing it, at least not yet. Position known as he's spotted by the cam. It's a double swing. Spirits credited with the kill. Just as in the previous round, Legacy alone. Spirits a 4K, and it looks like He broke no sweat while doing it. 3-0 Beastcoast.
Good gunplay. I mean, it is very simple round. It's just players fighting with their guns, and that's really it. The big difference is Beastcoast, they had usually 2 or 3 people applying pressure onto the entries of Lowe's, whereas on Lowe's side, it was kind of 60k walking in alone, and fair, he gets 2 kills in the round, but no one else gets that done. So Spirits is planted in the same corner almost the entire round, except 4 kills. Yeah, I mean, he swings here, and he swings the Lion. But other than that, it's a very, very easy round for Beastcoast, and it comes down to problem solving from Lowe's, like a lack of it, if you ever want to say that.
Well, I mean, it's never a good sign when you use your timeout at the tail end of the second round of action, by the way. Did not pay off. It was a better looking round for Lowe's. There's no way to argue against that, but yeah. The result was still the same. Chalet, as we mentioned in a previous map, but is worth talking about here, sitting as technically tied as the 3rd most played map. Bank, Consulate, and Chalet all have 4 plays. As for Chalet, it's actually attacker favored, but only by a single percentage. So it's 51% of all rounds played on Chalet have been won by the attackers. 49% of those rounds have been won by the defenders. Bar Gaming is far and away the best bomb site for the attackers outside of Bedroom and Office, but Bedroom and Office has only been played twice. Legacy sprints in, along with the Adrenal Surge, gives Spirits his first death of this map. Hot and Cold and Gavin are the other 2 streaking, and now it's Hot and Cold to die. Legacy, he's breaking all the streaks. Gavin sitting on 1-0. What an entry from Legacy. This has also been kind of something that has been memed about on social media, is that if Legacy can get a multi-kill, Los will almost certainly win the round. Rexy Cake dies. The Adrenal Surge was pulled a bit too early. There goes Rice. Legacy will need to be retrieved by someone on Los, or you just wait until an Adrenal Surge can be used to get you back up. I don't know if the 2 remaining players of Beastcoast know this. Legacy using his gadget. He's back from the dead. Also allows Farius to gain a bit more HP. Gavin coming up top to help Diffuser. And oh my goodness, the work that they're putting in. Gavin a 2-piece. Farius top library. He guns down Diffuser. Gavin will need to clutch out. Speaking of Diffuser, not the player, but the case. It's been surrendered. Not far removed from where Gavin is sitting by Chimney. Feels like we haven't really been playing on Chalet because we've only seen a tiny portion of the map, and this Chimney part has been the focus for both of these teams. Darius will now go on to drone with a minute left. He has to either find where Gavin is or get the case and hope to survive long enough to get down to the bomb site.
I love this. I love when we get to see like those small adaptations in the 1v1. Go for the diffuser, go for the kill, and of course how Gavin will position himself in the 1v1 knowing that he has the diffuser case upstairs. For the go, Forrest has to make the play.
And he's got multiple targets to be found. Does he shoot the shield, the wall, etc.? Gavin is actually in a really hard spot, and he somehow still wins it. Long range with the secondary shotgun, but both players were so low on HP that it could have gone either way. Gavin almost misplayed that engagement, by the way. He seemed to find himself in the worst possible spot. Walls open, doors open, soft walls to be found. And yet he still won the duel. Nothing is slowing down Beastcoast at this moment. Despite Legacy's hot start with those 2 kills, it ends up being all for naught.
It was a good start. I mean, that's the best look so far. It was a fast, aggressive, decisive Lowe's, but I feel like besides Legacy, like the backup wasn't really there. I mean, sure, Bursa got a kill when Gunnar tried to go for the confirm onto Legacy when he was down on the ground, but that's Bursa, like, not baiting, but, you know, making a play off of Legacy's entry. I would like to see when Lowe's make the kind of aggressive play that they have someone else follow up, because what was it? You know, jump in the window, get the 2 kill, throw on the floor, and then the round kind of ended inside of library. And because the diffuser carrier was on the double door window from office balcony, it was down in a bad spot. So the attack comes from one side, the guy with the diffuser goes with the opposite direction, and there's no like bigger picture. It looks like Lowe's would need to go flawless on that attack. Like every single thing had to work out for the diffuser and the entries to unite inside of library. And if one of those two sides they fall, which is very common to happen, you are in a pretty poor position. And again, Beastcoast, they play together. Gavin rotating upstairs to put two guns up on the top floor made a massive difference because Gavin saved his teammate and picked up 2 kills, setting up the 1v1. Gunner gets a winning pick. Once again, IQ off the board, and Lowe's are struggling in the early stages of this round, which is in particularly bad because they got someone again like DarkZero. They have all this information they can use, but 4 Argus cams still in pocket. I am curious where they're going to be put down, given the fact we're a minute into the round already.
It's not head-to-head is the tiebreaker, by the way. It's round differential.
Yep.
Los entered at a -14 round differential. Should they have won the match, they would have been tied with Soniqs, who are at a -8. So just simply winning the match is not enough. Los needs to end up with a -7 round differential, which at this point, from my math, is impossible. Even if they win, it will be after having surrendered 4 rounds, which means that the best they can get is sitting at a -11 round differential, which still is behind Soniqs. Wait for an admin to confirm, but if that is the case, then Los, even with a victory here, cannot finish better than 9th place. They were playing for SI points, to be fair, but every team is, and I think there's one thing that needs to be said when I say that teams aren't playing for this, that, or the other thing. It's referring specifically to the playoffs. It would also give you a potential better seed in the LCQ, but one thing we've been focusing on, major stats. Los will find themselves down numbers yet again. Rise at the bottom of the stairs will run in, and he is go ahead to get the plant down. Nitro Cell goes out. Goodbye, Sexy Cake. Goodbye, Rise. Gunner, a double kill. Person out, lobby stairs, walking up. He sees Diffuser, but it's a flawless round by Beastcoast. We have seen an awful lot of 5-0s and 6-0s to start games. And here we are yet again.
It's surprising because Lowe's wanted to go to Chalet for so long. And I think everyone is expecting like something really unique or something like, I don't know, I guess clear gameplay. And it just it hasn't happened yet. It's been some puzzling rounds where they almost always play with a man down early, losing that opening gunfight. They play Zero, but they never get to fully utilize the gadget. And again, they lose opening pick, so the Zero gets less value because you have a guy who's spending half the round putting up his gadget tree, while you also have one display on the server. That's just not ideal. The only upside is that the player who dies early can literally just watch all the Argus cams, but to what effect, right? The bomb side attack isn't successful. And I don't know. Beastcoast, they're really hitting their shots today, and they have been as of late, and it's not just one player. I mean, look at the scoreline right now. Yeah, Gunnar sitting on 7 kills, having some pop-off moments, but then it's 5-5 and 4-4. Every single player from Beastcoast showing up, and more importantly, whenever someone dies from Beastcoast, usually they trade it back either in a ton of damage towards an enemy player, or just a kill or 2. They're never really trading downward, only upwards. Always put themselves in a favorable position in the simple situations and the more complicated ones, like when there's a multitude of gunfights happening at once. Those, they really need this attack round. They gotta get at least one, get that 1-5-half, go on defense, start building up the magic. Otherwise, this will be a very quick done deal 7-1, just like, you know, spoiler alert, DC Wildcard earlier.
Oh, you gotta give them more heads up than that.
More than that? Really?
No.
Thank you. Good.
I actually don't care at all about giving spoilers one bit. When you watch real sporting events, they have a ticker that shows you the scores from the other games, for crying out loud. Like,
Bomb located by attack.
but every single time we just cavalierly talk about another match, there's inevitably a couple people who take to social media to complain about the fact that you couldn't give us heads up. It's a live broadcast. I'm sorry that it gets spoiled to you, but if you watch the matches in order that they happened, and you're not going to get it spoiled, because I can't spoil the result of LG Soniqs because it hasn't played yet. So if you watch LG Soniqs first, yeah, you might hear us talk about every other match that day. Let's use our heads a little bit, huh? That's my rant for the day. Okay, I feel better. I feel much better.
Well, self-therapy, we love that. We see 2 shields, but no players behind it. We've seen this before. Those attacking front heavy. Spirits getting 4 kills in the round. Stock got the first one already.
There's a nade that's going to go out, and Sexy Cake will swing it, but Spirits wins the engagement.
Trade.
Now the Adrenal Surge. That would have been a victory for Beastcoast. Fuser is there for insurance policy, but caught in the crossfire of Bathroom. He's dropped.
He's in the corner.
No.
He's right here.
Oh my Rise. Look at that's the expression that you need on your face. Gunner pays for it. Los actually in a great position. They lose the fight on Hatch. Legacy is last one left. He's been far and away one of the most promising new players in the NA League. Gavin will try for something that hasn't been seen all that often this stage, which is surviving a first half without a death. Legacy now over towards Library Stairs. Down he'll go. 1 reinforcement, but then an opening. And that opening could be Gavin's aid. Legacy sees the corner. Legacy's gun does significantly more damage, but he just missed Gavin. He doesn't see him in the corner until Gavin spots him. 6 rounds in the first half. 6 kills for Gavin. 0 deaths. Yet another 6-0 first half. Beastcoast gunning for that #1 spot.
I know Los they lost, but it came down to 1v1, and I think it was their most well-played round so far. The trading game was phenomenal from both teams. We never saw a staple kind of calm of 5 seconds or longer. It was always one defender dies, one attacker dies. One defender dies, one attacker dies. The entire way through from 5v5 all the way down to a 1v1. No chill in that round. And I will say, Gunner got put down to a single point of health very early on. And when you're 1 HP, you can't really take a gunfight, right? You'll die to a stray bullet. It's over at that point. And then we have Sfingas, so they can even heal up. So Gunner just prones in the corner of Solarium, and despite only having a single point of HP, he gets a full kill. That's the best case value you can get for your money's worth because of what happened early in that round. Gunner, again, with a smart play, not baiting his teammate, not dying in a pointless fight. He actually just baits it out and gets value for his life. Again, improvements being made here. Beastcoast on attack. What do you know? Hot and Cold will go on to the Monty, which has been one of their most consistent attacking operators in the last couple play days. Whenever Hot and Cold goes on this operator, they start tearing it up on the attack because they get a bunch of intel to work with, and that's the key factor. You might think Shield Operator, that's going to be Spirits. He's the Blitz multiplayer. No. And he is, but that's more for the entries. Hot and Cold plays it slow, calm, collected, and it's the guns around him, all the further players, that will pop off because of that intel. So Hot and Cold will lead from the front.
Hot and Cold's been a really excellent Shield player for... maybe the back half of his career. I've been around long enough to remember when Hot and Cold was the Ash that you wanted making space for your team, but Farius is right now in the midst of quite a triumphant opening to this second half. Diffuser walks in, assassinates him, and then gets back out. That's pretty much all he can do. Gunner and Gavin both dying. That's Gavin's very first death. Of course, he survives the whole first half and then dies 40 seconds into the 7th round.
Just couldn't stay alive, could he? One big issue there, the Monty was not the injury, right? Monty didn't get in the building, and I respect it. Beastcoast, they want to get in quickly, they had good drone work, but they lost those gunfights, and there's good shots by Farius. He's in the grave now, though, but it's a successful trade. It's a 3 versus 4 favoring Los, so now the Monty has to get activated and try and isolate a defender or get enough intel to get a kill somewhere. The only bad thing for the attack of Beastcoast, they don't have any smoke grenades. So the line of sights that they have all the way from master bedroom into office will be an active play. You cannot cut this bomb set in half with the smokes.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Bursa is just playing the waiting game. Diffuser starting to plant. Bursa will see the Monty. Nitro Cell goes out onto the wall. Rise misses that one, or maybe he was just trying to open things up. He engages with Spirits. They'll all decide to coalesce around Hot and Cold. Diffuser with 2 kills. He's lined up for a triple for the match. Diffuser to break double digits to send Beastcoast into first overall. Could a 7-0 happen in front of our very eyes? Diffuser wants it. He vaults over. And my God, he gets it. I'm sorry, Diffuser. I was not familiar with your game. What a match by Beastcoast. A 7-0 statement to propel themselves to the top of the region.
Oh man, that's excellent. The only thing missing was a pop-off reaction. How do you win that round as Diffuser and just sit there stone cold? Come on, jump out of your chair, man. Pop off. Like, this guy's a rookie. This guy's new here. You had a great game. You had a great round. Celebrate. Embrace it. Yeah, it's a weekend low, so it's not the best team in the world, but you played a phenomenal game as a player and as a team.
Beastcoast had the exact same reaction when they beat Space Station the other day. It was just Diffuser. He leaned back like this and was like,
high goals.
And I was like, I see you have decided to lose to me. What a shock. And this time around, Diffuser wins it, and he's like, all right, on to the next one. We're the best. 10 kills for Diffuser, who's only been improving alongside Beastcoast's improvement. A 7-0. And we talked about how this was a statement match for teams, especially Los. That's a statement match from Beastcoast, who catapult themselves to the top. Excellently done. And there's obviously greater implications down the standings that the desk will want to talk about, but we've only got a single match to go, and well, the stakes for that game might not be very high because of the results up to this point. LG and Soniqs will cap off our show today in just a few minutes. See you soon.
For the first time in Beastcoast's tenure in the North American League, they are first place in the standings. It's only the round robin. It's not the full playoff spectrum. They're not first. They're not going to Manchester. But what they have managed to do is come back from a 3-0 start, win 5 games straight, and get the first 7-0 of the North American League to earn the #1 seed heading into playoffs next week. That is an incredible accomplishment for a roster that's been together for just about a month.
It's a huge feat to be able to do that, going down, losing not only just some of the most important games when you come out the gate, but then being able to stabilize yourself and figure out your footing and find out what you need to do to be able to turn it around, and then to successfully get to first place, especially with everything that was set in front of you. I mean, it's such a hard task to do. So congratulations to Beastcoast. More congratulations to me, though, because I can't believe Lax picked Los. That was crazy.
Yeah, the first 7-0 of the season, and unfortunately, Lax is predicting the wrong end of it. You know, credit to Beastcoast for sure. This game, I know we were pretty confident it would end somewhat in this fashion with Beastcoast taking the dub. It felt like a statement, though. Los did not feel like they really showed up in this game, which was unfortunate to see for their final showing in the NAL regular season. Los will have the open qualifiers to move into, and then beyond that, potentially the LCQ, and then beyond that, if they play really well, potentially the major. So the day is not done for Los. There are still more games to play throughout the stage, but Beastcoast, certainly nice to see them popping off throughout this game and throughout the stage so far. Really impressive to see how much they have improved as a roster, to see how much they have been able to put together in such a short period of time. This team has been a joy to watch.
I was really watching backstage, trying to grasp at what was Beastcoast doing that was just better. And there wasn't necessarily a strategic point to it. They were just winning every single gunfight that came into their engagement. Los wasn't doing anything. Even when they realized, hey, we're hemorrhaging kill after kill, we need to start playing together. Los tried to play together, send 2 people at a time, and they just kept falling. Beastcoast's retake ability was amazing. Every time that they lost the position, they would send 2 people or 3 people to retake on it, and each one of them were winning a 1v1. And it just looked so one-sided just because Los couldn't fire back. They weren't even able to get a kill to start some type of an equalization.
A lot of smoke play on the defense from Los. Realistically, though, I mean, they played 6 attacking rounds. It was almost the entirety of the game, and we've talked a lot about how attacking can be very difficult, and I just think that they let Beastcoast get away with a lot of things. You know, every swing that Beastcoast went for, every aggressive move they tried, it seemed to be perfectly unpunished. I think the best example was that very first round when Bursa's on the ego window, can cover Gunnar as he goes for the big aggressive swing, but he's not there and watching it, and Gunnar hits a nasty 2K because of it. So it's that great mechanical skill coming through from Beastcoast, combined with, I think, some big mistakes coming through on Los that really did clean up this game.
Let's do something that is probably going to shock a lot of people. Let's look at the standings and see just where we ended up. OXG and M80 were #1 and 2 for the majority of the last few weeks. Now Beastcoast might have the same amount of points, but are guaranteed first place and a first round bye. I am having difficulty believing that this screen is real.
Look at that round differential too, +17. That doesn't just mean that Beastcoast, when they started turning up after that first 0-3 start, it doesn't just mean that they were winning games, but they were winning games decisively.
That's a 2021 Space Station number in the NAL. That's a crazy round diff.
I mean, it's an immense round diff, and to be, of all teams, to have done this and looked the most consistent since they obviously had their mistakes. Every other team came into the stage hot, or maybe had some hiccups, whatever. Beastcoast came into the stage looking not hot at all, and have now just slaughtered everybody that got into their way.
And those standings that you were just looking at, they're not going to change, because the only other result that can change for our last game of the day will be who gets 4th and who gets 5th between LG and DarkZero. But of course, 4th and 5th play each other in playoffs anyways, so it doesn't really matter who gets 4th and who gets 5th. This will be your bracket coming into playoffs when we move in next week to see finally the best of 3s coming through from the North American League. And both sides of the bracket looking fierce. I mean, M80 Space Station Oxygen all on one side. That's some big names going at it. And then on the other side, we get DZ, Luminosity, and Beastcoast all fighting for another spot. That'll be really, really fun.
Here's the thing. If, like, the only team that's known from that side of the bracket is DZ, there is a greater chance that either Beastcoast or Luminosity is the team going to Manchester from that side of the bracket than there is for DarkZero to still make it. Because DarkZero have to win, and then they have to do it again, and that's just to make sure that any of the two new squads that haven't been to internationals before don't go to Manchester. It's crazy. This league is insane. Let's talk to Gunnar, the guy who stands atop his team on the rest of the NAL pile. Dude, just talk to me about when you saw Game 2. You see the result. You see that both M80 and OXG are tied together. Is there anything that you said to your team at that point, realizing there was a real chance that you could take number 1?
No. I didn't know. Well, I think we like knew, but like we don't like talking about the standings because it's just like just like bad luck. Like I don't know. I didn't want to think about it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, you don't want to jinx yourself, and I'm kind of going to give you the floor a little bit with this question. I mean, obviously, I know you a little bit more personally, and I know your experience going from Soniqs to the team that you're on now. And now that you've successfully finished at the top of the leaderboard, whereas Soniqs is on the bottom, does that give you a little bit of solace? Do you feel good that your prior team is kind of in the slumps while you are finding success on Beastcoast?
No, I mean, it doesn't like make me feel good. I have a lot of love for like my old teammates. Me and Richie are going to the gym after his game. Like that's my boy, so and I always want to see them do well. But I mean, yeah, it feels good to be on top, you know, for now, and just be playing well. You know, it's been a while. I started off this season on the wrong mouse. That's why I played bad, so everyone knows. I'm on the right mouse now, yeah. So that was the change. But no, I mean, it feels really good. I love this new team. I just feel comfortable.
Yeah, well, Gunnar, we've talked to the fullest extent of everything that's going right for you guys. Obviously, this was a fantastic start to your stage, a brand new team, first place for the groups of the NAL. But of course, job's not done. You still need to win a best of 3. If you can win even one BO3, you'll be headed to Manchester. What's the biggest thing that you're still working on, that you're, as a team, still looking to improve as you move into the second phase of the North American League?
I mean, obviously, Monty's probably going to get banned, sadly, so maybe winning attacks without Montaigne or something, but I don't know. We might be cooked. Who knows?
That's the thing about getting that side on Chalet. Real quick, we don't give these guys their flowers nearly as often as we probably should. Talk to me about Fett and Froshi, the guys behind the scenes who've been working for this team to make sure that you can get this sort of result. What is it like having this kind of support staff?
I'm telling you, like our team, we just have a blast. I'm not involved with like the prep and stuff or anything. That's just all Matt and them. So I'm sure they're cooking up. You know, they tell us where like the important stuff, but all the behind the scenes stuff is like they're cooking for sure. I just show up and play. So I mean, you could see how successful we've been. So they're definitely doing something right. They're really good. They work really hard.
Certainly seems like it's paying off. Dude, again, congratulations. Number 1 seed is yours. First round bye is yours. Now all you have to do is sit back and wait to figure out who your opponent is, either DarkZero or Luminosity coming up for you next week. So is there anything that you're going to do specifically with your 1 day off next week?
Yeah, probably just play with my favorite Twitch streamer, Sage Mummy. Shout out Sage Mummy. And yeah, I don't know. We're going to go to work. We're just going to be working. That's all I know.
Those are the grindstone, dude. Again, congratulations. We'll see you for playoffs next week, dude. Take care.
See ya.
It's insane to watch this sort of Beastcoast trajectory. I remember the Broad team that was playing in CL, and it was Ghost and Fozo in that group trying to see if they couldn't take a team someplace. Then it was the iteration after that when they realized that roster might not be the play, and it was the one with Mr. B when he tried to bring a couple of guys up. Now to finally see this iteration of Beastcoast get this sort of result, I'm pretty proud of where they've come and the fact that Beastcoast have stuck with like thick and thin the whole time.
It's the best Beastcoast roster we've ever seen in the North American League.
Put the tweet up.
I said it at the start, I said it at the middle, and I say it again. This is the best roster Beastcoast have ever produced. They've finally proven that here and now, making it to the playoffs of the North American League. Still work to do, still got to make it to that major spot, but you couldn't be more proud as a Beastcoast fan. This team has done so much in such little time, and they're just going to continue to push the boundaries for North America going forward, and then hopefully also against the world.
I feel like Beastcoast has given everybody in North America a team to root for. You know, a lot of new faces and love, not necessarily new faces, but new faces to really focus on, because every one of them came from a team where the established players were already established. So I don't know what's better, having a team to love and appreciate, or that Fett could be on main stage doing TikTok dances. That could be a problem if we allow that guy to go to Manchester. He might be hitting the Renegade and stuff. I don't know. That might be a problem. So I don't know if I'm excited or scared, but I guess we'll have to see.
I will say, having the chance to have talked to Froshi at moments where I did, whether for Breaking Point or just in other moments, I'm also genuinely proud of you two as well, dude. Congratulations on getting #1. It's not the end of a journey. There's still playoffs to go. Manchester is not a guarantee, even if it only takes one more best of 3 to get there. So that we will get to next week. But we still have one more game left. Luminosity and Soniqs have our final best of 1 of the round robin, and that's coming up next.
Sleep well. If you don't sleep good, you're just it's chalked. If you don't sleep well, it's chalked. Simple as that.
No matter what, I always wake up at 8:30 all the time. Always on game. I don't care what time the game is. Always 8:30. Take a shower, eat breakfast. Because most of the days I don't eat breakfast, but for that day I make sure I eat breakfast. And I have a G Fuel that day. I never drink G Fuel. I only drink G Fuel on game days. That's it.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a habit, but I think I just watch a lot of other regions like EU, Brazil, that kind of stuff.
I do enjoy working out a lot. I feel like it helps me with my mental clarity, and it's kind of my yoga time, if you put it that way. It's kind of like it's peaceful for my head.
Just like physical health, like going to the gym helps me kind of just reset every day, and it's good stress relief for me. Meditation and just kind of going through and calming myself down, really digging deep, just calms you down before the game. So I would say meditation and the gym are probably the biggest two.
The Super Week is over. The playoffs are set. The Manchester Major looms large in our windshields in just a couple weeks. Oh, wait, we still have one more game. Okay, we can do that. As long as LG and Soniqs have the honor of ushering us out of the best of ones before playing more and taking us to playoffs and the last chance qualifier. This is the final match of the best of ones, the round robin, the group stage of the North American League for stage 1. I'm Jacob, he's Fox, he's Jesse. The hard work has already been done at this point, and now we just get to sit back, lounge, and watch one more BO1 before we get to playoffs next week.
Now, Jacob, is when the real games come out.
Oh.
Now is when we get to play for what really matters. No more points, no more standings, no more graphics. Now is when we play for the clips. Now is when you go get your Twitter clout. Now is when you go and show up and make everybody know that you are the nastiest flicker in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege. Now they can focus on what truly matters, and that's getting sick Twitter clips.
You kind of look like a cartoon character when you get like animated like that. You start bouncing and jumping out. Looks like cartoon characters. Soniqs right now. They have not been playing too hot, and it's very uncharacteristic of them because I feel like they do have a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and they have found a little bit of success. And I do think Adam and Merc most specifically, but more specifically Adam, they have been having a phenomenal season when it comes to Soniqs, but they just haven't been able to put it up with the rest of the team in the roster.
Yeah, it sucks to see. I mean, I think a lot of people were giving Soniqs a bit of grace for the roster changes they were making, and my hope was that even if they didn't immediately gel, they would retain that old mentality. Remember the 2022 mentality when they brought Yeti and the old United core on? If we don't win immediately, it's no big deal. I hope that's the same mentality they took into this stage because they can't make playoffs. They have to play the LCQ. That's just how it goes for some teams sometimes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because obviously Soniqs are a staple of the league. We've seen them do so many good things before. Top 6 at SI, I mean, we can't stop saying it, but this team, the highest of heights and now the lowest of lows here in the North American League. But LCQ is ahead of them. Of course, the major is not out of their grasp, but I think this is where we get to see the good teams separate from the great. When the pressure is the highest, not today, but going forward in the next couple weeks, that's when the greatest teams are made. So I'm definitely excited to look at Soniqs going forward into the LCQ.
Well, the only reason that this game matters, well, the thing is, it kind of doesn't for standings because 4th and 5th could be either Luminosity or Beastcoast. For LG, if they were to win this game, maybe they bump themselves up by one more place, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because 4th and 5th in the bracket will still play one another. So for LG, like Jesse mentioned, just go for something fun.
Yeah, exactly. For Luminosity, even 1 point, so an overtime loss would bump them above DarkZero, but it doesn't really matter. So, you're coming into this game, you're hoping to at least take it as a match to improve on, right? Maybe you do want to take it as seriously as you can and try to fix some issues because you will be going into playoffs. And so if you can iron out some kinks here, you can get yourself into the best shape possible heading into playoffs. That would be nice to see from LG. Also, I think motivationally ending on a win would be nice going into the playoffs. But yeah, ultimately this can be a bit more of a chill game for them too.
We took some time to sit down with Julian just before this game got going about how their stage has been going since they picked up 3 new players to start this stage.
After the first week, it was kind of rough because we knew what we wanted to do. We just had a lot of mistakes that we needed to fix. It's harder to see our mistakes until they actually happen. So that whole next week of practice, that was like our main focus, is to fix those little mistakes so they won't happen again. But after the second play day against Beastcoast and M80, it felt like what we aspired to, like how we wanted to play, it felt like it was really at its best there, and it's at its best right now. The game against Oak Street, we just started off really slow, really poorly. The energy wasn't there until like halfway or towards the end point, and it was just too late for us. But the fact that we're able to just knock off attacks like that it shows that we're not a team to be underestimated. I really like the team right now because the way we play, the way we all call, it's never the same thing. It's always something different, and it's a fun way to play Siege.
Feels like Julian and the rest of LG really have good heads on their shoulders, especially hearing what Hat said in the initial interview at the beginning of the stage. We knew we'd gel with these guys already in the server and out of the server, so why not make it work? And so far, they have done exactly that, and in some cases have been playing picture-perfect Siege. For a team that wasn't that great last stage to improve this drastically, it's a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, and even though we're talking about these teams only going from maybe 5th to 4th, it's still very important for Luminosity to get their reps because there are certain rounds that that we see a lot of picture-perfect moments from them of taking something that they see outside of the server and using it into the server. This was a round, of course it was against Lowe's, so it's not the greatest opponent, but they took a timeout before this, and so Luminosity set up to play slow and let Los make the first mistake. And as the onslaught of the execute happens, we see Rise goes for a push, and Luminosity realizes, oh my god, we don't have to play slow anymore. We got the diffuser down on the floor. And all 3 of the remaining members end up holding crossfires to then set up onto the diffuser. And it's a nice little back and forth of Luminosity showing that if a timeout comes, they set up one thing to be able to be an obstacle for Los. And then in the round, as the round progresses, that's not just it. They don't just sit there and let the rest of the round play out. They're constantly adapting within the information that they're gathering in that round. So that big point was getting the diffuser down in such an isolated spot and then telling everybody else, okay, give up what you're doing. Let's just focus on holding this diffuser. Obviously, again, it was against Los, so take it with a grain of salt. But the wheels turning in your head is obviously very important to see out of such a young team.
Yeah, I think it's something that we've noticed throughout the stage so far with Luminosity is that, you know, sometimes you can win rounds on defense by just playing aggressive, by being mechanically good at the game and having all of this mechanical skill. But I really feel like LG have a good fundamental idea of what they want to do in a round, what the win condition is to make sure that they can convert it into a W. Sometimes that means playing aggressive. Sometimes that means reining it in and playing it a little bit more passive, playing around the kit, stalling out time. Whatever their win condition is, it's clear they always have thought about that ahead of time and have communicated it as a team. So, I mean, that's excellent to see, as you said, from such a young squad.
LG seem like they have a master plan. I would also like to assume that Soniqs still have something in the works that they can throw in, because even if it's not immediately translating with how this roster's been performing now, we see those glimpses. We see moments where it was clearly the right move to bring Ambi in before the Invitational. We notice the impact Adam has, especially on attack. We see where Merc is slotting into this team. It's not like the potential's not there. We just don't want this to be a case of yet another team that, again, has the P word, potential, and can't really live up to it.
The biggest issue with Soniqs is when a problem goes awry or a strategy doesn't necessarily follow through in fruition the way that Soniqs is expecting. Everybody just kind of abandons ship and starts going for frags. They just try to shoot their way out of it, and it did work out in their first game against DZ. We saw that and it was like, wow, they're so strong at gunfights. They'll be able to slaughter everybody. That was not the case. They did not look nearly as strong, and I do think this team has a lot of issues when it comes to mental game and stress and pressure. And I feel like because a lot of the key point players are very nervous players, they're very new to the scene too, and they've never had to go against this level of stress and pressure of being on such a notable team and not finding success.
Fair play. Clubhouse is our last best of one of the stage. Soniqs have defense first. I don't really know how well that bodes for LG, but LG so far have been the better team, so this actually could be a close one.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see the Clubhouse, because I think for Soniqs, more so than LG, you want to come into this game and you want to play something that you can feel kind of comfortable on, right? Something where you should have the best chance of walking away with a win, so that A, you can improve your mental, maybe going into those LCQs, but also just so that you can kind of hammer down what works, right? And I think that Clubhouse, it's always been a comfortable map for Soniqs. They brought FaZe Clan to 15 rounds of this map back to the 6th Invitational. It's a map they destroyed DarkZero on at the start of the season. So this is a really comfy map for Soniqs, and I'm glad to see them going here so that they can maybe just try to nail down the fundamentals of like a map they should be comfortable on to try to get back on the right track as a team.
Why were you sighing just then?
I know he's trying to hype them up and he's bringing up how they won it at the Invitational, but it's a whole different team. Clearly this team is not showing up like we expected them to.
Yeah.
And, you know I'm not the only one getting upset about it. I'm sure Super's definitely had some words about it on his own. But that being said, I think it doesn't necessarily matter about the map. It really has to do with, again, the mental game. And I feel like Soniqs have kind of given up. They have nothing to play for. So in my opinion, I don't think it matters to them.
They may have nothing to play for, but you still have everything to play for, because this game will still count towards your predictions. You got to make sure you get this one right.
I'm not picking Soniqs. I don't know who put that up there.
Uh-oh.
I'm not picking Soniqs. I'm picking Luminosity.
There we go.
To be fair, I may have predicted Soniqs, and it may have been me that messed it up, but I'm definitely going with Luminosity.
You submitted that like 2 or 3 days ago, and it's coming back up now.
Yeah,
okay, you're
right.
going LG.
I will pick Soniqs. I will be the one. I like Clubhouse for SQ, and whilst you're right, Soniqs have nothing to play for, neither do LG. So I think for both these squads, you know, however serious they're taking it, I trust in Soniqs maybe a little bit more. Maybe,
You're wrong.
Maybe we'll find out.
They're a rookie team.
Maybe it's the start of a comeback.
To them, it makes them, I bet it makes them feel good when they find success. Everybody's so young on that team that winning is all that matters. And we saw how passionate Wi-Fi was yesterday, because he had a very inspiring interview. And so in my opinion, I'm going to go with Luminosity.
All right. This is the last game of the round robin stage. Parker, Pengu, do me a favor. Can we have some kind of, like, I don't know, Twitter clip hype moment? Like, if anybody does something really, really cool, can we just have like a different cast for it? Let's make this one special. It's our last game of the stage.
Well, it's our last best of one of stage one, and this game doesn't really have the stakes that we had hoped for. But if there's a big moment, we'll bring the big hype. If it occurs, of course. I'm very curious as to how these teams are going to go about this match, because there's a couple different thought processes here, Nick. Number one, why show strats that you don't have to show, right?
Yeah.
Soniqs might not be competing in the playoffs, but Luminosity are. So for Soniqs, as we said a couple matches ago, this is about game day reps. This is about getting the fundamentals down. Soniqs have, I think it's fair to say, taken a step back as a team from what we saw last year. There are growing pains when you bring in a new roster. This is an opportunity for them to get yet another game day under their belt before they go into the hell in a cell that is the last chance qualifiers. As for Luminosity, they also need their game day reps. They come in with 4 wins, 3 losses. It's been pretty clear cut. They win in regulation, they lose in regulation. Feast or famine. Luminosity will also take every match they can get to improve. Operator bans are coming in. We go to Clubhouse for our final matchup of the day.
Yeah, that was like one thing I could tell to these two teams and they could hear it would be like, make it fun and enjoyable, if anything. But I think Fox hit a good note that LG, they're a young team, they're young players. They're gonna care about improving and playing, getting actual good gameplay in. So I do think that at least one of these two teams will take it serious, and I don't see why both wouldn't at least try to play it here. Arbiter bans are a bit of a interesting one though, from one team at least. Ace and Maestro removed from play. We don't see either getting banned all that often. Of course, Ace, there's always that once in a while it gets banned, you know, on various maps, as that's a very stable hop-reaching operator in general. Whereas Maestro is just, you know, that's personal. That is a, we don't want you to play this operator whatsoever type deal. And I get it. You get 3 evil eyes down the Maestro. That's a ton of self-destruction. It sucks to deal with. And the only real counter is like playing Brava and hacking those cameras. It's just not really ideal. So LG, they bring the spice here. I enjoy it. Soniqs keep things same old, same old. No Ying, no Fenrir. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
I've been a little bit puzzled actually by the results on the Sonic side of things in this stage, because they should be a better player, or they should be a better team with the players they have on the squad, right? Obviously losing Citizen hurts, that's inarguable. Benching Grixer is probably hurt as well, but I mean, you bring on Adam, who looked very good last stage. You bring on Merc, who has consistently been a very good player, and presumably it brings about some changes to your strategies. Maybe that's the greater issue. Maybe it's just that they are still trying to wrestle with a new system, new roles. You've still got the same IGLing from Geo, as far as I'm aware. Maybe something's changed on Soniqs. I don't know if you've heard anything. I have not.
No. Last I heard was like Geo wanted more aggressive players to call for, that they could like do aggressive plays and play like new style of Siege. And I imagine Merc does have a voice in the team, because Merc was a vocal player in TSM, for example, or back when he played on Wildcard. So also the current way you play the game, you don't just have one guy calling the shots, right? You have like a team effort. But yes, as far as I know, Geo is like the main guy.
Geo obviously working with Merc to win a world championship, so you know that they know how to play together. You know that they've called together. There were periods of time where Merc was actually IGLing as well, so they should at least have some basic level of understanding. Yeah, I've been a little bit puzzled as to what's been troubling this team, because even though they're adapting to 2 new players, on paper, this roster should not be a basement-dwelling team. They should be, if not in the top 4, at least in competition for that. You've got really no weak links on the side of Soniqs.
I think it's a completely fair point to make, and I again, like, I see it the same way. Like, you have good players with experience, you have some good gunners, which is important in this current meta, but you don't have their souls yet, at least. So I hope, if not now, a glow up for stage 2 or a great run in LCQ, for example, can get into a position. But things don't start off too well. Merc swings in a 1v2, and Kixera gets been picked for LG on the attack.
Kixera had adopted at the start of the stage Kixera, like
going with it.
So many other players before him. CyberZero was another name. All of this, of course, emulating what we see in a game known as Counter-Strike. Kixera with another kill, this time on Adam, and suddenly LG's advance through Dirt Tunnel, working out quite effectively. Pat, who spoke a lot of ish on Twitter, is the first to die for Luminosity, but he's the only one that's died so far. Complete opposite of Soniqs, where everybody has died except for Geo until Kixera gets what I believe was a 3K.
Yeah.
Oh my, Kixera and Luminosity start off strong.
Very much so. I mean, Soniqs don't fight back a whole lot in terms of gun skill. It's just pretty much like a one-sided endeavor in the entry. It's Dirt Tunnel, it's Kitchen Hatch, and it's round over. Now, when we see maps like Oregon and Clubhouse, those basement bomb sites, there are typically two ways to play it. There's the roam and there's the turtle. But even if you are turtling, and that means playing like very passively on the bomb site without going like leaving it with any players, I still want to see defenders get a little bit active, right? Go main staircase, go blue stairs, start in garage, kill a couple drones, fall back type vibe. Otherwise, you're just kind of like waiting for the attack to come to you, and I mean, we saw what happened there, right? It's kind of rough. Soniqs, no surprise, go to a different bomb site. That's what I would do as well. It's like, lose basement, why would you go back there, right? Go CC, go gym, go crazy and go bar. Show us something new. You said earlier, Parker, you brought down the stats that NAL, across pretty much every single map, they have their core 3 bomb sites that get seen play, and then the 4th bomb site just doesn't appear. On Chalet, it was like Master Bedroom. On this map, it's of course bar. I want to see it. I like seeing a little bit of innovation, a little bit different stuff. You know, when you have a different approach to these rounds, and just simply playing a bomb set that no one else is playing, I think it's in that same category. It's in that same box of fun things to watch. Now LG, they banned the Ace and the Maestro. Now they're bringing out the Gridlock, so they are doing things a little bit differently here. And I'm curious if this is a Gridlock for the sake of the grenades, or the self-destruct from the shotgun, or what exactly the angle is gonna be. Maverick will make a line at bottom of this exterior wall, but there is no bandit tricking. There's no actual wall deny. It's just impact grenades there through the mirror window. When you don't have like a quote-unquote real hub breacher in like a Thermite or Hibana, this might get a little bit tricky to Maverick open due to that mirror window being there.
It sure could, but you've got options to take care of these Kiba barriers now that are present inside of Garage. Merc is safe for the time being. Wi-Fi is not that far removed. And he's got the other lineup at ADSs at the wrong time. We refer to that as siege timing. Because the angle, he's going to lose his Kiba barrier and the protection that comes with it unless Luminosity decides to show themselves no. Kixera not taking the fight at all.
Those Kibas, you can shoot them, but they take a while. Gets rid of it though, breaks the moment in pocket, of course, on the Asami. Soul is playing downstairs as well with a good amount of pressure. They're holding on to garage with the defenders here, and it's not seen by the attackers. They have no idea.
Merc gets one kill, and Rexon immediately goes for the run out. Merc technically credited with that kill. They've opened breach. These are not the players you are seeing on your screen. That was not Merc. That was Rexon. That was not Rexon. That was Merc. That's Merc. That's not Rexon.
Okay.
Had in pursuit, and he dies. It's a flawless round by Soniqs.
Go to a different site, get a different result. Bit of a misstep on the attack there, not clearing Lounge, not clearing out the Solus, and you'd expect that kind of aggression from Soniqs, right? We always talk about Merc as being one of those like in your face type players where if he wants to go for a kill, he'll do it, and then he'll go for a second and a third. Like the man usually does not stop, and in that round, it certainly worked out. Ties things up though. The only question that we have remaining is it going to be a gym or back to basement for Soniqs? I'm going to go gym. Respectable. I wasn't even going to put bar in the conversation there because no one goes bar.
That's actually not true. We did see somebody go bar gaming today.
We spoke about the bomb set, but it wasn't played.
You wanted to see if you're.
Oh yeah, you had me nervous there. I was like, did we? Oh boy.
I believe we were instructed to if somebody does something really cool, we'll have a different cast for it. So I'm just gonna prank you.
Oh, that's not what they were referring to at all.
Well, that's how I chose to interpret it.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I don't speak American, you know? I don't interpret things the wrong way.
I was gonna say, how funny would it be if we end up having our most competitive match of the day here when the stakes are inarguably the lowest?
I mean, OXG
I mean,
and
we
M80?
also had all 15 rounds between M80 and OXG, so
yeah.
You got a long way to go to match that intensity.
It's hard to match that. Also, like, Sport got an ace, he got a 4K, he got some deagle kills. Like, there was a lot of highlights in that matchup in general. It was a good watch. This one's a bit slower paced. Different stylistic choice, of course. LG want to make sure that they don't skip any of their fundamental steps here. The Garrett control, put the Claymore, set the flank cam, progress to the open breach and CC. That's step number one. Then you start meeting a bit of trouble. You have the roamers extending to cache, reinforced walls, impact deny, plenty of those. 5 impacts in play right now. There goes one. Flashbangs follow as well. And Andrew's gonna fall back the first step into cache connector. Surely not.
No! How does Eddie get a team kill as well? What the hell is going on in this match? Someone killed Eddie.
Another!
What the? What in the sweet Jesus is happening on our screens? We just 2 team kills? A frenzy at the top of red stairs? What is this match?
I love it.
Back from the dead. I haven't talked about the fact that Silent went from Silent FN to Silent RJ. A mystery as to what those mean. The new and improved Silent. Last alive. That dies out window. Pretty sure Luminosity killed half of their team.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. They were trying to make it a more competitive match, perhaps. Even in the odds. I don't know.
It's a heck of a shot from Silent. He's looking for something in bathroom. He's not going to find it. Still waiting game. Rexon gets the final kill, but that one was over several seconds ago. Soniqs looked good in that round, but
well,
what was that?
I'm curious exactly how it happened, because there are team goals where you do like a crazy flick and you just you do it off sound, you get like a team clan accident, but that was like 4 people in a blender top red from both teams, and it must have just been like the chaos of it all, Attackers, they come up the red staircase, you're playing top red, you're shooting at the enemy who's running at you, and it's just like collateral damage, essentially. I imagine that's what happened, but 2 team kills in the same spot, you don't see that all the time. Oh, it's actually a technical timeout from LG. That's very early. Clearly not happy to how they lost that, I guess, the last 2 rounds. And again, I do think LG are here to get the reps in and try and learn something and take something away from this. If Soniqs will play in their face, that is worth playing against. It's worth training for, because there will be aggressive teams domestically and also internationally. And it's a place that you have to get familiar with, because otherwise you'll just struggle against it every single time.
Back into the action we go after one of the most baffling rounds that we have seen in all of Stage 1. Due to the scheduling, as people might have noted, there was 10 teams originally in the North America League, and now there are only 9. That means that instead of 5 matches a day, we've gone down to the 4 that you witnessed, this obviously being our 4th match. There technically should have been one more match today, which would have involved Space Station, but they are simply observers. They did absolutely nothing today, but it was enough because they have clinched their spot for the playoffs. A lot of fun with that Space Station cast the other day.
Oh yeah, we did. It was a good cafe game.
Talked about this in the actual matchup, that Jinxie's popularity has brought quite a number of new viewers in whenever SSG plays, and I don't know if other casters are keen to try this, but I think that sometimes for the newer viewers, it's not a terrible idea to, well, simplify your casting. Keep things a little bit light. Not every match needs to be the SI Grand Finals level of hype. If a big moment happens, it will get the hype that it deserves, but by and large, there's a certain approach to different games based on the standings of the games and players competing and the fan base that they bring. I mean, it's not even just Jinxie, it's the SSG players themselves. They don't take themselves very seriously on social media. They don't take themselves very seriously in some games as well. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Kills break out within the first minute. Hat involved in the first altercation. Merc, the second. Xro dead, Ambi dead. Valkyrie, a sure loss for Soniqs, but those black eye cams will persist. That's one fewer nitro cell that Soniqs won't be able to use in a potential post plant.
There's also no ass breaching rounds for the mirror windows, which is a crucial step of the defense for holding blue and church, so definitely a bigger loss from the attack inside. Oh, actually, the mirror window's not in church, it's inside blue facing the bomb side, so a different setup here. Blue is a very crucial point of the map, and again, now the Ash down for the count, you cannot really clear out that position, and there's no Cavita in play either, so you just have Wi-Fi on the Grim as like your big operator in this round. Get the intel, work with it, and go for the execute. Before they can get there, gotta get open all of those hatches, third tunnel, etc. The more that's open, the more pressure it is, the better it is for the attackers. I don't think Merc saw the vertical holes right above him or hurt them even, so Hack gets a pre-kill. Of course, he was busy trying to impact the knife, but it's a trade. Rexon from Church has the ankle. That long line of sight up through verticality takes down the Buck. It's down to even numbers now. Still Wi-Fi with 5 Bs in pocket. And again, those Bs gotta come in very clutch in this round.
Well, you're gonna be dropping all of those B canisters in the final 40 seconds. That's, well, that's expedient beekeeping, let's put it that way. Wi-Fi yet to find a kill. He's been a very big bright spot of LG. That struggle will continue. No Bs used at all. Not only no kills, but no utility expended from the Grim. Grim's pick rate continually increasing as the stage has gone on, and as we saw from international play, brings hard destruction, a good gun, and good gadgetry. Wi-Fi not able to wrangle any of that up. Eddie walks into his death. Rexon and Geo, the final 2 kills, and Soniqs keep this ball rolling.
Some sloppy deaths though from LG. I mean, they lose Ash in the entry. Okay, whatever. You're fighting for map control for the home clear. It's fine. Buck then gets a kill, dies immediately after. There was no slowing down and stabilizing from Luminosity. They could have, gotten the kill on Merc, relaxed for a bit, open up the hatches first priority, then start droning, especially if you're like a Sledge or Buck doing vertical destruction on the floor to a bomb site and you're already low on health, you're very prone to die into like an impact grenade or a C4. Or if the enemy knows you're low, just like swinging for you. If you know that only a couple bullets and Buck's gonna die or get injured, you will likely get swung from people because they have the confidence to do so. We're seeing a good old stable pick here from Mr. Geo. It's that shield play, and not on the attacking side, but defense. Geo is playing Clash, middle of the side, hiding from all the drones. And there was that clip from one of the earlier play days where Geo clutched out with the Clash up against DarkZero on this map. That was something. And I gotta say, we've seen a fair bit of Clash this stage in both Europe, North America, and Brazil. And about half the time, Clash is like the last operator alive in like a 1v3. And it doesn't look like the defenders really do anything with the operator. So I'm very much trying to keep track of what is Geo doing. Is he gaining, value in the round? Is the Clash actually doing something other than just like simply existing in the server? And I like this position right now for Geo playing Catwalk. You can't just get rid of Clash. There is a Cavita, of course. You got those 2 fireballs as your only real counterplay for that particular operator. And after that, It's all guns blazing. Sonic is going to be killed downstairs in the basement against Merc. Early removal of the Solace means you don't got to worry about that plant position later in the round if you can get to the bomb side, as verticality is no longer a big deal for the defenders.
Sorry. Look at Eddie's face when we go. Can we spectate Eddie for one more second? Look at Eddie's face. Eddie looks like he's in hell, and there's no way he can come back. Like he just does not look like he's having a good time at all. That is the look of defeat. Eddie, we are a minute and 15 seconds into round number 5. You're gonna need to pump up that energy a little bit here.
Poor guy. I mean, he's 1-3. He's playing Maverick. He's like, why is no one else playing Heartbreach? Why do I gotta deal with this, man? What? You know? Please help. And I'm up against the Clash. Like, it just gets worse. Yeah, come on, man. You got open and kill. You're doing all right. And once this wall gets opened up, please don't die here, Eddie. You cannot take this at
Eddie.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
Battle between the two of them.
Oh, no.
Rexon's able to reposition, though, after picking off Silent. Sensational start to this match for Rexon, by the way. 7-1. It's actually 7-11 right now. How convenient. Hat dies, or Hat kills Rexon, rather. I was too busy thinking of puns. Adam will now guard the breach. He executes just a couple seconds away. Fuser in the hands of Eddie, who's still over towards construction. No, and he exposes his ankles to Ambi. Fire burns into serious damage. Hat getting in on the fun. Wi-Fi down for the count. Vault over for the Clash, but it's not good enough. Soniqs on the wrong side of LG's aggression as Luminosity just continues to whittle down those numbers. Hopefully a smile from Eddie after his team wins a much-needed round. It could have been a 4-1 scoreline. There's the smile. Look at it. Look at the smile. Look at it.
He's happy about that one. Could be better.
Protect your bombs from being.
You know, I said how half the time when you play Clash, you end up in a 1v3 as the last person alive and you don't get any real value. I feel like that was one of those rounds. It was literally a 1v3 Clash last alive playing Catwalk Rafters without a gun. I mean, okay, you get off the shield, then you have a gun, you get a kill, but then you die. It's like, imagine the Clash had rotated into connector to stop that push from happening. I guess the issue was there was one person in the window, one person in the breach, but then Clash could just jump over Catwalk Rafters, walk up the red staircase. It's always on that avenue. I don't know. I don't know if it's because Sonics were expecting a full-on garage take and that's what they're preparing for or something like that, but at least they never lost catwalk control. Well, they did lose the round. They're gonna go to gym now in their final first, or the final defense in the first half, rather. Bring the same kind of util-oriented operators, the castle, the mirror, again, slowing things down, getting comfortable on those power positions. And the opening duel so far, once a kill happens, it starts going fast really suddenly. So if you're LG, this time when you attack top red, if they avoid the double team kill, they might have a more stable position to win this round.
Whose silhouette is that on the other side of the wall? Eddie is about to potentially be in for a rude awakening. There's no tricking that can be done from the lineup of Sonics, so I don't know if that was just somebody that was laying prone in Logi or somebody holding construction, but that's construction wall now opened up. Pat has a premonition as to where one of those defenders might be. With construction wall open to the exterior, you can't exactly sit on that mirror window with the same level of security. 1 minute off of the board, just a little bit over a minute. Luminosity has done an excellent job of opening up these castle barricades and the reinforcements. Haven't been able to open Jacuzzi up all the way, though. Just a small opening for them to be able to go through that Gio's looking over from bathroom mirror.
It's a bit of a different tech this time, like pressure from both sides, not just focusing on cash. And it looks like Soniqs might have rotated and surrendered the roam control. No, Ambi's still, oh sorry, Adam is still there. But I don't think he has the same kind of support like previously.
Oh, down goes 2 different players from LG. Kixro on the jump out dies to Rexon's Claymore. Merc somehow also credited with a kill amidst the frenzy that occurred. Ambi far enough back. You thought that the mural window had been vacated, but no. SQ still hanging on to it. LG have lost the plot. Wi-Fi looking for kill number 1 still. It's the final round of the first half. He's inches away from a frost mat, but he has a good understanding, maybe not to walk in that direction. Instead, he will find that SQ have largely vacated the bomb site. They play over by main stairs. Down goes Geo to Wi-Fi. Sidearm is out. Wi-Fi finally leveling up. Kixro a kill onto Ambi, and suddenly the Soniqs, they were in a 3v2. It's a 1v2 for them. Adam looking to head back into the site. Kixro planting the diffuser. Wi-Fi watching. He'll swing over towards Jim. A big round from Wi-Fi. LG tie things up. It didn't look like it was going to go in their favor. Both of the previous rounds looked for moments as if SQ was going to come out ahead. And yet, LG showing why they have qualified for the playoffs, why they're a top 6 team. Keeping it close and then ultimately winning in the slugfest that occurred in the final moments of the round. More importantly, Wi-Fi getting some kills to get on the board.
Not just getting some kills, but he pretty much won the round for his team, and he crouch-locked in, cleared almost every single position and angle, and set up the cover for the plant essentially, and got the final kills. Like, it's good stuff from him in what was a very slow start. He was 0-4, now he's 2-4. It's one of those times where if you're a player and you're not getting any kills in the first half, you might get into your own head like, I'm not doing so well, guys. I can't shake it. I can't, no confidence over here. I think getting a kill, just your first kill, so you don't drop a donut, like you know that's like guaranteed that you get something done as early as possible is crucial. Especially if you're like a young player or inexperienced player in personal play, and you go to like, you know, a big game, whether it be an important final match of groups, or, you know, go to playoffs, qualify for the major. Or if you go to the major, getting that first kill in a series or a match feels really good. You go, oh, I'm not gonna drop donut. It can't get worse. Like, this is good. Now for LG to get the 3-3 on attack, I think that's just quite all right. That's kind of like good for Clubhouse. You're not amazing, you're not terrible, you got the job done. And, you know, if you are not a good attacking team, playing defense will always be the easier side to deal with. Ace being banned is interesting because while Ace doesn't do like one simple sole job of like, oh, he's always bit of a wall, so he's always bit of a hatches like Thermite or Hibana, Ace is just a kind of hard breach operator that gets brought so frequently because he's kind of just okay / good at almost everything. He kind of sucks for hatches, that's really it. And it's the fastest hard breaching gadget in the game that is a throwable or from range. So it's really efficient, just like, you know, chalk out your cell mass, breach open walls. AK-12 is a great gun. You have soft destruction as well with those soft breaches, the soft floor. You're chilling. And it forces the attackers to play, for example, a lot of Maverick. Both LG and now also Soniqs will bring out that operator, and it's a lot slower to use, and it's easier to get C4, so you're a bit more limited. Soniqs still, they bring can openers in both the Grim and the box, so they can certainly get everything opened up relatively quickly. Question is whether or not those kite claws from Wi-Fi will be a problem. They have Geo on the Thatcher, so they have the right tools for the job, but they gotta time the hard breaching correctly with the EMPs.
Well, a 3-3 first half is not necessarily what we come to expect from a Clubhouse traditionally, but you and I did talk about these numbers on the previous Clubhouse match that we saw between OXG and M80, where, again, it was a 50-50. At the time, it was actually 49%, if memory serves me correctly. Now it is at 51. So still a coin flip map for Clubhouse. Bottom floor, 49% of all rounds won by attackers. Gym, upstairs, 48% of all rounds won by defenders. Cash CCTV, 54% by defenders. Every single one of the 3 bomb sites, and of course, because we haven't seen that bar stage bomb site just yet, even though you almost fell for it earlier when I pranked you,
Nice.
All three of these bomb sites that are played are so close to even. That means that a 3-3 half in NA at this current point in time is completely possible. But as we say that, it didn't feel like the round had 15 seconds left, but it did. Geo, the support player, taking no prisoners. Down goes Rexon. Both teams now into a 2v2. It's been an all-out brawl. Geo getting the diffuser down successfully. Ambi on a shred of HP. What little is left is gone at Kixro's hands. Geo has a great cross here, but both players from LG stack up. Geo might be in trouble. The Azami gets through. You cannot allow LG to continue to push towards this diffuser. Geo ceding ground, falling back deeper into the site. Silent, what a swing! Geo simply flabbergasted with that one as he leans back defeated, and that's a motivator for Silent as LG succeed on their first defense.
That's a frustrating for Geo. I mean, you got the kills, you got the entry, you got the plant down. You're in a pretty rough spot, right? He can't really play in because it's not a kitchen vertically. He dropped the hatch to plant, of course. You can't go out third. You can't leave the bomb side. Like, you have to brawl it out on the bomb side, 1 versus 2. And while I knew where one of those players were when they crossed the blue rotate, he didn't have active intel on the second member. And you saw the train of thought there from Geo. Fight the blue guy, quick flick, check the hallway. Damn, no one is there. Both players swung together, and that's just not really a winnable position to be in, even though it's a post plan for Geo and Soniqs. It looked like a really good defense, like 5 versus 3 or whatever, and then Soniqs, they were fired up. They got the trades back. They had those Grim Bees, rather, come into the blue area of the map, drop down those hatches, and they had good intel. One thing that I love that you always do is that he's always hovering like fuse or glass. And the reason for it, I imagine, this is like my own theory, I don't know for sure, is because of the attacker repick function, he will pick an operator that is never played, typically not played, and he'll allow his other teammates to pick, like, lock in their operators first, and he only has to change to what he wants to play. Sometimes you'll have, you know, one person playing Sledge, one person playing Ace, and then someone else is like, yo, can I play Sledge? And the Sledge gotta go on something else, teammate takes the Ace, or takes the Sledge rather, then you go on your actual operator. It's a lot of swapping back and forth. Geo's been doing this ever since back on TSM when they won Invitationals, where he would just always hover glass or fuse, and Achieve does the same thing, or did. He's no longer currently an active player, but looking for team. I find it pretty interesting because it doesn't happen all that often, and there's nothing worse than spending like 5-10 seconds not on your drone trying to figure out what operator to play because your teammate locked in already.
It's a nice drone from Merc to get an angle into Garage. Geo starting off the bloodshed. 45 seconds into the round. Silent was great in the previous round. Silent's been good in actually the last 2 rounds, and that's all you're going to get for him. The thing is, you've got both Hat and Kixro leading the way. Kixro started off in round 1 with a multi-kill, and he has not slowed down. Wi-Fi had a similar thing happen to him a couple play days ago, and, well, he had what might be called a life game. So if you're LG, you've got enough players to make up for Silent's absence. And those mute jammers are going to stay down. You've also got 2 more nitro cells. Both Wi-Fi and Eddie hold on to those explosives. The secondary gadget is replaceable as well, though usually those nitro cells are accounted for by teams. No denial outside of the mute, so that jacuzzi wall will get opened. Just a little bit over a minute left for Soniqs, who seemed to be in good shape in the previous round, but ultimately could not hold in the post plant. Will they have the same success this time around? Luminosity weakened by 1.
Got a good progress so far. Jacuzzi wall, they're on the side windows, they're locking down Hat inside that gym, and if you can't get out of this position, that should be a free pick surely, but you can just stick the corner. He doesn't have to move too much here.
Hat can play strong from this position. There's a 10th kill from Kixro as Merc is gone. Don't necessarily need the Maverick at this point in time. Rexon on the window, punishing Hat inside of weight room. Kixro looking for more than a 10th, but he can't find it. It's a vault in now from Soniqs. Geo getting diffuser down. LG outnumbered. 4v2 becomes a 4v1. A huge round from Rexon. Nitro Cell gone off by Wi-Fi in the post plant. Rexon vaults in, but Ambi has his teammates back. And that will be the first victory on attack for Soniqs. 4-4 the scoreline. And again, the importance of this match for SQ is to get those game day reps in. Gel with your team. Prepare yourself as best you can for the last chance qualifiers.
If there ever was a thing to play in that would give you an incredible amount of experience, it is last chance qualifiers or going to a DreamHack event back in the day. Because you play a lot of games against a lot of teams, and some you would never expect to play against, because you have, last chance qualifiers also have teams from the actual open qualifier, not just pro teams. So, what to be learned if you are a roster that is either struggling or just wanting to learn something. Of course, you're not guaranteed to win just because you are a pro team. There are other pro teams there too, but you have a chance. Soniqs also flawless in terms of planting. Yeah, they didn't win the first attack around basement, but they did plant successfully, so they're 2 for 2. Soniqs have always been a very planned and objective-oriented team, as far back as I can recall. Even back when they were not doing amazing in international events, they would still always have really good plant stats. And I mean, the round conversion victory when you get a plant down in Siege is like 85% plus for a lot of teams. You plant down diffuser in like a 2v2 or a 3v2 or whatever, you're very, very likely to win. You can play outside the building, on a rappel often, outside a window, play from below. All you need is one silly little drone on the bomb set, and you can see exactly where defenders are, diffusing from, and how far into the animation they are. It takes 7 seconds. Soniqs has always been about applying pressure, always making sure that they think your attack into multiple directions here. Popping open the connector wall, jacuzzi, CC wall, exterior here as well. That's like step 1. Open everything, why not? Now, exothermic charge on this wall can be tricky because of the impact grenades. Let's see if you can get it done. Puts it, pops it, impact misses, and the wall opened up successfully. Well done. 2 impacts tossed, both didn't really achieve or accomplish anything. Eddie might swing the breach here. Gotta be careful because Geo is on the rappel. Well, no more. He was waiting for it.
Wi-Fi now lurking in secret, or a spot that was referred to as Adam. I think it was watching EUL, and Fluke and Hap were actually talking about the origination or origins of calling it Adam. Because there is a player in the game right now called Atom.
Atom.
As in, an atom as in like biology, but then there's Adam as in like a human name, as in like Adam and Eve. Or the Addams family.
Nice.
Adam hid in what was referred to as secret for a long period of time before the clubhouse rework, and I believe he was playing Vigil. And he popped up, and I can't remember if he aced, but he did get an incredible play from that position, and then people started affectionately referring to that spot as Adam. Now, obviously that's changed. That part of the map now has a staircase. It's now referred to as blue. There's a corridor. Hold on a second. We still have a minute left in the round, and, well, both of these teams want a duel. LG will gladly oblige.
Activated.
Theo and Merc are gone for Soniqs. Eddie is gone for LG. Kicks will join him. Ambi dead. Wi-Fi the kill. Rexon and Adam last 2 remaining. LG with a numbers advantage of 1. Rexon tossing out the EMP in a vault in. It's the 2nd round in a row that Rexon's been killed vaulting through a window. Adam with 1 kill on the hat. He's the last one standing for SQ. More worrying for him is that Wi-Fi still plays below. Adam, if he can get the diffuser, will be spotted by the Soulless. Picking up the case. And he will attempt it. Do they even know that Wi-Fi is down there? There's an impact. No! Wi-Fi, do not misplay this. No. Oh, there's no way! How does Wi-Fi botch the plant? No. How is it? That's the expression that I have on my face. That's exactly what my hands are doing. That should not have been a lost round at all for LG, but they lose it. Me oh my, Nick.
Oh, I understand what happened. He assumed he was planning on the Greenbox table because that's the smart thing to do. He assumed that he knew he was against the Soulless, right? But they didn't. They were planning in the middle of the floor. So the impact goes completely wide. He basically overcomplicated, right? He's thinking, they're going to do the right thing. I'm going to do the counter. But Soniqs did the wrong thing, so he misplayed it. Disaster of a round, honestly. That's a heartbreaker. And it just makes you wonder that sometimes things look easy, but they aren't. You really got to see things through and make sure that you understand really what's happening. Not just what you think is going on. Unlucky, as we say. Now, thankfully, it wasn't match point. It didn't put Soniqs to match point either. They got 5-4. Still rounds to be played here, but you can look back at that one and go, oh boy. Oh boy. Now, Parker, speaking of Adam, right?
Which one?
Isn't it more of a physics thing than a biology thing? Or am I just being, like, annoying now?
What is an atom?
Because I had it in physics class. Biology was about plants, not about...
It's actually, technically, we are both wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's chemistry.
Oh, it's called physics/chemistry in my school, yeah.
Atoms are, according to wikipedia.org, atoms are the basic particles of the chemical elements. An atom consists of a nucleus of protons and generally neutrons, surrounded by an electromagnetically bound swarm of electrons.
Yep.
It's chemistry, my friend. It's not biology. It's not physics. If it doesn't surprise you to say this, it shouldn't at least. I am not a science major. I'm a political sciences major. That means that...
False science.
It's a false science. That's correct.
Thank you.
Hold on a second. While we're vamping about all of this, Soniqs have tried to set a tempo for this round and have failed miserably at succeeding. LG rebuffing this entry. Ambi, Adam, Rexon, all dead. Geo and Merc, former world champions on that TSM squad. Well, they're the last two alive. They've got a lot of time to try to bail themselves out of this position. 90 seconds to be exact. What do you do in these circumstances? You just got gifted a round that you should not have won in like a million years. And then you win the round. Luminosity could have been up 5-4, and you might just be giving them a 6-4 lead. But both of these players have enough shots that they can try and peel this one back. Geo, the lone kill so far for Soniqs, and he will need to ace as Merc dies at the hands of Wi-Fi. Kickstrow the final kill. 5-5. These teams really fighting for every inch of this map. We'll need all 12 rounds in regulation and potentially overtime too.
I like the rush. Just one minor issue. The Goyo fire. So Blitz goes through, but gets cut off by the team because the second that door gets popped, the fire goes on the ground and it takes 20 seconds to disappear, meaning that Blitz is on his lonesome. One defender on the third box, one defender below the kitchen hatch. There's a crossfire established. Blitz cannot look at both directions. Blitz dies. The push gets stopped. And that really is how you can simplify the outcome of that round. Now LG, like you mentioned, had they won that previous on CC with the verticality, would have been up 6-4. Would have been in a mighty good position. Soniqs still will call it tactical timeout, talk things through. Both teams have pulled their parachute, as we tend to say. No timeouts remaining. Gotta play it out from here on out. And it's really been a back and forth since the round count. I would not be surprised if we do have to go the distance.
I obviously, every match we play has some level of importance. But am I wrong for being a bit perplexed at how close this match is? We've seen this before where, I can't remember what match it was, but there was a game a couple months, or actually not a couple months ago, a couple years ago. There was a game a couple years ago that, as far as I recall, we were casting it out of Poland.
So many years ago.
Many years ago. And it was a completely meaningless match. I think it was Foxay's team, which might have been Reciprocity, and I think Achieved was involved, and might have been TSM. I can't remember the teams competing. The game was completely meaningless. There was 0 point to playing the game whatsoever. At the beginning, you had people running like Blackbeard and Tachanka when he still kind of sucked. And you're like, okay, like obviously these teams don't really care. Whatever, fine. We'll go through the motions and we'll cast this. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, both teams started trying as if it was the SI Grand Finals. And we went all 3 maps, and I think 1 or 2 of those maps ended up going to overtime.
That's wild.
And afterwards, I DM'd a couple of the players, and I just said, like, what was that? Like, why? And they just said, we didn't want to lose.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get it. And I think it's very easy for us to forget, as I tell this anecdote, and people might wonder where it's coming from. I think it's very easy to forget that these are hyper-competitive players, and even in completely meaningless matches, they still want a top frag. They still want as many points as possible. They still want to try to compete for MVP. They want to show off, because you're not playing your matches just for immediate results. You're also playing for what happens if you get kicked off at the end of stage 1. Every single game matters. And there's an old saying where you're only as good as your last game. So maybe you dislike your opponents, or maybe you just simply want to try your heart out to prove that you're a better player. I'm not sure, but this has been a very scrappy game. It has not been a technical masterclass, but it has certainly been competitive.
One quick question. The game you're referring to with Foxy and Chief, was it because they were top seeded or bottom seeded? Like, were they doing good or bad? Why didn't the game matter?
I think it was like a bottom seed. I think it was a best of 3. I can't remember what it's for.
You're calling Foxy
you're
bad, basically. I got it. Yeah. Foxy's
You're
bad,
asking me to try and reference something that I left Poland January 2020. So that was over 4 years ago. But I can't remember what it was.
Foxy's bad is what you're saying. I hear you.
Yeah, that's why he's retarded. Doing a great job on the desk, though, by the way. Soniqs are destroying LG this round. They walk in and they completely sweep through the bomb site. Luminosity left with just Wi-Fi, who up until 3 rounds ago had 0 kills. Now he's up to 6. I don't think he found a single one of those last couple frags, because now it's Soniqs to go to match point.
Who would have thought taking a timeout would result in a round victory? That was a stat that was run, I think it was one of the previous SIs, or some major event at least, where someone tracked when a team would call a tactical timeout and then what the outcome would be immediately after. And after the event was finished, there was a stat on Twitter or Reddit. It was like most successful tactical timeout coaches in the world. And it's a really interesting stat to see like which coach can actually have meaningful impact. Not that it's not like, it doesn't correlate one to one, obviously, right? But I like little stuff like that. Soniqs, if I recall correctly, were ranked very high on that list way back then. And they have the same coach, Gardus, even now, still calling those tactical timeouts and still finding success. So a little throwback stat there.
It's the first Deimos that we see in this particular map as well. I saw on the main Rainbow Six subreddit, not the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit, the main Rainbow Six subreddit, where they were asking about what immediate thoughts were on Deimos, and it was honestly quite a widespread of opinions. Some saying that he's useless, that his secondary is just as bad as the revolver that both Nomad and Kaid have. Other people saying that he's way too powerful. But from a pro perspective, I think the general can say, hold on a second, is he using the shotgun?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he is. Which is crazy because the pistol has so much self-destruction, but if you're gonna go in close quarters, you might as well get a pumpy. Oh! Hey! Now, one of the worst things that can happen to you as a thermite player is that no one droned the drone hole, you don't know there's a bandit there, you breach the wall, it gets sapped. And what do you do now? Well, you have a Maverick. So, it's okay. But it just slows things down here. CBD sap, you beat wrap, and it reads it, runs away, nobody dies. But again, it's wasting a lot of time.
Now it's going to be up to Kixrow to try and evade Deimos and company. The Deimos isn't usually the operator who gets the kills. If you've noticed, at pro level, it's usually somebody else on the team being fed the information from Deimos. And Pros have a pretty good understanding of the layout of these maps, and they can see a ping and say, oh, he's in cash. Oh, he's top red.
You say that, but then we had the Solus round a few rounds ago where they didn't have the read on the...
Mistakes happen. Okay, look.
Okay, fair enough.
Look.
And look.
Anywho. Kixrow, again, it looked like, be harassed. Ambi has one of those death marks remaining. Honestly, the sidearm for Deimos is unbelievably strong. I'm surprised, frankly, that people would say that it's quite weak. This is certainly not bad. But...
Oh, speed of the pistol.
Oh, no.
Thing is, with only 6 shots, a lot of players are not gonna enjoy it all that much, I think.
Down goes Kixrow. This could be the first domino. Soniqs with the advantage with final 30 seconds upon us. Flashes will go out over towards red. Now Merc sprinting in. He is the lineup. They were being marked. And that's it. A flawless end to the match. Soniqs prevail. They pick up 3 points. But it doesn't really mean much. And as you can see from Ambi, the whole crew very, very excited with that result. Soniqs still have work to be done. They have shown some improvements as a team, but again, it's very easy to look at this roster and say that they have regressed from where they were at SI. They're going to go through the LCQs. Luminosity will play in the playoffs and will go up against the big dogs. With all of the new teams and the new rosters, it is quite a surprise to see SQ in the basement of NA. But it happens. Somebody has to be towards the bottom. And unfortunately for Soniqs, this new look of the roster has some work to be done. The good news is that they've got a great supporting staff, whether it be Super, Goddess, or Jobro. They are perfectly capable of diagnosing the issues and coming to hopefully a successful resolution. That's it for you and I today. All of our matchups are done, and we are done the best of one portion of this stage. Playoffs await us. Which teams will ultimately go to the Manchester Major? I'm excited to see that. So for you and I, Nick, we can wave goodbye for today, but the desk still has to break down that final match. Before that break, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
After 9 days of competition, after 3 days straight over the course of the Super Week, the NAL Best of 1 round robin stage has come to a close, with Soniqs getting a W over Luminosity in a game that doesn't shake the placements, but is still good for both teams to get some reps before they enter their respective next stage of the tournament. For the Soniqs, it has to be the last chance qualifier. For Luminosity, you get to go to playoffs. So again, it's nice that you still get some reps under your belt, and it was a close game, so there's still some good takeaways for both teams here, I think.
It was a really close game. I mean, to be honest, the stakes weren't that high, but it was still nice to see both teams play with a lot less intensity, I guess, a lot less stress on their shoulders. Both teams going for a lot more individual plays, and it didn't look necessarily I'm not like washing it up and saying that both teams weren't necessarily trying. There was obviously a level of effort.
Yeah.
But there was obviously a big level of let's have some fun. Let's try to go for plays that normally we wouldn't play.
People were going for their clips. I think that's what I said was the most important. I think the teams agreed. No, I think with games like this, you never really know what you're going to get. Fox and I were having some conversations about how long this game would really go. You were thinking maybe 9, 10 rounds. I was thinking more maybe it could reach up into the 13, 14. Well, not 13, but 14 or 15 into overtime. We didn't get
the
quite
first
that
ever
high.
13-round Rainbow Six game.
You never know. The
there.
full rage quit from one of the squads when they lose the first round of overtime.
Yeah.
But all in all, I mean, I think it did kind of devolve into gunfights in a lot of instances. And in my mind, Soniqs are the better team when it comes to the mechanics. And so I'm not super shocked by the surprise here.
Yeah, ironically, Soniqs looked like a really good team in this game, which we haven't seen too much of when it comes to the whole season. But in this game specifically, a lot of their executes, especially this one you're seeing on the screen, where Soniqs just sets up, they get a first pick, and all of them execute onto the site. And I mean, that's kind of what we were hoping to see the whole year, is them attack together.
Yep.
And yeah, I say it's ironic because of course they do it now out of all games when it doesn't really matter. But it looks like we saw a little bit about it, so hopefully they can take from that and just keep improving.
Yeah, it's nice to see too what we saw in the summary there. Rexon top frag and the MVP for Soniqs in that game. Good to see him having a good game because he's had a couple of rough games recently. So I'm glad to see him putting up the big numbers, and hopefully we see more of that coming in through the LCQ.
I think the important thing here was Soniqs get to snap a 3-game losing streak. So when you do that, you have a little bit of time before the LCQs are solidified at this point, because they still need to play the open qualifier playoffs, which includes Los at this point. But now when Soniqs go to play, they will at least not have ended their best of 1 tenure in the NAL on a 4-game skid, which would be really brutal to transition into best of 3s to do. So yeah, hats off to Soniqs. Good for them to finally get a dub at the stage.
It would have been really, really rough to just end it on all losses. At least it was a positive note. And a big positive note, I'm glad you brought up Rexon, because I feel like he is a player that a lot of people saw him switch roles recently in this last stage. And everyone was kind of like, why would they do that? You know, Rexon is such a strong player. But I guess it goes to show that he has had a pretty decent season compared to how poorly the rest of Soniqs did. He definitely played his role correctly. And I know it is a new role for him, so there is a lot of growing pains. But I do want to give him, commend him and give him his flowers for how well he has played and adjusted onto this more supportive role, trying to allow the new players on the team to take up that kind of like secondary entry role. So, really good stuff from Rexon.
So here's the end of the day. This is what the day was like. It's all over, and the part of me is like, oh, yay. But the other part of me is like, man. But we're done with the best of ones. We're not completely done with the stage at this point. DarkZero won the game that decided what the playoff structure, the 6 teams were going to look like. They defeated Wildcard 7-1, really fast one. M80 winning over Oxygen still did not put them into top 2. That one was certainly controversial according to some of the M80 coaches on Twitter. And then we end the day with Beastcoast getting the first 7-0 of the stage. Soniqs getting a dub to end their 3-game losing streak. What a day.
Yeah, I do definitely get the point system being frustrating sometimes, but at the end of the day, it's like, if you're beating a team in overtime compared to if you're beating a team and 7-0ing them, I think the team that's 7-0ing should probably get more points. I mean, I don't know if you guys would agree. It seems like they would be the better team. Both teams did good.
Fine with the scoring system as it is, right?
But I would say the team that is 7-0ing should be the better team, arguably.
At the end of the day, they're all going to playoffs, right?
Yep.
I mean, not all the teams, but all the teams in question here. If you're winning the majority of your games, you're going to playoffs, and BO3s are really what the test is going to be about. So that's what we get to look forward to, and we should be seeing all of these squads. The better team should always come out ahead in a best of 3.
Most importantly, Lax got all his predictions wrong today.
Hell yeah.
And so we mentioned you yesterday getting all your predictions wrong at the start of the day.
True.
Now Lax got all his predictions wrong today.
But
so
what we're not mentioning is that Fox is leading by like 6 percentage points or something right now.
I'm catching up now, though. I think I'm up into.
You're getting close.
I'm 2 wins ahead. Lax is behind you by 1.
Just remember,
Yes.
the NAL Predictions Championship will also depend on what playoffs look like. For one final time, let's take a look at the standings, because we probably don't need to bring the screen up again after today. This is the final tally. 3 teams at 16 points, but Beastcoast vault above all of them to take the #1 spot. Oxygen, despite losing 3 games straight, still retains second place. Both of them get a bye. M80, DZ, LG, and Space Station. Dude, it's so crazy that Space Station somehow snuck into playoffs there.
Yeah, and it's crazy. That's actually exactly the standings I predicted before the season started.
No,
All
it's
of them
not.
were right?
No, yeah, that's exactly what I
Yeah, so you
No,
predicted
it's
this
not.
bracket too?
Yeah, and I predicted this bracket too.
You're lying.
Jesse, predict the bracket right now. Who wins?
Oh, that's easy work.
Yeah? Okay, go. Jesse first.
You
Yeah.
go first, Jesse.
I think M80 take out Space Station, and then I think they take out Oxygen.
Okay.
And they qualify for the major. I think DarkZero roll through Luminosity and then beat Beastcoast as well. So DarkZero, M80, and then the 3rd place match between Oxygen and Beastcoast. I'm gonna say Beastcoast.
All right, I'm going to make it really speedy because you took forever.
Wow.
And I agree, M80 beats SSG. I think M80 beats OXG as well, and they go to the finals.
You're just copying him.
I would say DarkZero beat LG, DarkZero beat Beastcoast and go to the finals. And
You're
then
just copying
I
him.
think Beastcoast and OXG play, and then I think Beastcoast win against OXG.
Yo, how did you come up with that?
I know.
Crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
I think
How
I
do you
just
make these
experienced
calls?
deja vu in real time.
Did you say
That's
that word for
nuts.
word? Because I swear to God, I just tuned you out. I was like, dude, this guy's taking forever to just say what it looks like a really straightforward bracket.
Here's the thing. There is a chance, like we mentioned from before, DarkZero being the known commodity, the team that has gone to every major event for the past several years, it feels like. They're on a side of the bracket with Luminosity and Beastcoast, and there is still a higher chance that one of those teams who we have not seen compete internationally would go to the Manchester Major as opposed to DZ, and it wouldn't take a 3rd place game to do it. That part of the bracket is the single most interesting part of playoff next week to me.
Absolutely. I mean, also, OXG making it for the first time in a year to a major would be definitely a big thing. And
That would be good,
yeah,
yeah.
hopefully nobody sends my predictions to the OXG media, because I'm definitely not predicting them to win so far. So it's not
boy.
looking good, but we'll have to see how playoffs kick off.
Yeah, clip and ship that one. Gentlemen, we're all done with the best of ones. Final thoughts before we log off. Jesse?
I think it was a great time, you know. The stage was incredibly unpredictable. We saw some ridiculous upsets, but we also got to see a lot of teams develop and grow. You know, there were a lot of squads that earlier on or even at the midpoint of the stage looked very weak. Some teams like, of course, Beastcoast themselves, DarkZero, Luminosity even, who all kind of grew and got better and improved throughout the stage. And ultimately, that's what it's all about, right? First stage of the new season, we want to see teams getting, you know, a hold of things and improving as squads. And for the teams that made it to playoffs, congratulations. For the teams that didn't, it's okay. It's the start of the stage. You got the LCQs still to go through. Plenty of time to improve and get better still.
It's a great time. This was my first NAL stage working on the desk with you guys, and so
Finally got in studio with us, buddy.
absolutely, it was a great time. I enjoyed every experience from everyone, you guys on the desk, everyone on the back end, and a huge shout out to Blast and Ubisoft, you know, for being able to, I guess, put me in this position. And yeah, everyone at home, you know, if you guys want to see more of me, I mean, you guys just got to put it on Twitter. And then this isn't my necessarily last showing, because I hopefully will be doing the LCQ, but we don't know yet. And my mom always says this every time. She's like, "Oh, but they give you the floor to talk about it. How come you never say thanks to your family?" Lax thanks his family. You know, everyone thanks their
Dude,
family.
Mom's calling you out?
Huge shout out to my family, and you know, I'm sure my mom's gonna finally be happy that I'm giving props to the family.
There you go. Huge shout out to moms everywhere, and thank you very much, Fox, for joining us. You'll be back later on. It's not the last time you'll see him on an NAL show. Thank you very well. Thank you as well for watching the show. We're all done here for Super Week. The next time you'll see us will be next weekend as we take you into BO3 territory to figure out which 3 NA teams are going to the Manchester Major. From all of us here in Philadelphia, have a good night. We'll see you next week.